A Christmas round robin. Roman won the morning before Christmas. When Malcolm Rutherford entered the library on the morning of a certain day before Christmas, he was surprised to find his wife in tears. This was all the more vexatious, because he knew that she possessed everything to make a reasonable woman happy. But Mrs. Rutherford was not always a reasonable woman, being prone to causeless jealousy and impulsive to rashness. They lived about 5 miles from Winchester, Va, in which city Rutherford had a fine legal practice. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Have any of our guests disappointed us?" "No," she replied, drying her eyes. "They have all arrived, and are in their rooms." And she assumed an air of mystery. "In addition to the house party, I have invited a couple of strangers to dine with us today." "Indeed, isn't it just a little extraordinary to invite strangers?" he interrupted. "Strangers they are to me, but not to you." The woman claimed to be a friend of yours. "Well, I have some friends whom you do not know. Miss Emily Tillinghurst, for example." Rutherford started and turned red. "Ah," continued his wife in a tone of triumph, "I think I have at last detected you. The woman who called upon me this PG2 morning has but just gone was a Mrs. Honey. She had a letter of introduction from Lydia Wildfin. And what do you think her business was?" "How should I know?" "To solicit our patronage for a school she is going to open in Winchester. She says that you can recommend her, because you once personally placed a young girl pupil under her charge. Though dying of mortification at your having such a secret from me, I pretended to know all about it. And as your friend I asked her to dine with us today, and to bring her husband." "Very good," was Rutherford's comment. "It is not very good, it is very bad. I demand an immediate explanation of all the circumstances." "I cannot give it," Rutherford replied meditatively, "not at least until after Christmas. A pretty Christmas I shall pass with these dreadful suspicions of you gnawing at my very heart. You shall explain it all to me." "I neither can nor will," said Rutherford angrily, and he abruptly terminated the conversation by turning on his heel and leaving her to suffer the tortures of what she believed to be well-founded jealousy. Rutherford strode down the one street of the suburban village in such blind haste that he ran full tilt against old Mr. Robert Plowden, who was taking a stroll, and who, with his young wife, was a guest of the Rutherfords that Christmas. "Dear me," he exclaimed, "you almost knocked me over, Rutherford. Excuse me, I am in an awful hurry to get to the telegraph office. It's fortunate I've met you here, as I've something to say to you which I would sooner not say indoors." "You surprise me," said Plowden, falling into step with Rutherford. "Is it anything serious?" "Extremely. And concerns me." "Yes, I will come to the point so as not to keep you in suspense. Although so long settled in Virginia, you are an Englishman." Plowden nodded, and Rutherford continued. "And although before you married your present wife, always supposed to be a bachelor in reality, you left a wife in England, PG3. "Merciful heavens!" exclaimed Plowden, half-falling against Rutherford in his surprise. He was a physically weak old man. "It is all true. I can explain everything satisfactorily, however. But how came you to know all this?" "I learned it from an elderly Englishwoman who came to my office yesterday. She called herself Maria Plowden." Plowden uttered a groan. "I see you know the name." "Yes," returned Plowden, "it is that of my first wife, who died in England shortly after I came to this country." "Are you sure she died?" "Bless my soul, of course I am sure." "Can you prove it?" persisted the lawyer. "How do you know that she is dead?" "I had a letter from a friend telling me so." "Have you that letter?" "I do not know. I may have, but one doesn't keep letters for 20 years. Why do you ask me all these questions?" Rutherford replied gravely, "Because the elderly woman claimed to be your wife, and desired to retain me as her counsel in the prosecution she contemplated of her alleged husband Robert Plowden for bigamy." "She's an impostor," cried Plowden. "She says she has a bundle of letters which will establish her identity," said Rutherford, "and she was so anxious to begin her suit that I could hardly persuade her that she would have to wait at least until after the holidays." "My God," groaned Plowden, "could there have been any mistake about her death?" "All things are possible. You know your passing, as a single man, was hardly wise." "That may be, Rutherford, but my married life had been so full of pain and shame that I wished with her death to bury all remembrance and reminder of it. When quite young, I married for her beauty, a girl greatly beneath me in social station, and very ignorant that I could have borne uncomplainingly, even after my infatuation was over, but her terrible temper. And worse than all, her intemperate habits made my life a burden, and divorce being then next to impossibility of attainment in England, I determined to leave her. In fact, I was obliged to do so. I placed her in a PG-4 private home for inebriates. And with my little Anna aged 6, I came to this country. Shortly after my arrival here, I was informed of her death by the proper authorities. No, for it seems she made her escape from the home and died elsewhere. You can understand that these sad facts made me disinclined to speak of my married life. And as people seemed to take it for granted that I was a bachelor, well, I simply did not contradict them. And what became of little Anna? She died on the vessel which brought us over, said Plowden, with emotion. Quickly recovering himself, he inquired of Rutherford what he should do in the matter. The lawyer reflected a moment, and then replied, I too am in trouble. It has just occurred to me that you can help me, and in return, I will do my best to help you. Plowden assured him that he would do anything he could, and Rutherford proceeded to explain himself. I too have a secret, he said, not so bad a one as bigamy, thank heaven, but bad enough. Plowden groaned, while the lawyer, with a surreptitious smile, continued, it concerns a young girl whom I placed at a boarding school in New York years ago. Now, my wife, whose infernally jealous disposition. Everybody knows she's been told of this by the very woman in whose charge I put the girl. I saw her, though she did not see me, as she came from my house half an hour ago. It's the girl? No, the schoolmistress. Who is she? She was a Miss Archer, an old maid, a Winchester woman who lost all her people and her money during the war. She then went to New York and opened a young ladies' school. Mrs. Wildfin was one of her pupils. She was doing very well until she committed the folly of marrying her servant, a man named Honey, an extremely handsome but ignorant Cockney, and young enough to be her son. Dear me, ejaculated Plowden. This naturally caused a scandal. Her pupils were withdrawn in a body, and the school was closed for want of patronage. And now my wife tells me she has returned to open a school in Win PG5 Chester. You will meet them at dinner today, my wife asked them. That's strange, isn't it? Yes, a most unfortunate complication for me, there being, where my wife can and she will pump Mrs. Honey. It was to get the chance to do that, I fully believe, which made my wife invite them. Hence the absolute need of my having some plausible story with which to satisfy Edna. You, by reason of your age and respectability, can better do this than anyone else. But upon my soul, Rutherford, expostulated Plowden, much as I would like to serve you, I am afraid I can't. What can I say to your wife? You can tell her that the girl was yours, that to hide her from your wife, I secretly put her into the school for you under an assumed name. But what will my wife say, who never suspected that I had a wife before her, much less a child? Oh, it will be all right after Christmas. I can then square myself with my wife, and you can make a clean breast of it to yours. Why don't you make a clean breast of it at once? It happened before your marriage, you know. Oh, as for that, it would be all the same to Edna if it had happened in a previous existence. But that isn't the question. It is a professional secret. I am under a pledge to an old client of mine, for whom I acted. He is now in Boston, and I'm going to telegraph him that domestic peace demands my release from my pledge. So you see, Plowden, that if you can stave off my wife's suspicions, until after Christmas I will. What? Stave off Mrs. Plowden, number one. I'll do my best, groaned Plowden, though the Lord has not gifted me with the art of deception. Inspiration will spring from necessity. Remember, it will bring us a peaceful Christmas and your relief from number one. Together they entered the telegraph office, and Rutherford sent off his message to Boston PG6. Roman 2, the afternoon before Christmas. Miss Helen Fithian, a poor elderly relative of Edna's, was spending the season much more than the holidays with. The Rutherfords, she and Edna, were sitting together in the library that afternoon, while the perturbed Plowden was learning his hard lesson of enforced duplicity. Mrs. Rutherford was in no humor for conversation. Miss Fithian nestled into the depths of a big armchair. In a shadowy corner, clutched her lank red fingers over the tidy. She was eternally crocheting, and never finishing, dropped the eyeglasses from her bony nose into her lap and went to sleep. Can I speak with you alone, Mrs. Rutherford? Tremulously asked Plowden, stopping at the threshold. Certainly, Mr. Plowden, come in, Edna replied, trying her best to speak pleasantly. Plowden glanced at Miss Fithian. Oh, I am as good as alone, continued Edna, following his look. Helen is asleep, and even if she were awake, she could not hear you if you spoke in an undertone. True, assented Plowden. I forgot that she's as deaf as a post. Well, the trouble is just this your husband has confided to me that a little difference has arisen between you owing to a slight misunderstanding. Ah, indeed, a slight misunderstanding, well interpolated Mrs. Rutherford icily, but with fire in her eye. Plowden was very nervous, but he struggled on bravely. As I alone can set the matter right, he appealed to me to do so. Ah, you think you can. I am curious to know how, I presume, I shall understand as you go on. He shuddered but continued in order that you may do so. I must reveal to you my secretone that I have locked up for many years when I came to this country. I left a wife in England. Indeed, exclaimed Edna, drawing away from him in surprise, and saying to herself, ah, is he too a villain? Involuntarily, he raised his voice a little to span the distance that now separated them, and went on, yes. But I had some excuse, I assure you. He then related the story of his married life, as he had told it to Rutherford, carefully omitting, however, to mention the age of his daughter. When he had finished, Edna remarked, well, I am surprised, PG7, Mr. Plowden, but still, I do not see what all this has to do with me and my husband. I am coming to that you will see, fearing that my wife might follow trace and reclaim my daughter, if she remained with me. I prevailed upon your husband to place her in a boarding school in New York, where she remained under a false name, until upon the death of her mother. I removed her now, do you see? I do, exclaimed Mrs. Rutherford, her clouded face clearing. How simple it all is, in the light of this explanation. What a weight you have lifted from my heart. I was looking forward to a wretched Christmas. But now, I shall have such a happy one. How can I ever repay you, Mr. Plowden, for your noble frankness? By keeping my secret, as your husband has done all these years. I promise you, that only I do not see the necessity for secrecy, since your trouble is over and done for, and you are happily married to another woman. That's just the reason, dear friend, you see, I allowed people to think I was a bachelor, if I did not actually tell them, so Gertrude became my wife under that belief. Why did you not tell her the truth before marriage? I tried to, but my dear sweet young Gertrude was so romantic that while she could and did overlook the disparity in our ages, she never would have done the fact that I had been married before and was a father. It would have disenchanted her completely, and I should have lost her. So you will keep my secret, my dear madam, will you not? That I will. Oh, how shall I ever forgive myself for wronging my own dear, innocent, faithful, self-sacrificing love by my cruel suspicions and hateful jealousy? Freely confess to him your fault. That I will fly to him and ask his forgiveness. And fly she did as literally as she could, but in the wrong direction, as the last whisk of her skirts was heard, in the direction of Mr. Rutherford's study den. That wily gentleman emerged from a door on the opposite side of the library. Well, he demanded anxiously, don't keep me on thorns, have you made it all right with her? I have, replied Mr. Plowden. You don't mean to say she swallowed it all, PG8? Plowden nodded, and didn't even drop on the weak point in the story that, when I was supposed to be placing in school your little girl, aged 6 years, I was not much older myself. No? The two gentlemen exchanged a smile, then the elder, becoming serious, said, but of course you will keep faith with me, Rutherford, and as soon as you obtain your telegraphic release, you will tell her the whole truth, whatever that may be. Yes, but I can't get that, you know, until the day after Christmas. I had to wire to my client's business address, so it was too late to connect today. Tomorrow is a holiday, it will be the day after before I can hear. And what about my affair? That is not so easily managed still. I have a suspicion that, but I'll say nothing about that at present. The woman is very determined, I told her. I could do nothing in the matter. Until after the holidays. She said she didn't care three halfpence for holidays. And if I wouldn't take her case and push it, there were plenty of lawyers who would jump at the chance of prosecuting the rich Robert Plowden for bigamy. Hush, for heaven's sake, gasped Plowden in a hoarse whisper, as with an expression of terror in his countenance. He pointed at the old maid. Rutherford also looked frightened, as wheeling round he for the first time descried her, but seeing who it was, and that she was asleep, he was reassured, and replied indifferently. Oh, it's all right, Nabody, but that mischief-making old cat who foists herself upon us 6 months out of every 12, you gave me an awful scare. But she's as deaf as an adder when awake and can't hear thunder. When asleep, come, let's go to the billiard room and have a game. I feel like a new man now that I've got a respite from this business until after Christmas. Well, I can't forget that it's only a respite, and my anxiety will spoil Christmas for me. And so will mine, I suppose, but we must not show it. Oh, what a pair of reprobates we are, groaned Plowden, as his host led him away to the billiard room, which, as is frequently seen in the South, was a detached structure, at a little distance from the main building. No sooner had the front door closed behind the gentleman than PG9, Miss Fithian sprang up pallid and quivering with wrath. She muttered half audibly. So I'm a mischief-making old cat, am I, and I foist myself on you, villain? Do I, and I am deaf as a post. And an adder am I, well, I am not so deaf, but what I heard the whole of your vile plot to conceal your crimes. And if I am deaf, you hypocrites, you conspirators, you bigamists, you shall find that I am not dumb. Roman 3, Christmas Eve. Not until she was dressing for dinner did Edna Rutherford find herself alone with her husband. Then, between sobs and buttoning her shoes, broken sentences, and doing up her hair, she, metaphorically speaking, smote her breast, and cried, me culpa, I have sinned against thee, forgive me. Rutherford was not only a shrewd lawyer, but a natural diplomat, and finding himself master of the situation, he took advantage of it to exact a promise which she passionately and penitently gave that she would never again suspect him, no, not even on the evidence of her own eyes and ears. This signal victory, and the extreme comprehensiveness of the articles of capitulation, thus agreed upon, enabled Mr. Rutherford to meet Mr. and Mrs. Honey with that calm, clear conscience which finds its strength in the certainty of the impossibility of detection. He greeted them with the unruffled mien and courteous ease of the polished gentlemanly manner that fairly overwhelmed the ex-manservant, and made him feel that to possess it he would willingly have bartered his remote future to the archfiend Nun, but Honey himself knew how. Unhappy he was made by his dress suit, which seemed to persistently inspire him with the idea that he was still a waiter, or how wretched he was in the constant fear that he would be betrayed by that inspiration into the doing of something, for which Mrs. Honey would pounce upon him in vain. He had implored his inexorable partner to be allowed to stay at home, impressing those considerations upon her with all the eloquence of which he was possessed, and indeed she saw for herself that he could not refrain, when he wore his dress coat, from laying his handkerchief over his left arm, like a waiter's napkin. Mrs. Honey replied, however, that he must meet people on a footing of equality, or he would never learn how to con PG10, duct himself properly in society, an argument which finally induced him to accompany her shamefacedly. Only the persons already mentioned in this narration sat down that afternoon to what was destined to be a fateful Christmas Eve dinner. Smiling faces, masked anxious hearts all round the board. The Wildfins had had a more than usually spirited battle of words just before coming down from their room. Mr. Honey endured the misery of constant effort for the maintenance of a correct deportment, to ensure which his wife seemed to fix her gray eyes steadily upon him with a stony glare, while she held an iron-shod heel ever ready to crunch his corns as a silent monition. Edna was still afraid that her husband had not really forgiven her in his heart, and Rutherford's mind was far from easy. Plowden felt that he might just as well be a murderer as a mere bigamist, so conscience-stricken and Carradine was he. Miss Fithian, osseous, grim, and scowling, looked like the skeleton at the feast, and felt like the dread avenger. The only undisturbed soul present was that of pretty gentle Mrs. Plowden. Walnuts and wine were reached at last. Then Mrs. Wildfin remembered how fond Mrs. Honey used to be of making speeches wherever she might air her oratorical gifts, and in an unlucky moment called upon her to make a speech. Mrs. Honey was in the act of rising to respond when Miss Fithian, rudely pushing her down upon her chair, took precedence and demanded of Mrs. Wildfin, "You want a speech, do you? I'll make you one that will make certain persons here tremble." There was no doubt about that. Two of them, conspirators, were trembling already. They felt instinctively that the hour of trouble for them had arrived. "Cousin Edna," continued the spinster, "I regret the pain I feel it my duty to inflict upon you, but that false husband of yours has again deceived you." Mrs. Rutherford sprang to her feet, instantly armed cap a pie with her never-failing jealousy. "What do you mean?" she gasped. "Silence!" cried Rutherford in a commanding tone to Miss Fithian. Plowden, who had been struggling with a sudden faintness, suddenly succumbed to it and fell against his wife, who cried out in alarm, Rob, what's the matter?" "I will not silence, sir," retorted the old maid, "for I consider PG11 it my duty to publicly expose and denounce Yaudef as a post, though I may be here." Plowden gave such an agonized groan that his wife forcibly poured a glass of wine down his throat, choking, but reviving him, and deaf as an adder. "Mr. Rutherford, I overheard you confess the foul plot. you and that monster had concocted to deceive my poor cousin, your long-suffering, unsuspecting wife. Oh, I am not afraid of you, she cried as Rutherford arose with a dangerous look in his eyes. The girl you placed at school was the creature of your villainy, and not Plowden's daughter. What, cried Mrs. Rutherford as Mrs. Plowden at the same moment exclaimed, his daughter, of course, not, he never had a daughter, had you, Ducky? Ducky was unable to quack a negative, or even to respond, when Mr. Rutherford in a stentorian voice called, "Give this woman the lie, Plowden." "And what if he should?" retorted Miss Fithian. "Who would believe the word of a bigamist?" "A bigamist?" cried a chorus of voices. "Do you mean that my husband is a bigamist?" demanded Mrs. Plowden, jumping to her feet, her eyes flashing. "I do mean it, ask him." "Deny it, Rob, love Mr. Plowden, deny it, darling," urged Gertrude, seizing his collar and giving him a shake. The movement disturbed the doubtful balance of his limp form. He slid from his chair and disappeared under the table, almost unconscious surprise at his sudden vanishing act so startled everybody that a momentary silence ensued in which sounded sharply the ringing of the front door bell. Honey instinctively jumped up to answer the summons, but was promptly recalled by his quick-witted wife to a proper realization of his altered social condition. That poised heel came down with such vigor on his toes that he howled with pain. "Do that air just once more," he yelled savagely. "Han ill cut loose from you for good. You never can hear a bell ring, but you want to run and answer it," she retorted in an undertone. At this juncture, Sam, the old darky factotum, shambled in with a card for which Honey, in his pain and confusion, unthinkingly stretched out his hand. Sam gave it to him and left the room. "Who is it? Who is it?" demanded several voices. "Read it out, Mr. Honey," called Mrs. Wildfin, PG-12. "I can't, Mom, hit's written and I can't read written." "William," cried Mrs. Honey in an awful voice, snatching the card from him, and again, bringing down that merciless heel upon his already aching toes, Honey sprang to his feet with a cry of anger and pain, half threatening and half winning, the vocal outcome of his divided emotions, proclaiming, "That settles it. I told you I would if you did it once more or riot. I said I would, and I will. I am agon for once and hallways." As he dashed out of the room with a ludicrous limp, there was a general cry of "Come back, Honey, come back," but Mrs. Honey arose, and though very pale, said with much dignity, "Oblige me, ladies and gentlemen, by letting him go. I deserve this public desertion for my folly in marrying my inferior." The name on the card is Mrs. Plowden. A blood-curdling groan nearly froze the blood in the veins of the guests. It came from under the table, whence simultaneously with it emerged Plowden, to whom terror lent instant animation and activity. "My wife," he breathed huskily. "Your wife?" exclaimed Gertrude. "Then it is true you are a bigamist." "Yes, no, she's dead, save me from her," he cried incoherently, rushing to the French window, overlooking the lawn, and throwing it open. "You will forgive me, Gertrude," he declaimed with his foot upon the windowsill, "when the black waters are surging over my head. Farewell, farewell, forever," and leaping out into the darkness, he was gone. Stop him," someone pleaded Gertrude. "He will drown himself." "He can't," sneered Miss Fithian. "The fish pond is frozen over." "I would advise you, sir, now," remarked Mrs. Rutherford to her husband, in a voice of suppressed passion, "to follow your fellow criminal." "I will, madam," he retorted in a like tone of restrained fury, "and since you actually presume to order me from my own house, I gon never to return." As he spoke, he too passed out through the window. A momentary awe seemed to oppress those remaining at the table. The silence was soon broken, however, by Wildfin saying to his wife, "A pretty row you've made all around, haven't you, PG-13? I," exclaimed Lydia in amazement. "Yes, you." "So?" "Why, by giving Mrs. Honey a letter of introduction to Mrs. Rutherford's. You confessed to me, you Roman 999. I am sure I didn't mean any harm by it." "You did," persisted the quarrelsome Wildfin. "You're always making mischief, and pretending you don't mean to." "I am not." "You are, and I want to tell you once for all that I am tired of your eternally contradicting me. Do it once more, just once, and ill follow the other gentlemen." "Who cares if you do?" "You do." "I don't." "What, already? Now I am off," and he sprang up and started for the window. "Goodbye and good riddance," Lydia called out as his form vanished in the darkness without, and the window closed behind him with a slam, then sank back in her chair, laughing hysterically. This roused Mrs. Rutherford from the semi-stupor into which she had sunk. Laugh, she said bitterly, rousing herself. Laugh. While my heart is breaking, no. Do not speak, I want no sympathy, no pity, I know his perfidy now, and shall know how to act. Why, what's happened to Mrs. Plowden? Exclaimed Lydia. She has been in a faint since her villain escaped, replied Miss Fithian, who was supporting the unconscious form, and I've been trying to revive her. Open the window, suggested Edna. No, don't, cried the contradictory Lydia. If you do, ill catch my death of cold. She's coming to, said Mrs. Honey. Oh, here's the punch coming in, give her a drink of that, and she will be all right. Sam, who brought in the steaming punch bowl and placed it upon the table, stared about him, in amazement, unable to comprehend the mysterious disappearance of all the gentlemen he knew, that Mr. Honey had gone out by the front door. But the window being closed, the idea of the others, having made their exit by that way, did not occur to him. Where's the woman who brought that card? Sam spoke up. PG-14. Miss Fithian, ask her, and she will bear evidence to the truth of my charge. Why, miss, replied Sam, dat a woman acted de most curiousest you eber see. She done come to de do and stand da, till she see dat a Mr. Honey come a shootin' out de dinner room, do and fro de front do like. He done gone mad. She scrunch herself clues agin de wall fo to let him pause, and he go by like de bird and neber see her den. She scoot out and scuttle off like de devil, he after her in jest, de utter way what he didn't took. Strange, commented Mrs. Wildfin, and looked disappointed when no familiar voice responded. No, it isn't. The silence, and the empty chair beside her, quickly reminded her that her contradictor was gone, perhaps forever. Roman for Christmas. When Rutherford, in a white heat of wrath, rushed from the house, he found Plowden in the garden, jumping from one foot to the other, with an agility surprising in a man of his age, and vigorously slapping his sides with his arms, as if embracing an invisible friend. What are you doing? Asked the lawyer. Trying to keep myself warm. Why do you follow me? Because I was ordered to. It is useless, leave me to my fate. Hello, who's that? Exclaimed Rutherford, as he caught the sound of a man's running hello. Hello yourself, came back in the unmistakable English accent of Honey, who quickly came up panting. It's Bobel, said Rutherford. Why are you running so? To keep warm, I've run hup and down the road hand. I can't see no signs of Haney Hin or public. No, there is none near, but come with me, I am still your host, and I think I can make you at least measurably comfortable for the night in the billiard house. As they eagerly started to follow Rutherford, glad of any shelter, a voice was heard behind them hallooing hi there, and brought them to a halt. Ha ha, laughed Rutherford, if it isn't Wildfin, there has evidently been a general mutiny among the women. PG-15. Where are you all going? Asked Wildfin, joining them. Take me along wherever it is. Come on quickly, then, replied Rutherford, leading the way like the captain of a small skirmishing party to the billiard house. It seemed by the flickering light of a match, rather a bare, desolate, cheerless sort of place, but they were all too glad to find shelter to make any complaints, and now, he continued, having lighted a lamp, make yourselves as comfortable as you can while I find Sam, and get some things to render our plight a little more endurable. If he could slip our overcoats out of the hall and bring them here, suggested Plowden. Of course he can, don't be uneasy, y'all be all right in a few minutes. No, we want, muttered Wildfin querulously in an undertone. Of course we shall be quite jolly, you know, spoke up Honey cheerfully, in reply to Rutherford's encouraging words. Plowden said nothing. His soul was precipitated into a depth of gloom, where its only company was a vaguely-formed, but terrible demon labeled bigamy. It was that presence even more than the weather which made him shiver. Rutherford was gone but a short time, and when he returned was accompanied by Sam, who bore a load of overcoats and a bottle of some amber fluid that seemed to bestow warmth and animation. The faithful old servant proved himself an able skirmisher, snatching a pillow from one room and a blanket from another, making prey of a quilt here and a comforter there. He succeeded eventually in getting from the guest chambers a fair supply of bedding, which he transferred to the billiard house. He also got in an ample pile of wood, with which Honey skillfully made a rousing fire on the broad open hearth. Honey, too, utilized the bedding as it was brought in, making as comfortable couches as possible under the circumstances on a sofa, and 3 chairs for Plowden and Wildfin, and upon the floor for himself. Rutherford dragged from a closet an old hammock that he sometimes used to take a summer afternoon nap in, and said he would sleep in that with a blanket around him. Honey found another lamp and lighted it, what with the cheery glow of the dancing firelight, the bright lamps, and the colors of the bedding distributed about the erstwhile dismal room began to seem rather pleasant, and in great measure, the PG-16 happy transformation was due to Honey's readiness and ability in doing things which belonged to his proper sphere of effort. "Are we going to bed?" asked Plowden sadly. "I should say not," ejaculated Wildfin. "Why, it isn't more than 8 o'clock." "I am in no humor for sleep tonight," said Rutherford moodily. "I am agreeable for Hannah, remarked Honey amiably. "What do you say to a quiet game of draw?" suggested Wildfin. The idea suited Rutherford. Honey knew a little about the game, and liked it, and Plowden, though he had some doubt about his ability to play it upon learning that it was not in the least like whist, said he would try. So Sam, when he came in with another load of firewood, was dispatched to capture a pack of cards from his master's room and a box of gunwads from the closet where Rutherford's sporting paraphernalia were kept. The game was not a lively one, and a gloomy despondency seemed to spread its shadow over the table. "This is very far, my friends," remarked Rutherford, "from the pleasant evening I hope to give you." "No matter," sighed Plowden resignedly, "even this is better than being hanged for bigamy." "Oh, pshaw, man, that is not a hanging offense, and you're not even convicted, yet don't give way so y'all come out all right." "Yes, I suppose we all will if we don't starve meanwhile," grumbled Wildfin. "Oh, no fear of that," laughed Rutherford. "Sam, we'll see to it that we at least sit at the second table." "That's what I've been used to," remarked Honey unthinkingly, and then recalling himself seemed to listen for a sharp voice, saying in reproof, "William," after a moment, he went on confusedly, "Well, gents, I don't pretend I'm equal to my position among you hit. Was has dragged me hinto hit, I didn't want ter come, but that's hall hoverin' done, for she's a good woman, Honley. I can't stand hallways Hannigan cat me. Afore folks hand ha picking me hup, how about my h's? Why, afore she married me, hif id ha dropped ha bushel half em? She wouldn't ha said nothink. Marriage, gents, has been a werry big disappointment to yours truly, PG-17. My wife," said Wildfin sullenly, "is the spirit of contradiction personified." "And mine of jealousy," added Rutherford. "And mine of all that's angelic," moaned Plowden. "Therefore, I must be torn from her, by the rude clutches of the law. Did you observe how sweetly she bore the horrible revelation? She looked like a drooping lily, didn't she, Wildfin?" "No," answered that embodied negative, "you did the droop lily part of the play yourself. But are we going to stay here all Christmas, while they are having a good time by themselves?" "I am afraid so, unless we sneak back, humbly beg pardon, and persuade them to take pity on us," replied Rutherford. "Never," exclaimed the others as one man, except Plowden, who said that he was tired and would lie down, though he did not suppose he could sleep. So he dropped out of the game and stretched himself on the sofa, where Honey neatly tucked him up. The others played on until gray dawn. A little after midnight, Rutherford, having chanced to glance at his watch, grimly wished his companions "Merry Christmas, gentlemen." "It isn't," snarled Wildfin. Plowden uttered a groan so long and deep that the others laughed, and after that laugh they seemed to brighten up a little. The sound of crunching footsteps in the new-fallen snow was heard outside a little after 8 o'clock, and Honey, looking out of the window, exclaimed joyously, "'Ere's Sam with a basket and a coffee pot." Rutherford apologized for the poor fare, but the coffee was excellent, the bread and cold meat were appetizing, and Honey, who was the Mark Tapley of the occasion, voiced the general sentiment, when having aided Sam in spreading the viands on a billiardable, he said, "Cold witless is werry heatable when you're ungry. Ah," he added reflectively, "me and mother as hoffen been werry ard pushed to get as good as this air." "You haven't got a mother, have you?" asked Wildfin. He couldn't quite contradict the affirmation of a maternal entity, but came near it in his tone at least. "Yes, sir, I ave. That's one reason I married Habove Meffer, to get ha comfortable 'ome for mother. My wife said hi might bring from Hingland, and we've brought heir to Winchester to keep ooze for us, while me and riot keep school PG-18. To cover the general's smile at this remark, Rutherford asked Sam how the ladies were getting on. "Dunno how day is dis mornin', Marser." "Did Mrs. Wonny stay?" inquired her husband. "Yes, saw, I heard Mrs. say her husband done leave her daw. She got stay daw till he done come back and get her." "And my Gertrude?" asked Mr. Plowden anxiously. "How was she enjoying herself?" "Dey want nobody joyin' deselves so fur as I seed saw dey. Was a doin' a power of talkin', I hia Mrs. Say sarcastic like. It were de misablest Merry Christmas she eber see, and de udders groan like de elders does in a 'sperience meetin', when dey means yes, Lawd." Sam's understanding of the prevailing sentiment among the ladies was quite correct. When each of them sought her solitary bed that night before Christmas, it was with an aching heart that it should be so desolate and dreary in the morning. They dolefully wished each other a Merry Christmas, and after a late and melancholy breakfast, sat in conclave in the library to discuss the situation. Where they all can have gone to puzzles me, observed Mrs. Rutherford. There is not a house this side of Winchester where they could get accommodation for the night. It was bitter cold last night, sighed Mrs. Wildfin, and poor Steve is such a shivery fellow, anyway he would have frozen if he had tried to walk to town. Perhaps they're all frozen, suggested Miss Fithian, with an air of hopelessness. If they are, said Mrs. Rutherford sternly, you, Helen, will have 4 murders on your soul. I don't see why you couldn't have kept quiet at least, till after Christmas. It wasn't any of your business anyway, remarked Mrs. Wildfin, aggressively to the old maid. Umph, sniffed Miss Fithian, it's safest not to rub cats the wrong way, which ambiguous expression her hearers vaguely construed as having merely a general application, they not knowing its personal significance. Well, it has just completely spoiled our Christmas, sighed Plowden's young wife. And there's too, if there's any comfort in that, added Mrs. PG-19, honey. I never knew my angel boy to show so much spirit before his favorite corn. Must have been very bad. No one inquired the relation between his spirit and his corns. Have any of you decided upon a course of action? Inquired the hostess. You don't seem to, since you say nothing. Well, I have then, as soon as the law courts open after Christmas, I shall apply for a divorce from Mr. Rutherford. I don't see upon what ground, observed Mrs. Honey, who was not only the oldest but the most practically informed woman present. He has deceived me. His putting a young girl in my charge proves nothing, not even that it seems to me that there is a game of cross purposes, here is something underneath all this that we do not understand, and that only the interested parties can explain. Explain in their own way, retorted Mrs. Rutherford. Ladies, said the amiable Mrs. Plowden, what has occurred is very unpleasant, but for all of you is only a little disagreement that really, as Mrs. Honey says, may be capable of explanation and eventual reconciliation with your husbands. But what is my position? I am the only one who has been terribly deceived beyond the possibility of a doubt, and the consequences of that deceit are irreparable. If Mr. Plowden left a legitimate wife in England, then what is my position? What am I? The divorce court, said Mrs. Rutherford, is as open to you as to me. But I don't want a divorce from my Robert, sobbed the willowy and now weeping Gertrude. And you don't need any if he has really been guilty of bigamy, added the practical Mrs. Honey. Oh, I am sure he did not intend to deceive me. He must have married me by mistake. Married by mistake, that's a new way of marrying, ha ha, laughed Miss Fithian scornfully. I am willing, continued Mrs. Plowden, unheeding the old maid's taunting laugh, to wait for his explanation before condemning him, if he would only come back and make it. But I fear he may never do so. Even now, I tremble to think that he may be behind prison bars. If so, replied Mrs. Wildfin, he at least is well fed and warm, no doubt, while my poor Steve is wandering over the frozen roads, PG-20, in the snow, houseless, hungry, and on Christmas of all days in the year. What a wretched quarrel, when there should be peace on earth, goodwill to men, commented Mrs. Honey. I could find it in my heart to forgive William, if only for the sake of the season. None of the ladies felt up to going to church, so they passed the time, until luncheon was served, speculating upon what had become of the gentlemen, and how they were faring when they returned to the library. And were talking there, the Indian-like ear of Mrs. Rutherford caught unwanted sounds in the dining-room, and she quickly glided into the hallway to learn the cause of the violent clattering of dishes, scuffling of feet, and masculine coughing. She heard darting into the dining-room, she surprised Sam. Was the artful Sam surprised in the act of clearing the remains of the luncheon from the table and packing them into a large market basket. Why, Sam, she demanded, what does this mean? Faux de laud, Mrs. I dissent, tell, he replied, affecting great confusion. You must, I insist upon it. Where are you going with that basket of food? Well, Mrs. F., I must fess I gwine, take it to Marser Easy Ani, a poor old nigger. But I can't let de gemmen starve, specially young Marser. Where is he? In de billiard house, Mrs. All de gemmen, da days most starb. Most froze don't hab nuffin, but coal stuff dis mornin'. Marser look mighty sick, and I reckon dat ol' man, Marser Plowden, he most done gone. Sam, said Mrs. Rutherford with her usual impulsiveness, after you have taken that basket to them, Come back to me in the meantime. I will consult with my friends as to what steps to take, but say nothing to the gentleman about this until I bid you." "No, Mrs.," replied Sam, shuffling off with his load, and wearing a knowing smile on his honest black face. While the husbands were discussing the viands he carried to them, their wives were discussing the new situation of affairs. "Ladies," said Mrs. Rutherford, after informing them of the whereabouts of their spouses, "you are all at liberty to invite your husbands back here to dinner. Whether you do so or not is for each PG-21 of you to decide for herself. As for me, Mr. Rutherford said he would never return, and I am not going to ask him to." "We all in the heat of passion say things," replied Mrs. Honey, "which at the time we think we mean, but for which we are afterwards sorry. Did not William say he left me forever?" "No," answered Mrs. Wildfin, "he said once in hallways." "That's unkind of you, Lydia," remarked the gentle Gertrude. "What does it matter whether a man spells his heart with an H or in a so long as it is in the right place? Yes, I am sure Mr. Honey's is." "Thank you, my dear," responded Mrs. Honey, with moistening eyes. "Your good husband can never have committed the crime imputed to him." "Nor mine either, I suppose you think?" queried Mrs. Rutherford, to which the schoolmistress replied that that certainly was what she did think. "Oh yes," sneered Miss Fithian, "you're all in the melting mood. Y'all get down on your knees and beg M to come back and trample on you." Mrs. Honey smiled as she remarked, "They must by this time be too famished to trample much. I know that must be my husband's condition. With his enormous appetite, I think he must be now about starved into submission, if not penitence." "Remember it is Christmas, and we should forgive and forget," said Mrs. Plowden. "Suppose we unite in an invitation to them to come to dinner today." "Good," eagerly responded Mrs. Honey, "and send it by Sam with a flag of truce." "Yes, and put in that we will undertake to keep the peace during dinner," added Mrs. Plowden. "Say rather," suggested Mrs. Rutherford, "that we will preserve an armed neutrality." "No, no, that's too warlike," protested Mrs. Honey. "I will draw up a pacific invitation, and we will all sign it." "I want," promptly objected Mrs. Wildfin. "At least I want put my name first. That would look as if I had flung down my arms and surrendered unconditionally." "What then shall we do to preserve our dignity and get them back?" piteously asked Mrs. Plowden. "Rob, and I had no quarrel, and I want him bigamist or no bigamist." "Mrs. Plowden, I am shocked, and will no longer remain PG-22 under the same roof with you," exclaimed Miss Fithian. "Edna, I am going to order Jim to hitch up the sleigh and drive me to the depot. I shall go to Cousin Melinda's." Mrs. Rutherford made a feeble show of urging her to remain until after dinner, but she replied, "No, no, I will not sit at table with your hypocrite and that woman's bigamist." Said Mrs. Rutherford coldly, "Then I fear that we will have to be deprived of the pleasure of your society." As soon as order was again restored after Miss Fithian's unregretted departure, Mrs. Honey took up the interrupted theme. "Suppose," then she said thoughtfully, "as no one seems willing to sign first, that we draw up a round robin, which we can all sign without either seeming to lead." "I want again," objected Mrs. Wildfinot, "until I know what a round robin is." "It is a paper to which signatures are affixed in a surrounding circle, so that the precedence of all is equal." "Oh, ill sign that, so will I," and I responded the other wives. This then was the form in which Mrs. Honey drew up the invitation, and the signatures were affixed. When completed and addressed to the gentleman in the pavilion, it was handed to Sam for delivery, and he went off chuckling over the success of his ruse in attracting attention to his foray upon PG-23, the luncheonable. In a short time, he brought back a verbal acceptance of the invitation. Mrs. Honey had constituted herself leader of the feminine discontents. When they were marshaled in the dining room, awaiting their guests, she thus addressed them. "Ladies, now let us preserve a calm, cold, and dignified demeanor, so as to let them understand that we have simply taken compassion upon them, not as husbands, but as men, and in the name of a common humanity." "Exactly," assented Mrs. Rutherford. "No beggar, especially at this season, should be turned away either cold or hungry from my door." The speech addressed by Mr. Rutherford to his friends and partners in adversity was quite in consonance with that uttered by Mrs. Honey. "Gentlemen," said he, "do not let us show elation or be too eager to forgive our wives, but bear ourselves as just men who, having received overtures for peace, are willing to grant proper consideration to proffered terms of capitulation. following their host Wildfin and Honey, supported between them Mr. Plowden, who, when he entered the dining room, seemed much cheered by the absence of Miss Fithian. No word was spoken, as the husbands entered, and in stern silence, each retook the seat he had occupied on Christmas Eve. The turka grand bird yellow meat, did, and tender from fattening on English walnuts had been served, and eaten in silence. Suddenly Sam ushered in a shivering telegraph boy with a message for Mr. Rutherford. When the diners were left alone again, the host arose and said, "Friends, last evening you heard made against me a charge which I was at the time bound in honor not to refute. It fortunately happens that you are all present to hear my exculpation. First, let me read this telegram. Your message, received by fortunate accident, tell everything, no further need for secrecy. Mother dead 2 months. Daughter with me, Charles Wilbur. Now for the solution of it. I inherited my father's practice, and some odd clients he had among them was a gentleman who had made a secret marriage for which his wealthy mother, if she had known of it, would have disinherited him. It was effectually concealed, and he had a daughter pretty well grown when I had anything to do with the case. His wife had died, but a little while PG 24 before he was recalled home to his mother, whose health was believed to be failing, and knowing that he would have to remain there some time, he wished his child put in a boarding school as a place of safe care for her, and under a false name to still conceal her identity. While his mother lived, he came to me, as his lawyer, to so dispose of her, under a solemn pledge of my word of honor, that I would keep his secret. That was the girl I confided to Mrs. Honey, and her father was Mr. Wilbur, the signer of the telegram. I have just read further documentary evidence, if needed, is in my office." "Oh, Malcolm, forgive me," cried his wife, throwing herself into his arms. Sam entered in time to be both amazed and delighted by this tableau. When he could claim his master's attention, he drew him aside and told him in an undertone, "Dat strange ol' woman, what come higher las night done come again, saw. She outside and say, she just want to see you a minute, but she muse see you. She say she got letters, fo you saw, and want jib em to nobody else. Show her in here, Sam." "Yes, saw." Rutherford had raised his voice in giving the order, and Plowden looked up at him inquiringly. As Sam left the room, the lawyer bent down to him and whispered, "Mrs. Plowden, number 1. The unhappy old man half arose, pallid with a sudden scare, and looked as if he meditated going through the window again. But before he could do so, Sam returned, ushering in a stout elderly woman. At sight of her, Plowden sank back in his seat, and his face gave evidence of lively emotion. But the feeling it expressed was astonishment rather than consternation. "Are you Mrs. Robert Plowden?" demanded Mr. Rutherford. "Yes, sir, that's my name," the newcomer replied. Young Honey, who had been sitting with his back to her, and indeed had not even noticed her coming in, jumped up at sound of her voice, turned, and confronted her with a cry of, "Mother!" The woman seemed to shrink and cower as if overcome not by fear, but by shame at sight of him, and whined, "Oh, Billy High, didn't know you was Air Hagen. Why are you Air Mother?" She hesitated, stammered, seemed as if she would have turned PG 25, and fled had not the stern demand in his glance detained her. "I didn't think it was Haney Arm," she whimpered. "I aided so, to be dependent hun you in a riot and ease so rich." The honest fellow's face flushed crimson, tears dimmed his eyes, and his voice trembled as he said in tones not of anger, but of deep sorrow, "O mother, 'ow could you poor and hignorant we halways was which hit, was hower conditionard, but not dishonest and nothink hever for to be hashamed of huntle, now, O mother, you've broke my art." "No, no, my boy," impulsively exclaimed the good-hearted Plowden, hurriedly rising, coming to him, and laying a hand on his shoulder. "Don't feel. So I can understand better than you how desperately one may feel, who is poor as well as old sister-in-law Sally. I forgive you, for if you have raised a ghost that has put some gray hairs in my head in the last 24 hours, I think you have also laid it. And forever, yes, Sally, I forgive you with all my heart. And if you want to be independent and go back to England, I'll give you enough to enable you to do so." She was sobbing, too much overcome to reply in words, and could only bow over and kiss the kind hand that he extended to her. Then she turned toward the door, and her son led her out. Rutherford called to him, as he went, "You must return, Honey." And he nodded assent. Mrs. Honey, pale and silent, followed them to the vestibule. After a short absence she returned with her husband, tinkling sharp and clear in the crisp wintry air. They heard the bells on the horses that carried the old woman away. Fainter and fainter became the sound, until it died away in the distance. And then the cloud lifted as if by magic from over the house party, and at last Merry Christmas came for them. Celia Logan. A Christmas wish. There be a wish I have for thee. Thy's Christmasetide. May joy and alle glad thinges. The season bringes. Jet to thee. And abide. W.M. Hallister Wall. PG 26. Deadshot Dana. Come Dan, old man, it's your turn now. This remark was made by one of a group of miners seated in front of a campfire in San Mateo Canyon on the Colorado. The person addressed as Dan was a splendid specimen of a frontiersman, having all the characteristics of a frank free American, with the physical advantages of a stalwart Englisher among the miners. He was variously known as English Dan and Deadshot Dan. How he got the latter nickname always seemed a puzzle to his comrades, for he was one of the best, gentlest, and kindest fellows on the load. His manners and appearance indicated anything but a wicked nature, and he was always ready to do a comrade a good turn or act as peacemaker in the ever-recurring rows of the miners. It was Christmas Eve, and the boys were gathered around the fire smoking their pipes and telling stories of their past lives, some told of homes and loved ones in the far distant states, some of the late Civil War and its scenes of strife and sorrow, and some of escapades with the Mexican greasers and cattle thieves of the Rio Grande. Now the crowd turned to Dan, whom they regarded as a sort of superior creature. He was a general favorite, he knew something of medicine, and had nursed and cured many a comrade of camp fever. He had on more than one occasion even set a limb and extracted a bullet from a wounded tensions, which undoubtedly had the effect of increasing the freedom of the miners in the use of the 7-shooter. Come Dan, it's your turn now. Yes, yes, shouted a dozen voices, give us a story English. I am not much of a storyteller, boys, said Dan. Can anybody suggest a subject? Yes, exclaimed old Peleg Carter, the Nestor of the crowd, I can suggest a subject. Peleg was a Missouri man. He was over 6 feet high and had gray hair, while his large and flabby ears stood out from his head. PG 27, like the side lamps of a hansom cab. He had only one eye, and he boasted that he had lost the other in driving Joe Smith. And the Mormons from Nauvoo, his word was law in the economy of the camp. So that when he said he could suggest a subject to Dan, all the lads waited with awe and attention to hear what the subject would be. Well, old man, observed Dan, start the subject, and I'll do my best. Tell us then, said Peleg, how you got the name of Deadshot. Dan, you never wear a weeping, unless you keep one underneath your jumper. No, replied Dan, I don't carry a weapon. I carried a pistol once, but swore I'd never bear arms again. Well, lads, he continued, as he filled his pipe, you want to know how I got the name of Deadshot Dan? Yes, yes, was the unanimous response. I must tell you then that I came to Colorado not exactly a fugitive from justice, but the victim of what is called in civilized countries the code of honor. I was an assistant surgeon on board one of the Quintard line of steamers, sailing from Liverpool to the Mediterranean on my first voyage. We put in for passengers and coal at Marseille. We had 48 hours to remain in port, and as I was anxious to see all I could of foreign parts, I went ashore early in the morning. My companion was the senior surgeon of the ship, a strange, hot-headed old fellow. He had formerly been a surgeon in the Royal Navy, but had been cashiered while on the West Indian station for challenging the admiral on account of some supposed affront. His name was Dr. Caldwell, and he was sometimes known as the fire-eating surgeon. Both of us, being very hungry, when we got on shore, thought we would have a jolly good breakfast before visiting the objects of interest in the place. Come with me, Dan, said the doctor, and I will take you to a famous restaurant frequented by all the savants of the city, astronomers and political economists. Go there, and Italian refugees, and communists, 2 Frenchmen, rarely have more than a crust of bread and a cup of coffee before noon. But if the Frogiters have such a thing in their larder, well, have a beefsteak or a brace of chops. With that, he led me into a quiet side street, and we soon, PG 28, reached the restaurant early, as it was. The principal dining room was filled with customers sipping their coffee, and I could see at a glance that they were of no common order. They appeared to form a kind of literary class. We took our seats at a table, which was already occupied by an old French gentleman, with a mustache and beard of a decidedly military cut. 2 large beefsteaks, shouted the doctor in a voice which attracted the attention of everyone in the room. The waiter looked at us as if we were lunatics escaped from an asylum, and said in broken English, Messieurs, this is not the time for beefsteaks. Beefsteaks are at 12 o'clock. Teas, now only 8:30. 2 beefsteaks die here again, roared the doctor. Certainly, if messieurs will have it so, replied the waiter, somewhat staggered. Beefsteak, beefsteak, beefsteak was the exclamation which went from one person to another around the room, and all eyes were turned towards us. Look, said the doctor, how these French fools stare, confound them, what do they mean? Pardon me, sir, remarked the old gentleman at our table, addressing himself to me, is this your breakfast or your dinner? Don't answer him, said the doctor, well, have some sport with these fellows. The beefsteaks were brought, and we attacked them with great effect. It must be Z diner, muttered our military friend to himself, just loud enough for us to hear. Pardon me, gentlemen, he again said, addressing himself to me, in a louder tone, is this your breakfast or your dinner? Bring some fried eggs, called out the doctor, before I could answer. Oui, messieurs, replied the waiter, quickly darting into the kitchen. Oh, it must be Z diner again, muttered our old friend opposite, certainly, it must be Z diner. The eggs were brought, and soon dispatched. The old Frenchman looked aghast. Pardon me once more, my dear young friend, he said, is this your breakfast, or your dinner? PG 29. The doctor winked at me not to answer, and called out, waiter, 2 more cups of tea. The old Frenchman looked at his watch, and said despairingly, oh, it must be Z diner at 8:30 mon de however. I will ask once more, my dear sir, is this your breakfast, or your dinner? Sir, I replied somewhat petulantly, we came here to eat, not to answer questions. Yes, sir, but I am a journalist, and am anxious to study the characteristics of the English, therefore, I ask, is this your breakfast, or your dinner? Bring more toast, waiter, said the doctor. More toast, the dinner must be the dinner, mumbled the old Frenchman. The toast and tea disposed of, we rose, and paid our bill. We were about to leave the restaurant, when the old Frenchman quitted the table, as if for the purpose of having a parting shot at us, just as we were stepping into the street. He tapped me on the shoulder, and making a polite bow, said, sir, if you please, was that your breakfast, or your dinner? This seemed too much for human nature to bear, and without thinking exactly what I was about, I threw my glove into his face. Sir, what you mean an insult? Yes, said the doctor, and another if you like. We have stood your impertinence for the last half hour. You are no gentleman. Sir, no gentleman. Zare is my card. And there is mine, said the doctor. One at a time, my friends, coolly replied the old man. My business is with this young gentleman first. He has struck me with his glove. He must fight. Agreed, said the doctor. Send your friend to me. I shall be happy to assist this young gentleman, and to fight you myself afterwards. One moment, gentlemen, my friend Colonel Munier now at yonder table will confer with you, and the old fellow called to his friend. In a few moments, arrangements were perfected for a meeting between the Frenchman and myself, the next morning at daylight, at a small clump of trees, a few miles from town. Weapons, pistols, distance 15 paces, PG 30. Don't be alarmed, Dan, said the doctor, as we were going on board our ship. I'll teach you how to wing the frogiter. Wing him, my boy, wing him. I've done the trick a dozen times. Next morning, the doctor, Tom Wallace, our purser, and myself drove to the place appointed for the meeting, and found the French party already on the ground. Cheer up, Dan, said my second, and remember, aim for his left shoulder. You'll wing him like a pigeon. Those Frenchmen know nothing of firearms. The preliminaries over, we took our positions. I must confess I was terribly nervous, but while I intended to merely wound my adversary, I determined to follow the advice of the doctor and aim for the left shoulder. Are you ready? Ready. Fire. 1, 2, 3. It had been arranged that we should fire between the words 1 and 3, and as the word 2 was on the lips of the second, I fired. Oh, mon Dieu, cried my opponent, falling bleeding into the arms of his second, as the bullet from his pistol almost grazed my cheek. Parbleu, he is ding shot through the heart. You are a surgeon, can you do anything for him? Said I, appealing to my friend the doctor. No, my lad, said he, you aimed too low. This is terrible, I cried now, for the first time, realizing the awful position in which I was placed. What can we do? Get across the frontier as soon as possible, was the advice of the old Frenchman's second. Our ship sails at noon, said the doctor. I advanced to the dying man, whose lifeblood was pouring from his side, and with tears streaming down my face, begged his forgiveness. He opened his poor sad eyes, now almost glazed in death. Oh, speak to me, cried I. If only one word, I would give the world to recall this wicked duel. Is there anything on earth PG 31 that I can do for you or yours tell me? And on the honor of an English gentleman, I will do as you command. Ah, my young friend, said the dying man, I feel that I have but a few minutes to live. I am dying even while I speak. But I shall die perfectly happy if you will tell me whether that was your breakfast or your dinner. William J. Florence. A from Florence Fables by William J. Florence, comedian, just published by Belford Clark, copyrighted 1888. Forget me not. Forget me not. Vain piteous human prayer. We all are doomed to be forgot. It is alas the common lot of mortals everywhere. 'Tis everywhere the same. Over the olden stone, that bears the once dear dead one's name, whom love and tears could not reclaim. The willow weeps alone. There is no sadder thought of death and its sweet rest than that we are so soon forgot, e'en in those hearts remembered not, that we have loved the best. It hath been so and must so be for I and I. And though it seemeth hardly just, affection will not cling to dust, nor linger with decay. Where'er above the dead, the gentle willow waves, the warmest tears are ever shed, the freshest flowers ever spread, over the freshest graves. Thomas Hubbard. Page 32. Certain ancestors of President Cleveland. President Cleveland's great-great-grandfather in Halifax, Mathers Church, the first dissenting meeting house, some rare antique books, St. Matthew's Church, the poet Cleveland, and others a poème repartee. On Pleasant Street facing Spring Garden Road, aristocratic avenues of residence in the city of Halifax, Nova Scotia's St. Matthew's Congregational Church, to sightseekers from the States who, during the last 3 years, have visited Halifax, this ecclesiastical building has become a place of especial interest. An ancestor of President Cleveland was the first pastor of the society, and through the influence of Rev. Aaron Cleveland, the first nonconforming church in British North America, was built. It stood at the corner of the present Hollies and Prince Streets, upon what now is the site of the Halifax Club, a portion of the building being occupied by Dowell Miller's dry goods store. There the little structure remained for more than a century, although Mr. Cleveland's ministry extended over but 5 years, when in 1755 the pioneer pastor removed to England, leaving behind him. No church records hence the history of Congregationalism in Nova Scotia during that period, is traditional, a few volumes, unique in style and huge in size. The nucleus of what today is the Church and Sunday School Library of St. Matthew's Society survived the pastor's departure. Many of the books were the gift of Mr. Cleveland. In some of them is preserved his autograph presentation. A large proportion of the other volumes were donated by friends of Mr. Cleveland, mostly residents of Great Britain. Of these, the notable ones are A Large and Complete Concordance to the Bible by Samuel Newman, now teacher of the church at Rehoboth in New England, London, 1650. The presentation reads as follows. This book is the gift to the present minister of the gospel at Halifax in Nova Scotia, and to his successors, by their well-wisher and humble servant, Nov. 6, 1750. John Staniford. PG 33. The same date and wording of presentation accompanies. The History of Britain, 1655. Bearing the imprint London, 1684, are the works of the Rev. and learned John Lightfoot, late Master of Catherine Hall in Cambridge, with author's life and maps. Also illustrated with many fine engravings are the works of the learned and pious author of The Whole Duty of Man, London, 1704. The works of the Most Reverend Dr. John Tillotson, Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, London, 1752. The works of the Rev. Learned Lord Mr. Joseph Boyce of Dublin, never before published, 2 vols, London, 1728. This last book was the gift of the Rev. Mr. John Walker of London to the Rev. Aaron Cleveland and his successors in the ministry at Halifax in Nova Scotia, 1753. St. Matthew's Church, called in early days Mathers Church, was constructed after the same plan as Marylebone Chapel, England. This meeting house for dissenters was put up in 1750, at a cost to the colony of 1,000, in a letter dated July 10, 1750, to the Lords Commissioners for Trade and Plantations, written by Hun Edward Cornwallis, Governor of Nova Scotia. The meeting house was grouped as one of the necessary works with a courthouse and prison and a powder magazine. At the time of Mr. Cleveland's ministry in Halifax, the dissenting congregational meeting house was known as Mather's Church. It derived its name from the then famous New England Congregational Divine Cotton. Mather, the frame of the building, was brought from Boston tradition, erroneously says that the edifice was removed bodily to Halifax, and that it was the identical church in which Cotton Mather preached. After the fire January 1857, that destroyed the original structure, the present St. Matthew's Church edifice was erected. The building, which is of brick, is the best of its kind in the Dominion. Its cost of construction was $75,000. The manse was built at an additional expense of $12,000. The congregation is fashionable and influential. The word is preached from an old-fashioned box-like pulpit perched like a bird's nest near the ceiling. The minister reaches this enclosure by means of two PG-34 winding stairways curtained with red drapery along their sides. The pews are as in ancient times padded throughout with scarlet British redcoats, constitute a portion of the congregation. They occupy the high gallery that reaches around three sides of the auditorium. The Sunday school is one of the largest and the best conducted in the city. The original silver plate communion set and the baptismal fount have been preserved and are used as occasion allows. These pieces are engraved with the follow inscription: The gift of Francis White-esque to the First Protestant Dissenting Church in Halifax Oct. 25, 1769. A prominent officer of the St. Matthew's Society stated in the presence of the writer, "We have many proofs that the Lord has abundantly blessed the labors of the first minister, the Rev. Aaron Cleveland, and we rejoice in the manifestation of his goodness, in having raised his descendant to the highest honor, in the gift of a free and sovereign people." To the town of Cleveland, a corruption of Cliffland, Durham County, England, the family of Cleveland or Cleveland owes its name. The principal branch was seated in the county of York. Early in the 14th century, Sir Guy de Cleveland was present at the siege of Boulogne in France and afterwards at the Battle of Poitiers, where he commanded the spearmen. A branch of the family went into Devonshire and continued until the male line of the family was extinct. The Rev. Aaron Cleveland, great-great-grandfather to the President of the United States, was the son of Captain Aaron, a grandchild of Moses Cleveland, who came to this country from Ipswich County of Suffolk, England, about 1635, and who died at Woburn, Mass. January 17,012. 7 sons and 5 daughters composed the family of Moses. From the eldest son, it is confidently believed, are derived all the Clevelands or Clevelands in this country of New England. Origin, the other of the 2 brothers who came to this country, settled in Ohio. One of them, General Moses Cleveland, was born 1754 in Canterbury, Connecticut. He graduated from college and subsequently held a position as general in the regular army afterwards. He practiced law as chief of the staff of surveyors commissioned by the Connecticut Land Company. He was sent to the Western Reserve, where he secured the confidence and friendship of the Indians by his tact and repeated evidences of friendliness. He established a surveying camp, laid out a city, and gave to it his name. It was to his memory, PG 35, that the Early Settlers Association of Cleveland, Ohio, celebrated the 90th anniversary of this event by unveiling in the public square, the 22d of last July, a bronze statue of the city's founder. The brother who settled in New England had 2 sons, one of whom removed to Michigan, the other to New York. From the family of the latter sprung the president. The following epitaph immortalizes the memory of Colonel Aaron Cleveland, who is buried in the Congregational Graveyard at Canterbury Con. In memory of Col Aaron Cleveland, who died in a fit of apoplexy 14th April A. Roman 517-85, born 7th of Decker 1727, on the 17th of June A. Roman 500, when in the bloom of health and prime of life was struck with a numb palsy. From that time to his death, had upward of 60 fits of the palsy and apoplexy. He was employed in sundry honorable offices, both civil and military. Calm and composed my soul her journey takes. No guilt that troubles and no heart that aches. Adieu, thou sun, all bright like her arise. Adieu, dear friends, and all that's good and wise. Rev. Aaron Cleveland, the Halifax minister, was the 5th son and the 7th child of Captain Aaron Cleveland. He was born in Cambridge, Mass. 1715. He studied and graduated at Harvard College, and was married to Susanna Porter, a daughter of Rev. Aaron Porter of Medford, Mass. The same year, when but 20 years of age. 4 years later, 1739, he was called to the pastorate of a congregation at Haddam, Connecticut, where he continued until dismissed for alleged heterodoxy. A year later, Mr. Cleveland was installed over a congregation at Malden, his views being there deemed too liberal. He was obliged to resign that charge. Also, this circumstance occurred in 1750, the same year in which he went to Halifax, falling into disrepute, once more because of his too rapid advance in theological tenets. He was forced to give up the Nova Scotia pastorate. The same year, 1755, he removed to England. He subsequently disconnected himself from the denomination of his early choice and took holy orders in the Church of England from Bishop Sherlock of London, from which denomination he received the following commission. Charterhouse, July 1, 1767. Good gentlemen, the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts have granted your request and appointed Mr. Cleveland their missionary in your church. But it is on the express condition, which is now a standing rule in their missions, that you PG 36 provide him with a good house and glebe, and not less than £20 sterling per annum, towards his more comfortable support, heartily recommending you and Mr. Cleveland. To God's blessing, I am, sirs, your very faithful humble servant, Philip Bearcroft. To the church wardens and vestry of the Episcopal Church of Newcastle in Pennsylvania. Returning to America, he officiated at Lewes, Delaware, and at Newcastle, Pennsylvania, until his death, which occurred suddenly at Philadelphia, August 11, 1757, while he was visiting his friend Benjamin Franklin, but 2 years after his removal from Halifax. The Pennsylvania Gazette, at that time owned and edited by Franklin, contained the following obituary, a sober paragraph, amidst the bountiful supply of wit and ridicule with which that journal abounded. On Thursday last, the 11th, died here the Rev. Mr. Cleveland, lately appointed to the mission of Newcastle by the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel, as he was a gentleman of humane and pious disposition, indefatigable in his ministry, easy and affable in his conversation, open and sincere to his friends, and above every species of meanness and dissimulation. His death is greatly lamented by all who knew him as a loss to the public, a loss to the Church of Christ in general, and in particular to that congregation who had proposed to themselves so much satisfaction from his late appointment among them, agreeable to their own request. During Mr. Cleveland's residence in Nova Scotia, 3 children were born to him, they being the last of a family of 10. All these survived the father's death. The widow removed to Salem, Massachusetts, and there made a future home for her children and herself. Aided by a relative, Judge Stephen Sewell, Mrs. Cleveland supported her family in comfort and respectability until the time of her death in 1788. Aaron Fifth, who was also the fifth of the children, was born in Haddam, February 3, 1744. He lived in Halifax with his parents from his 6th to his 11th year. He became a member of the legislature of Connecticut in 1799. Subsequently, he followed the early calling of his father and became a congregational minister, and was known throughout New England as a statesman and orator. And a wit, twice married. This Aaron Fifth was the father of William, one of 15 children. Said William was grandfather to President Cleveland. Aaron was a poet. He never claimed to be such, and the few verses that he allowed to find their way into print were published anonymously. Many of them have been lost. The authorship of PG 37 others was never given to the public. A few, however, of his poetic word creations passed into the possession of his grandson, the Rev. Arthur Cleveland Cox, of Hartford, illustrating Mr. Cleveland's appreciation of personal merit and personal exertion over that of ancestry. We insert the following satirical composition from his pen. The family blood, a burlesque. Genus et provos et quod non fecimus ipsi. Vix e nostra voco. 4 kinds of blood flow in my veins, and govern each in turn my brains. From Cleveland Porter Sewell Waters. I had my parentage in quarters. My father's names I know, and further back no doubt might go. Compound on compound from the flood makes up my old ancestral blood. But what my sires of old time were, I neither wish to know nor care. Some might be wise and others fools. Some might be tyrants' authors' tools. Some might have wealth and others lack. Some fair, perchance some almost black. No matter what in days of yore, since now they're known and seen no more. The name of Cleveland I must wear, which any fondling too might bear. Porter, they say, from Scotland came, a bonny laird of ancient fame. Suiloff, English derivation. perhaps was outlaw from the nation, and waters Irish as I ween, straight roundabout from Aberdeen. Such is my heterogeneous blood, a motley mixture bad and good. Each blood aspires to rule alone, and each in turn ascends the throne of its poor realm to wear the crown, and reign till next one tears him down. Each change must twist about my brains, and move my tongue in different strains. My mental powers are captive led, as whim or wisdom rules the head. My character no one can know, for none I have while things are so. I am something nothing wise or fool. PG 38 as suits the blood that haps to rule. When Cleveland reigns I am thought a wit, in giving words the funny hit, and social glee and humorous song. Delight the fools that round me throng, till Porter puts on the crown, and hauls the Cleveland banner down. Now all is calm, discreet, and wise. Whate'er I do, whate'er devise, what common sense and wisdom teach, directs my actions, forms my speech. The wise and good around me stay, and laughing dunces hie away. But soon, alas, this happy vein may for some other change again. Sewell perchance shall next bear rule. I am now a philosophically fool. With Jefferson I correspond, and sail with him the stars beyond. Each nerve and fiber of my brain to sense profound I nicely strain, and thus uprise beyond the ken of common sense and common men. Thus great am I till Sewell's crown about my ears comes tumbling down. Wise fools may soar themselves above, and dream in rapturous spheres they move. But airy castles must recoil, and such wild imagery spoil. But who comes now, alas, tease waters, rushing and blustering to headquarters? He knows nor manners nor decorum, but elbows headlong to the forum. Uncouth and odd, abrupt and bold, unteachable and uncontrolled, devoid of wisdom, sense, or wit. Not one thing right he ever hit, unless by accident, not skill. He blundered right against his will. And such am I, no transmigration can sink me to a lower station. Come, Porter, come, depose the clown, and once for all possess the crown. If aught in Sewell's blood you find, will make your own still more refined. If found in Cleveland's blood a trait, PG 39 to aid you in affairs of state. Select such parts and spurn the rest. No more to rule in brain or breast. Of water's blood expel the whole. Let not one drop pollute my soul. Then rule my head and keep my heart from folly, weakness, wit apart. With all such gifts I glad dispense, but only leave me common sense. As a wit, Mr. Cleveland's reputation has been immortalized by a few sentences that are frequently quoted, and which the writer furnished to the editor's drawer Harper's Monthly Magazine, August 1885. Mr. Cleveland was a Federalist of the school of Jay and Hamilton, whom he supported with more than ordinary zeal, and perhaps not without something of the prejudice which ranked all Jeffersonians with French fatalists and infidels on horseback. One day Mr. Cleveland was riding from Middletown to Durham. A little stream bounded the limits of the townships. He halted to water his horse. Meanwhile, a young man, having come from the opposite direction, drew rein so suddenly in the midst of the brook as to render the water unfit to drink. "Good morning, Mr. Minister," said the youth. "Good morning, Mr. Democrat," replied the reverend gentleman. "And pray, why do you take me for a Democrat?" queried the young man. "Pray, why did you take me for a minister?" rejoined Mr. Cleveland. "Oh," said the fellow, "that is plain enough by your dress." "And that you are a Democrat is plain enough by your address," was the retort of the preacher. Mr. Cleveland was buried in New Haven, Con, where he died suddenly, while paying a visit to friends in that city. He lies in the New Haven City Burial Ground, the first cemetery in this country that was divided into family lots. The plot in which Mr. Cleveland was interred was at that time owned by Edmund French. Recently, it was resold to William Franklin, a proviso of the transfer being that all previous interments should forever remain undisturbed. Two massive stones of veinless white marble mark the head and the foot of the scarcely perceptible mound. They are low and unpretentious. The larger is about 2 feet in height, the smaller is proportionally less tall erected. But a short time ago it is said that President Cleveland ordered them that he might PG-40 mark the last earthly resting place of his great-grandfather. The inscription reads, Rev. Aaron Cleveland, son of Rev. Aaron Cleveland, born in Haddam February 3, 1744. Died in New Haven Sep. 21, 1815. A much loved and respected and stainless name is the inheritance that this man has left to his descendants. The soldiers' day at Shiloh. The wives and little ones at home, who knelt one Sabbath morn, and prayed for God to save our land with battles rent and torn. How little knew the quick reply, while yet they bent the knee. In Shiloh's fierce and stubborn strife beside the Tennessee. Oh, may they never cease to pray for our dear nation's good, till wrong no more shall lift a hand to claim the price of blood. For heavy was the debt we paid in noble blood and true, when slavery cast the gauge of war between the gray and blue. Bright burst the dawn o'er Shiloh's field, as o'er the Northland homes, as o'er the worshippers that rose to seek their shining domes. And gentle morn that whispered low and woke the sleepers there, had almost led the soldier back the Sabbath joys to share, when lo a murmur through the trees above the breezes came, and shook the forest in our front with thunder sound and flame. Now all the dreams of peace and home in quick surprise dispelled. Adown the line and far away the clamor rose and swelled, defenseless on a field of wordies terrible in thought. Then how the holy morn was changed for those who blindly fought. At breakfast fire and forming line, their lifeblood stained the green. Before them flashed a fiery storm behind the river's sheen. The army smitten in its camps though flinching rallied soon. And steady rose the battle's roar on that red field ere noon. While mindful of their sad neglect up came our generals then. PG-41 alas, they could not form and rank the dead and dying men. Against a crushing battle tide right well, we fought our ground. Full oft the foe that smote our ranks the soldiers welcome found. That day the swaying underbrush a reaper all unseen smote with the battle's deadly breath as with a sickle keen. The scorner of the widows wail the orphans' sore lament. Their gathered treasure in his grasp from hut and mansion sent. With deadly volleys crashing near the cannons roll afar. That Sabbath closed on Shiloh's field, a bloody scene of war. Ere long the thrilling scenes will fade, the veterans will depart. But ere we leave the land, my child, write this upon thy heart. No soaring genius labored there to guide the stubborn fight. That was the common soldier's day from morning dawn till night. His stinging volleys checked the foe and laid their leader cold. As ever near with gleaming front the wave of battle rolled, until the western sun was low and succor reached the field. Madly they pressed the volunteers, Columbia's pride and shield. The trump of fame has sounded long for those who led us then, and echoes still where poets sing the praise of mighty men. But where the commoner is found beneath his household tree, the soldier's heavy tramp is heard, the bayonet's gleam we see. Ah, nevermore in knightly ranks will nations put their trust, and soon the fabled hero's sword will gather mold and rust, as war disclosed the true defense in man's unarmored breast. So has it shown a nation's strength above the dazzling crest. The stars of union raise aloft that once on Shiloh led. Give justice to that rank and file the living and the dead. And when ye see that flag on high, remember how they fared, who sprang to meet a cruel strife, surprised and unprepared. O children, often when I see our standard quick unfurled, unconsciously my steps are braced to meet those volleys hurled. Still burdened with the memories of sad and glorious fight. The morning breaks among the tents, by the river falls the night. Remember 'twas the Sabbath day, the holy blessed time, when neighbors crowd the roadside walks and bells do sweetly chime. Your fathers thronged the gates of death in Shiloh's bloody fray, beside the rolling Tennessee call that the soldiers did. And oh, for our dear country pray that all her laws be good, that wrong no more shall lift a hand to claim the price of blood. For heavy was the debt we paid in noble blood and true, when slavery cast the gauge of war between the gray and blue. Joel Smith, PG-42. Christmas in Egypt. Christmas comes but once a year, and when it comes it brings good cheer. Or it ought to, but when a Christian finds himself on that most sacred of all the Christian holidays in a Moslem country, say, in Egypt, the procuring of the wherewithal to make the prescribed good cheer becomes a matter of no small difficulty. If the Christian be an English one, the difficulties are apt to be increased by the fact that an Englishman is nothing if not conservative. To the average Englishman, the correct celebration of Christmas means attendance at divine service, perhaps, regulation Christmas dinner certainly. Christmas means a crisp, cold day, the home bright with glowing firesa eulog, maybeamed flashing with the brilliant green of ivy, and the crimson of holly berries, a dinner of roast beef and plum pudding, and to wind up with a bowl of steaming wassail and a kiss under the mistletoe. When an Englishman finds himself in a country where he can sit in the open air under a blazing sun on Christmas Day, and where neither roast beef nor plum pudding has any place in the domestic economy, and where the wassail is always drunk iced and called by another name, and where mistletoe does not grow, the possibility presents itself that he would be obliged to accommodate himself to the situation and do without these particular features. Not at all. He immediately sets to work to obtain them, crying aloud meantime against the barbarity of a land that does not offer at this particular season the things that are peculiar to his own tight little island. To the casual observer, this may seem a light task that he has set himself, but it is by no means so. On every hand, he is met by an almost impenetrable wall of difficulties. The fire he cannot have for the very simple reason that there is no chimney in the house. The beef he can get by sending for it to England, where it has been purchased from either Northern Europe or America. But where is the great fire before which it ought to be roasted by the aid of a jack, and with frequent bastings, at the hands of a calm PG-43, fordable, rosy-cheeked, redarmed woman, cook in merry England? Here in Egypt, the only fire to be procured will be a tiny one of charcoal, one of a dozen, but each separate like the squares on a chessboard, and not much larger, and the cook will in all likelihood be a wizened yellow little man, smelling of arrack and much given to peculation. He may succeed in procuring his Christmas pudding if he early in November orders the ingredients for it from England through his English grocer, and if the ladies of his household agree to compound it. Then the dreadful question presents itself: how is it to be cooked? A Christmas pudding of fair proportions needs to be boiled from 4 to 6 hours, and during those hours it wants to be kept steadily and continuously boiling, or it becomes what the English cook calls sad, and so do its consumers. Now a charcoal fire is a good deal like Miss Juliet's description of lightning. It doth cease to be ere one can say it lightens, and no power on earth less than a file of the Khedive's soldiers would keep an Egyptian cook in his kitchen, feeding a fire 4 or 5 hours. Aside from the fact that he hates and despises as a good Mussulman, should his Christian employer and regards with horror, and discuss the pudding around which cluster the hopes of this Christian family, he has a great number of little habits and customs that demand his frequent absence from the scene of his distinguished labors. He has a call to the little shed at the corner of the street, where arrack is illicitly sold by a Cyclopean Arab. No sooner is this accomplished, and he slinks back to his kitchen, furtively watching the windows and wiping his treacherous mouth with the back of his dirty yellow hand, than he feels himself obliged to again rush out and indulge in a war of words with the old man who has brought the daily supply of water to the household. This is a very dirty old man, bare as to his legs and feet, and without any toes to speak of. He is clothed in a goatskin, as is also the water, for he carries that blessed commodity on his back in a goatskin that is distended like an overfed beast with its legs foreshortened, and all in the air like a shipwrecked teetable PG-44. The greatly overtasked cook has scarcely had time to recover from this sally when he feels himself called upon to again issue forth and attack the donkey boy, a small and inoffensive child who brings him vegetables, which the patient little donkey carries in 2 panniers slung over his back. After invoking upon the head of this child a string of polyglot curses, one of which is that his progeny to the 6th generation may be born with their faces upside down, he again retreats to his kitchen, gives the pudding a vicious punch, and the fire a morsel of charcoal. Soon he must go and squat in the sand at the back of the house, safe from all fear of observation, and play a game of dominoes with Niccolo, the cook of the neighboring house. Then he must smoke 2 or 3 cigarettes, which he deftly rolls with his dirty yellow fingers. Is it surprising that, after these manifold exertions, his exhausted nature demands repose? He stretches himself in the warm white sand, and indifferent to the sun and oblivious of the fleas, he falls into a sweet sleep. For the pudding, let us draw the mantle of silence over that heavy stately ruin. When he wakes to find the ruin he has wrought, he will weep and wail, and beat his breast, and call upon Allah to witness that never not for an instanthas he left the kitchen. And in his heart he will secretly rejoice. The Moslem servant always secretly rejoices in the annoyances and discomfitures of his Christian employer, if that Christian employer is met by annoyance and discomfiture, while attempting to keep up any custom associated with his religion, or to celebrate any Christian holiday. The Moslem servant is especially and particularly pleased. And in this, he obeys one of the laws of Mohammed which forbids friendship or good feeling between Moslems and either Christians or Jews. The Moslems have a great number of holidays in their calendar, but these are nearly all fast days. The Arabs are a temperate, abstemious race, a race of light feeders naturally. They have a contempt for gluttony in the matter of food. An Egyptian would feast luxuriously for a week on the amount that an American or Englishman would consume at a single meal, pg 45. Thus, the very abundance of the preparations which the Englishman makes for his Christmas dinner repels good Mussulmen. Then they do not celebrate the birthday of their own prophet, and the celebration in their own country of the day, which to us is invested with so much love and reverence, they consider an insult to them, and to their faith, and they submit to it with an ill grace and in sullen silence. All these things make a combination of opposing forces, against which the Englishman, endeavoring to enjoy his Christmas in Egypt, struggles in vain. So he eats his roast beef, which is braised, and his boiled plum pudding, which is fried, takes his kiss if he has any sense without mistletoe, winds up an unsatisfactory day, by drinking instead of the time-honored wassail, a jorum of champagne punch cooled with artificial ice, and goes grumbling to bed with the conviction that a Christmas in Egypt is a very brummagem sort of Christmas. Rose Eighton. Statistics of idleness. Reliable statistics relative to the number of men out of employment and seeking work have always been difficult to obtain. In June 1879, the Massachusetts Bureau of Statistics of Labor investigated the matter in that state, reporting 28,508 as the aggregate number of skilled and unskilled laborers, male and female, seeking, and in want of work in Massachusetts in November of the same year, the number was reported as being 23,000. This was a little less than 5% of the total number of skilled and unskilled laborers in the state at that time. Upon that basis, says the report, there would be 460,000 unemployed able-bodied men and women in the United States, ordinarily having work, now out of employment. On the basis of the June report, there would have been 570,000 unemployed in the United States. This was the only statistical report upon the subject made prior to 1885, and coming, as it does, from Colonel Carroll Roman 500, right through the Massachusetts Bureau of Labor, it possesses as much authority as statistical statements ever do. While taking the census of Massachusetts for 1885, Colonel Wright thoroughly canvassed the subject of the unemployed in that state, the result being published in the report of the Bureau of Labor for PG 46, 1887. This report, though much delayed, is a remarkable one not only for its completeness and the masterly analysis of the figures it contains, but also for its minute divisions of the classes of unemployed, giving the age, sex, nativity, and trade of each person unemployed, and how many months in the year such enforced idleness is suffered. Out of a total of 816,470 persons employed in gainful occupations in Massachusetts in 1880, 240, 1,589, or 29%, were unemployed. The duration of the idleness varied greatly in different industries and localities, but the average loss of time was 4 months per year for each of the unemployed. Over 29% of Massachusetts protected workingmen idle for over 4 months of each year. The idleness of 241,589 persons for 4 months is equivalent to 82 persons unemployed for an entire year. This is nearly 11% of the entire population employed in gainful pursuits. Idleness, that is, enforced idleness, increased 110% in Massachusetts between 1879 and 1885, and this average time unemployed is net average as the 10,758 persons whose loss of time at their principal occupation or trade was partially made up by securing other occupations, and odd jobs are separately tabulated, and the amount of work at other occupations is deducted from their loss of time at principal occupation, thus giving a net average of the time wholly unoccupied at any sort of labor. It is interesting to note the industries in which the greatest percentage of this enforced idleness occurs. I take the following from an elaborate table given in Mr. Wright's report in the boot and shoe industry of Massachusetts. 48,105 male adults are supposed to be employed. Of these, 15,731 get steady work, while 32,374, or 67%, are unemployed 4 months in the year. The same industry employs 14,420 females, of whom 10,250, or 71%, are idle 4 months, an average of 2 months idleness for all persons employed in that industry. The cotton mill operatives number 58,383, of whom 26,642 are males, 31,741 females. Of all these operatives, 24,250, or 41%, are idle more than 1/3 of the time. In the manufacturing of agricultural implements, a protected industry that being carried on in factories needs not stop for whether 69% of all persons employed are idle 4 months per year, whereas of farm laborers, whose occupation is unprotected, and whose employment is wholly at the mercy of seasons, only 30 are idle during any part of the year, while 69% find steady employment the year around. PG 47. Carpenters also, whose labor is unprotected and dependent largely upon season, report 52% steadily employed, with 47% idle 3 months in the year. Compositors and printers number 4541. In the state, only 450, or 9%, of whom are idle during any part of the year, while 90% find steady work. On the other hand, 51% of the stove makers are idle 4 months per year, and 66% of rolling mill employees are idle 4 months. Stoneworkers and brickmasons fare better, though unprotected, since but 46% of these are idle during any part of the year, while the tack makers, taking both sexes, have 70% of idleness for 1/3 of the time, only 30% finding steady work. The silk industry employs 1975 persons males and 1419 females. Of these, 979, or 49%, are idle nearly 4 months each year. The woolen industries of Massachusetts employ 22,726 operatives of both sexes. Of these, 9463, or 42%, are idle 4 months in the year. Perhaps the infinite beauty of protection is best illustrated by a comparison of the work secured by blacksmiths with that of rolling mill employees of blacksmiths. 82% had steady work for the entire year, while only 17% were idle 4 months. Of rolling mill employees, as stated above, 66% were idle 4 months, and of nailmakers, 73% were idle 3 months. The manufacturing industries of Massachusetts furnish 69% of the idleness of the state. Roman 1e of the 241,589, unemployed 167,041, depend upon the manufacturers for work and sustenance. On the other hand, agriculture furnishes but 6% transportation, 2% personal service, but 1%, and the day laborers but 8%. Fall River, with a total laboring population of 26,220, found steady employment for but 11,437, or 43%, while 14,783, or 56% of her population, were seeking work 3 months in the year. The result of it all is that 1/3 of the persons engaged in remunerative employment in Massachusetts were unemployed for more than 1/3 of the time. It is significant that 129,272, or 53% of the total number of unemployed, were found in 23 cities of the state, while 325 towns furnished 46%. It is often claimed that labor disturbances, strikes, and lockouts are responsible for most of the idleness in manufacturing industries. The report under review goes into this question, and as a PG 48 result ascertains that in the manufacturing industries, an average suspension of 1/5 of a month zero was caused by repairs, improvements, etc. An average suspension of 1/50th of a month zero was caused by strikes and lockouts, while the balance was due to slack trade. Just how much of the loss of time was due to combinations and trusts restricting production so as to control prices does not appear. But when it is shown that in an average idleness of 4 months per year, strikes are responsible for but an average of 1/50th of 1 month, or but little over 1/2 day, It is time for statesmen to abandon their stock argument of strikes and strikers and look about for some of the real causes of present conditions. It is possible to only partially supplement this investigation in Massachusetts by similar investigations in other states. In 1886, the Illinois Bureau of Labor Statistics, in an investigation of trade and labor organizations, covered the question of the number of weeks' work secured during the year. The following analysis of that report refers only to the membership of labor organizations in the state which reported upon. That question, or 85,392 working men for these the average, was 37 weeks' work and 14 weeks' idleness. During the year, only one-fifth found steady work for the year, about one-third could get work. But one-half the time, while, to quote from the report, the industrial people as a class secure work for only 71% of full time and spend 28% of their time in idleness for want of work to do. Illinois report for 1886, page 319. The coal miners of the state secure work for but 23 weeks in the year. The occupations securing the greatest percentage of employment are those most removed from the protecting influences of that congressional bill of fare called tariff. Thus the barbers, horseshoers, printers, and pressmen, street railway employees, and railroad men report nearly full-time ironmolders and rolling mill men 35 weeks per year, while other metal workers report 30 weeks of work and 20 weeks of want of work. In commenting upon the tables given, Colonel John S. Lord, the able secretary of the Bureau, says, whatever value may be attached to the ultimate percentage of time lost as deduced from all classes, the specific facts remain as to a great number of men and occupations. No interpretation of these facts can obscure the important fact that out of 85,329 working men organized to promote their material interests and presumably able to secure a greater PG 49 share of them than the unorganized, only about one-fifth of them can obtain continuous work for a full year of working time, as the last table shows. Those who get less than 40 weeks' work are 65% of the whole, and those who get only from 13 to 30 weeks' wages in the year are 35% of the whole, or 30,451, in number, page 320. Another and not less important feature of the Illinois report is that it shows the number of members of labor organizations out of work at the time of the investigation, June and July 1886. The question of the number of weeks' work secured during the year might be sometimes loosely answered by the secretaries of labor unions. But as to the number at that time unemployed, the answers would be almost as accurate as a census enumeration. The 634 labor organizations of Illinois had an enrolled membership in June 1886 of 114,365. It was found that 17% of these belonged to both the Knights of Labor and to a trade union, and had hence been duplicated. Deducting these, it was found that 103,843 persons were members of these bodies. Of these, 88,223, or 85%, were employed, while 15,620, or 15%, were idle. Applying this percentage to the entire number of persons engaged in the industries in which organizations were found, basing that number on the census of 1880, there must have been in the three grand divisions of industrial, manufacturing, mining, and transportation at least 50,000 men unemployed in Illinois in June 1886. If that percentage could be applied to all occupations, this number would be swelled to 150,000. The Illinois Bureau found 15% of all those engaged in manufacturing and mining industries idle in 1886. Massachusetts finds the equivalent of 11% of all her industrial population idle during the year 1885, and finds 69% of this idleness in protected manufacturing industries. So far as I can see, the result of the Illinois investigation strengthens and verifies that of Massachusetts, both resulting in the conclusion that, for 1885 and 1886, the equivalent of at least 11% of our industrial population was out of work. The Iowa Bureau of Labor Statistics in 1887 threw out the raw material of a report that would, if digested and tabulated, strengthen this position. Unfortunately, the report as printed is but the reproduction of individual returns, and the work of getting an average is too great for the time at command. A brief computation, however, on the figures presented shows PG 50 that in a total of 1989 reports to that Bureau from working men in all industries, trades, and occupations, there was an average loss of time of 80 days per man per year, or counting 300 working days per year, 26% of the time of the working men of Iowa is unemployed. After this survey of the field from the reports of 3 states, we turn to the report of the United States Bureau at Washington for 1885 pages 65 and 66. That report from information gained by its agents and other sources of information at its hand estimates that 712% of the 255,000 manufacturing establishments of the country were absolutely idle during the year ending July 1, 1885, and that 168,750 factory hands were thus rendered idle by applying the 712% to all industries. That Bureau stated that there might be 1,304,407 men out of employment that year, but again, readjusts its estimate as being too large and gives the number as 998,839 that same year. 11% of all the people engaged in all gainful pursuits in Massachusetts were idle the next year. 15% of all those engaged in the 3 principal industries aside from agriculture were idle in Illinois. In Iowa, 26% of the time of working men in all industries is spent in hunting work, and how from this state of facts the Federal Bureau could get at a 712% estimate, it is difficult to see. Massachusetts finds 29% of her people idle 1/3 of the time, or 11% all the time. If it is said that this percentage would be reduced in agricultural states, Iowa proves it to be not quite true, and at least the reduction would be slight, allowing 4% less of idleness for Western states than for Massachusetts is shown to be error by the reports of Illinois and Iowa. The first estimate of the Federal Bureau, 1,304,407, was not too high, but rather too low at that time. Applying the Massachusetts percentage to the entire country at that time, there must have been 1,913,130 persons out of work, and it should be remembered, too, that this is using as a base the number reported in the census of 1880, without allowing for the increase. Colonel Wright gives in his Massachusetts report for 1880 816,470 persons engaged in all industries. The census of 1880 gives that state 720,774, showing an increase of 95,696, or a gain of over 13%. Applying the Massachusetts gain to the entire class of productive industries, we find 19,753,071 as the number to which this percentage should be applied, instead of the census number of 17,392,099, pg 51. I think no fair estimate of the number of unemployed in 1885 could be much under 1,900,000, and I believe no fair estimate of the present number of idle persons wishing employment and unable to find it can be placed lower than 1,500,000. At least 6 million of persons ordinarily employed are in enforced idleness from 2 to 5 months in the year, and thus forced to consume, while seeking work, the little it was possible to save during their 6 or 8 months of employment. It is not the purpose of this paper to consider the causes for this tremendous aggregate of enforced idleness. Doubtless much of it is due to the frantic attempts of combinations to control prices by limiting production protected by laws of Congress from competition with the industries of other nations, under the guise of protection to American labor. The combined steel industries of the country pay the Vulcan Steel Works of St. Louis $400,000 to stand idle, thus throwing its workmen out of employ. The Waverly Stone Ring pays quarries thousands of dollars in one instance $4,500 per year. Do nothing. The salt works along the Kanawha were bought up by the American Salt Manufacturers Association and have never employed a man since. Thus is American labor protected. The Standard Oil Company buys up competitors and dismantles their works. The tack manufacturers buy out a refractory fellow who would not join the pool, and not a wheel has turned since the Western Lead and Shot Association buys the shot tour at Dubuque, Iowa, to keep men from working there. A leading politician and prominent officeholder of Illinois goes to Washington to prevent the tariff reduction on jute bagging proposed by the Mills Bill, and pleads manfully for the poor American working man, though his own bagging mill has been idle for 3 years, while he draws a dividend from the pool for limiting production greater than he could realize by running his works. It doth not yet appear that his idle workmen have shared in the profits he derives from their idleness. Sloan and Company stop as many coal mines as is necessary to prevent the output from exceeding the limit agreed upon at the annual meeting of the combination, so with the coke ovens. The Joliet steel mills suspended indefinitely upon the publication of Cleveland's message to Congress, because we can just as well as not, and we wish to impress upon our workmen, the necessity of maintaining the tariff very timid is capital, and very shy PG 52, when it uses its power to starve 1,000 men into voting for its interest and against their own. That very much of this idleness is caused by these attempts on the part of protected industries to limit the production of commodities at home is probably true that voluntary immigration into a country already cursed with a large idle population is the cause of much of it is probably also true, but not to so great an extent as the imported contract, foreign labor voluntary immigrants usually come intending to go far west and take up land they come with intelligent purposes and intelligently carry them out. The imported laborers are of a very different type. A Pennsylvania newspaper states there were 640 Bulgarians, just from Europe, by way of Castle Garden, marched to the mouth of a coal shaft at Johnstown yesterday, and halted at the entrance like soldiers on the opposite side of a close board fence. 640 of the old miners marched out and were discharged. The new men, great burly blank-faced fellows, then marched into the dark hole, and took up the task laid down by the malcontents. We doubt if one of the new arrivals knew a word of English, or how much they were to receive for their labor, what grand opportunities these animals will have to study the beauties of our institutions. There is in New York a company with a capital of 50,000 chartered by the state to furnish Italian and Hungarian laborers, in defiance of the laws of Congress, that a committee has been appointed to investigate this matter of the importation of foreign labor under contract would be a healthful sign had not these investigations become so diseased by contamination with corporate influences that most of them end at the gate. The immigration for the first 6 months of 1888 exceeds that of any year since 1880, and it must follow that a vast percentage of this is either imported under contract, or what amounts to the same thing deceived by the lying promises of the agents of those interested in flooding the American labor market. There is certainly no crying need for additional laborers in this country, except to accomplish the purposes of a circular, not long ago, issued from a New York banking house, stating that to check the demands of labor for excessive wages, it is necessary to augment the tide of immigration to the United States. The excessive demands of labor average one per day. It is not, however, much that New York should charter a company to violate the law of the land when an Illinois legislature PG 53 elects to the United States Senate a hyperprotective RF man who is building the State House of Texas with foreign contract laborers, brought there in defiance of the law passed by the Senate to which he was elected. Just how many of the 400,000 immigrants arriving annually are brought here under contract or lured by deceptive promises and advertisements of those most interested in making laborers so plentiful that labor shall be cheap, it is of course impossible to tell, but that the fact is one of evil omen admits of no doubt. Rome drew nearer and nearer her end as the army of idle, hungry men increased. Feeding them from her public granaries may have postponed, it could not prevent her final collapse in forced idleness, or the cheapening of men, says a writer, is not the sign of decadence, it is decadence. It is laudable and praiseworthy to make money by just and legitimate means, but it is damnable to unmake men in order to make money to study the causes for this vast and constantly increasing army of unemployed, and then do something to check those causes and prevent their effects. While it might not be so good partisanship, would be much better statesmanship than to fire the Northern heart by bloody shirt speeches in the Senate and the raking up of old letters to expose the views some men held 25 years ago. Ethelbert Stewart, P.S. Since writing the above, several hosiery works and woolen mills have closed because of a tariff agitation, which if successful will give them cheaper raw material. No matter, says a leading hose manufacturer in a Chicago paper, whether the result of the proposed tariff tinkering will benefit or injure us. Ultimately, any sort of agitation of the question immediately blocks trade. People will not buy when there is the remotest hope that goods will be cheaper after a while. The manufacturing industries at this time cannot stand any tariff agitation. No sane person believes that there is a man, woman, or child in the United States going without stockings until they see whether the mill's bill will pass the Senate. No sane man believes that one pair less of hose is sold in the United States because of tariff agitation. The underlying fact is that the protected industries propose to shut down and throw their employees out of work for the purpose of starving them into voting for a continuation of the present iniquitous tariff schedules. It is the refined shotgun electioneering system of the North. SBG 54. The bells of Christmas. Oh, bells that madly toll tonight. What is the meaning of your note? Is disappointment or delight the burden of each brazen throat? And what the words my weary brain discovers in your vague refrain? From the high casement of my room, I watch the world below asleep, while from the belfries clothed in gloom, the clangor rolls from deep to deep, repeating as a far tease flung, a lesson from an unknown tongue. Oh, music that eludes the soul, like that sweet sea which vexed the thirst of Tantalus but never stole across his fevered lips accursed. Unfold your mysteries tonight, your misty meaning and your might. Its surging sweeps upon the air. Besides the clamor of the bells, are echoing strains from everywhere. Past, present, future, how it swells into an endless sea which roars and moans on lonely rock-bound shores. Hoarse hollow echoes from dead years of that which I have thought and done. The discords of past sin and tears through e'en your fairest measures run. Alas, when will those discords cease? Does sorrow never lead to peace? Chords of the present clash and jar, as though each note would never end. Yet as their rhythms die afar, they slowly unto beauty blend, and the last cadence fades away. PG 55 as fades a perfect summer day. O vibrant strains of the Tobe, with promise pregnant and with hope, you are a glad epitome of the hereafter's power and scope. Yet neath your softest note appears the thundermark of coming years. Ring Christmas bells, the past is dead, e'en though its requiem never die. And God his endless love has spread upon the scenes that round us lie. Ring loudly to the midnight air, that love and hope have slain despair. Ring out, O bells, the world is wide, and goodness sits upon a throne. Ring out upon the Christmastide, that God will not forget his own, and that on all from far above descends his never-failing love. William E. S. Fales. The American Eagle Under Difficulties. It seems to be a striking case of misunderstanding from the Romans down, or up to the Americans. Every theory and supposition has curiously added to the misapprehension, rightly judged with the plainest facts of his life. Even casually considered, the bird, O freedom, seems so disreputable a fowl that one wonders how he ever came to be chosen as a figurehead by Romans, Germans, Americans, or the Michigan regiment that bore him alive as it standard through the smoke of a score of battles, and brought him home again, unscathed, to make a curious part of the history of a gallant state. In the times that tried men's souls, innumerable myths trail behind him as appendages to his unearned fame. He was the bird of Jove, he has ever been the reputed king of an ethereal world. A fancy his eye alone may look upon the sun unwinking and undazed, and yet it is all in his eye, or rather, in that of the credulous mortals, who believe the ancient story. There never lived a poet sticking to his business that has not at some time in his career become a panegyrist of his extraordinary supposed qualities, and a proclaimer of his magnificence. It is a curious fact, too, that all the moralists save one have at some time, or PG 56, other used him as a simile, a great example, a something to be imitated, that one greatest of all is content with the familiar and plebeian hen and chickens, in one of the most eloquent and touching of his monologues, and uses the miserable sparrow in that illustration, which has in all time since given comfort to forsaken souls. With the poetry about this overrated fowl, everybody is more or less familiar. There is nothing finer, and it is somewhat startling and also destructive of our most cherished ideas to say that it seems a case of mistaken identity almost from beginning to end. It cannot be the eagle, our eagle, that is meant. He has never in a single instance done anything to entitle him to a medal. Yet the idealism of the ages has been heaping honors on his crested head through the necessity, as yet unexplained, of having some winged creature to glorify, to use as an emblem, to paint, to describe incorrectly, if poetically, to embellish a heroic national moral. With it has been done without regard to fact in all the school readers and other truthful volumes, intended for the use of the very young every boy, regards the American eagle as the king of birds even from a moral standpoint, and he is liable to at least a brief spell of disappointment if he has the faculty of observation and the love of nature sufficiently developed to find out by and by that he has been deceived. The Coppersoner with the eagle in all this beautiful nonsense is a bird that never existed at all, and who, having at last fallen from her high estate, is now principally useful as a name for a hotel that has been too often burned, or as the escutcheon of an insurance company, considered in a matter-of-fact way, and in the cold and unflattering light of natural history, our national emblem is no more a truth than the PHNix is, and is almost as preposterous as the rock. One wonders why, in the course of so many ages, in which the gradual drift has been toward common sense. In fact, men have not learned to turn for their animal ideals if it is necessary to have them to the beasts and birds, entitled to some consideration for actual qualities, for both beauty and gallantry. For instance, to the male of the barnyard fowl, for devotion to the grotesquely homely stork, for self-sacrifice, to any of the beautiful creatures who flutter along before you in the path with the distressful pantomime of a broken wing and great distress, inviting you to kill them easily with a stick or stone if you have the heart, and offering you every inducement to pursue them, that is latent in PG 57 man's cruel heart, but only after all to lead the marauder further and further away from a nest that is cherished. As to the first of these hastily given examples, any country-raised boy will concede the point, and he has not been left entirely out in the poetry, and especially in the folklore of the nations. He it was who marked with his clarion the moment when he upon whose name is founded the most powerful of the Christian churches denied his master, and his faith he sings the coming of the dawn in every clime, and marks the hour when graveyards cease to yawn, or when Romeos must depart. He leads his harem abroad in the morning, as he has ever done, ever ready to fight his rival from across the fence, or to meet in unconsidered duel the marauding hawk, with a gallantry quite unknown to any other bird or human. He calls familiarly to others of his family to come and eat the choicest morsel. He may find he is gay, he has the natural gait and air of an acknowledged chieftain. The sun glints upon his neck, his tail is a waving plume, the equal of which few birds can boast. He hath a bold and glittering eye, sometimes retreating under the dictates of prudence, as many higher personages have often done and been commended. Therefore, he is yet the ideal of homely home-defending courage. Withal he will upon necessity demean himself to scratch for a brood of chirping orphans, and gather them to his gallant breast, because they have no mother. Yet forsooth, not this illustrious bird, but the eagled American, eagles the emblem of the foster mother of all the nations. There is a place where every visitor to Chicago may see this emblematic lordling near at hand. It is at Lincoln Park. There is a colossal cage there, where there are a dozen or so of him, and he is not even restricted in certain limited flights, which seem fully satisfying to him in his well-fed condition. If you go to see him, there you will have the advantage of observing how absurdly draggle-tailed and slovenly he may become with full leisure to make his toilet if he ever does, and that he evidently is not naturally a dandy. This trait is not common with any of his captive neighbors, except the coyotes, and nobody who has known the coyote in his native wilderness expects anything better of him. You can also observe his grotesqueness when he is on the ground, where he often comes, and there is probably nothing more ridiculously abortive in all nature than his movements when so situated, but one cannot visit him often or observe him long without becoming convinced that none of the attitudes in which he is almost invariably PG 58 depicted on flags, medals, seals, coins, and other ornamental and emblematic devices is natural to him. He never assumes them even by mistake or chance. The poised eagle becomes poetry like all the rest when you observe that his eagle glance has taken in a piece of fresh meat somewhere, and he wishes to keep someone else from getting it. He then scrambles to the edge of a board or hitches along to the end of a branch of the dead tree, where he sits and drops off like a hen, making an awkward flight toward the morsel that has attracted him, and when he gets there, he edges suspiciously around it in the evident fear that it may be alive and may bite him. You will, however, be able to observe some of his traits that seem more natural. There are the cruel eyes, and the relentless expression, the hooked claws, and the bending beak. It is an eye whose expression never changes and which regards with constant malice all its surroundings. The brow which gives it the look so much admired seems, according to Mr. Ruskin, to be merely a provision of nature to keep the sun from shining into it, thus disposing Ruskin-like at one fell swoop of one of the most striking of the poetical myths. Still others will be disposed of. If you stay long, did any one of my readers ever read that neither the eagle nor the lion would eat anything they had not themselves slain? Well, later advices seem to indicate that both will upon occasion descend to carrion of the basest quality, and that both consume considerable time in their native haunts in catching and devouring. Bugs, lizards, and such small fry are assiduously looked for. Convincing proof of this in the eagle's case was not wanting in one brief visit to the above-mentioned famous and beautiful resort. In the same huge cage with the eagles were certain crocodiles or alligators, or whatever name you may choose to call the Floridian saurian. By to me, they all seem very much alike. I suppose this is because I do not care much about supraorbital bones, or the number of teeth or toes, or minute particulars of anatomical conformation, but am disposed, after a blundering and non-technical fashion, to mostly regard looks and actions. The adult or semi-adult alligators lie all the time asleep, never moving, never winking, never so much as apparently breathing, and looking very much like chunks in a clearing. One wonders, in view of all the stories told, if they are really alive this fine summer weather, when there is no excuse for hibernation. And if so, how they ever manage to catch anything, except possibly by PG-59, lying with their mouth open and waiting, until something mistakes the locality and crawls into it by inadvertence. But there is one little beast in this interesting family, so young and inexperienced, as to be only about 9 inches long, including all there is belonging to him, largely tail. He is of a dark green color with a mottled yellow belly, and a mouth when he opens it very red indeed. He has no teeth large enough to be very frightful at a distance, and evidently depends upon the mere opening of this fiendish mouth to scare away all disturbers of the profound peace which broods perpetually over him and all his family. This small one had got away, and in a modified and unsatisfactory search for his native bayou, had crept through the meshes of the wire and into the other apartment where the eagles were. He was down in the little rill of running water, and partially hidden under a stone. An eagle had espied him there, and was watching him while I watched the eagle. Presently, the natural instincts of the bird of Jove became too strong for successful repression, even in the presence of distinguished company, and he left his perch in the usual ungraceful way, and after alighting on the ground, waddled to where the little reptile was having a comfortable time in his exile. He hesitated about the water, but finally waded in and scratched the monster out from under his sheltering rock. He then caught him round the middle with one gigantic claw, which met entirely around his prey, and scrambled ashore. By this time the saurian was fairly awake, and began to provide for his immediate future. By opening his mouth, the eagle looking between his legs saw this, and dropped him as an uncanny thing, and afterwards spent some ridiculous minutes dancing around his foe, and warily dodging his satanic manifestations of open mouth. The whole performance was such on the part of the eagle as would have disgraced in the eyes of her waiting family an ordinary hen, and the end was that the alligator got safely back to his puddle, and his rock. He did it deliberately, and backwards with his mouth open about 1/3 of his entire length. The bird was of average size. He had the white feathers on his head, which made him the bald or American eagle. Here was the emblem of this great republic vanquished by a sleepy little lizard less than a foot long. It was almost as disgraceful a performance as the Mexican War of '46. I was once part proprietor of an eagle. He belonged to us, and we were a company of soldiers at a frontier post. While I knew him, he lived in the Mulicoral, and appeared to me to be at a great PG-60 disadvantage. There somebody had winged him against the face of the brown cliff at whose top he had been hatched, and he was now accustomed to sit upon a rail in the corner of the shed and glare balefully at all intruders in the place. He fancied he owned he was perhaps fat beyond rule, but his claws were as long and sharp, and his eye was as relentless as though still obliged to follow his natural calling of catching the little New Mexican cottontail and swooping down upon horned toads. His wings measured about 5 feet from tip to tip, though he was supposed to have only lately passed the perilous period of his first molting, and to be quite young. He was fed with bloody morsels of beef, and had when he chose to take it the freedom of the whole enclosure, but he was not on good terms with his neighbors, and maintained a very dignified demeanor towards some 50 mules, a dozen or so of cocks and hens, and an especially privileged pig, who had the run of the premises because it had been brought up by hand, and had for a pig remarkably aristocratic ideas. He frowned upon all manner of fellow creatures who by accident and unintentionally paid a visit to His Majesty Peg, who owned a house which she considered her own near his perch. This mansion, being a deal box turned down, was a special aversion. Peggy was a large dog, and was herself not a pattern of amiability, especially when she was the mother of from 9 to 13 puppies, as frequently was the case. And it was commonly remarked that Aquila was in danger of having his head bitten off if he interfered with this interesting family, which he seemed rather foolishly inclined to do. Yet this was not by any means what became of this monarch of the air finally. If the eagle is one of the striking emblems of power, he is also upon occasion, as before remarked, a specimen of decided and almost pitiable imbecility. He cannot even walk. His utmost endeavors in that humble direction seem to result only in an ungraceful waddle, in which his claws interfere with his shins, and those of his right foot interfere with those of his left. And he drags his tail in a most undignified manner in the dust. Also, his long wingtips refuse to stay folded in a proper manner, as each time he stumbles, he is impelled to throw out a wing, reminding one of a boy walking across a brook on a log. This one could fly, only a little. The accident that had resulted in his captivity he had recovered from, but the wing bone had not been properly set where it was broken, and the short flights he attempted were very one-sided. PG 61. So, when he wished to go anywhere, he usually walked, and it was such a walk as above described or worse. And when he did, it was to a place one would never have imagined that a properly conducted and self-respecting eagle would have thought of, but the bird seemed to have a liking for low resorts. And his special weakness was the pig pen. This was as it should have been outside the walls, and was generally occupied by some 8 or a dozen little sharp-nosed, pointed-eared, anti-Berkshire Mexican pigs whose business it was to eat up all that was left from the dinner of more than 100 soldiers, and to be the heirs of all the condemned commissary stores, and whose fate it was to be finally eaten themselves. Say, about Christmas, the last lot that went in there, is a distinct recollection to me. Aside from their doings with the eagle, they came from some aboriginal hamlet on the banks of the Rio Grande, about 100 miles away. Each two of them had accommodations to themselves: a pen made of willow sticks, tied together with rawhide and slung upon a donkey. The long-suffering animal who had carried them so far had a round dozen for his cargo. He was heaped and piled with pig cages, and the topmost pair of little swine were having an airy ride at the apex of a pyramid, about 8 feet from the ground, swaying from side to side, with a seasick motion, as the donkey walked, and they looked sick. A more unpromising family was never reared even in New Mexico. Nevertheless, they were dropped over the side of the pen after much chaffering with the owner, and at an expense of 4 bits each. As soon as by some means he found out they were there, it was to the pig pen that this fatuous fowl resorted. I do not know why, but it was not because he loved them, nor that he had a special business with them. Making his way thither as best he could, he would perch upon the side of the pen, and glare balefully down upon the occupants, who did not seem to greatly care if he chose to amuse himself in that senseless manner. But after a while he would drop down on the back of the nearest one, and holding fast with his claws, he would proceed to bite the back of his neck, tweak his ears, and otherwise maltreat him. But at his first squeal, the others would make common cause with him, after the unselfish fashion of pigs, and together they would pull our emblem down, drag him down, in the dust or mud as the case might be, and finally would hustle him off into a corner where he would sit scowling, until some soldier came and took him away. Whenever the shrill PG 62 voice of a pig was heard expostulating, it would be understood that the eagle was at it again, and somebody would go to the rescue of our national greatness. Often have I seen a couple of soldiers, each with the tip of a wing in his hand, and with the eagle between them, marching him across the parade ground to his proper roost. On these occasions, he looked exceedingly silly. When his feet touched the ground, he would attempt to walk, and with even less success than usual. He reminded me of some urchin who had fallen into the creek, and who was being led homeward in much wetness and humiliation. It is a sad story when the traditional dignity of the principal character is considered, for he was finally killed by those pigs. The facts developed at the inquest seemed to indicate that he had no discretion, and had gone too often. They had walked over him, and had even lain down upon him dead, and disregarded he lay in a corner among the litter, and they had not even attempted to eat him. This seemed to indicate that they had killed him merely as a lesson to him. There never was more ignominious end to an exalted character. Literature is very full of the reputed nobleness of certain birds and beasts, their vaunted qualities of head and heart, the pride of their bearing, the independence of their lives, the solitary grandeur of their characters. And in the majority of cases, these heathenish notions have remained undispelled by the lapse of time. Even men assume for long periods of time the characters that romantic biographers have clothed them with, and the youth of this country, now men, are only just beginning to recover their senses after the singular yarns of such books as Abbott's Life of Napoleon, read in youth, as instances of the first statement: the elephant is actually and in his real circus life an indocile and malicious beast prone to blind rages, revenges, and sly malice, the camel darling of the Arab ship of the desert, etc., has by the testimony of those who know him well less sense than a sheep as long-necked, and homely a piece of perfect stupidity, as there is in the caravan, and looks it, I shall have attained the topmast round of a species of high treason when I mention a doubt as to whether that noble slave the horse is entitled to his general reputation. But such a doubt I have there are those who lose a good deal of money on him, and will forgive him anything even to the occasional breaking of their necks. He has his admirers in a majority of mankind. Yet there never actually lived that fabled creature, a safe horse, PG 63. To revert again, and finally to our national emblem, his mode of life gives him, if we may fall into the vernacular dead away, he may have his virtues from our standpoint, and one of them is that he is not prolific. His crude nest is such a one as a boy might build in rough imitation of a nest and call it an eagle's made of big sticks and nothing else, and added to, as the years pass, it is wedged into the forks of a solitary hemlock, as high as possible from the ground, and as remote as possible from any other thing, or is perched upon the shelf of the cliff above the canyon, or the coast it contains. Only 3 or 4 homely eggs, he seems faithful in his domestic relations, and pairs off not for a season, but for life or good behavior. This one fact covers his good qualities, for there is undoubtedly a spice of the heroic about it. With all his rapacious and predatory power of wing, it may not be doubted that he is a bugiter and a lizard catcher, and that on mesa or in valley he fights with the raven and the buzzard for the possession of the uppermost eye of the casual dead mule. But his especial weakness is an article of diet that he has no right to in the animal code, for the reason that he can't catch it, that is fish, and he invariably simply steals it when he gets it. Any man who has witnessed this proceeding and not been outraged by it could hardly be considered a competent juryman in a Chicago boodle case, the osprey, having caught his lawful fish by pure skill and natural capacity, bears it away wriggling in his talons. He is weighted by his booty, and flies heavily. Somebody who has been sulkily watching him for perhaps a day or two from some unseen nook sails after him, and pounces upon him from above, turning to fight. He must drop his fish, which the other gets and goes off with. One can but see the disappointed fisherman return again to his watching, and think of a hungry brood of nestlings waiting at home, and feel some degree of displeasure and regret in the fact that the marauder, unpunished and unregretful, is none other than the emblem and figurehead of the great republic. He knows that no nation can be considered strictly honest except his own, and he ever after is disposed to wonder at that ignorance of the plainest facts of natural history that has led it to choose out from the beasts and birds a thief and a coward for the only bit of heraldry its statutes know. James Steele, PG 64. The holy night. It was so still a night, so calm and still, and watching stars far in the silent sky shone tenderly upon the quiet world asleep and chill, and lying breathless in the frozen light. O earth, unconscious earth, serene that hour, as the untroubled heart of the sweet maid, who now hath laid her little child to risk their child, whose power hath bid e'en soulless things proclaim his birth. Yet silent lies he now, and asketh naught, this sweetest one, but on his mother's breast he findeth rest, and of her tender smiling sorrow bought. The still light falleth on his sleeping brow. My own, she whispers low, and then her ear has caught the angel anthem from above, where the blessed dove forever broodeth, and she waits to hear the song of peace reach out o'er the snow. And yet the babe doth sleep, and does he dream how in the golden Christmases to come, through each fair house, that self-same song of peace, while tapers gleam, shall sound as now it soundeth, strong and deep. For happy childhood bears forevermore his seal upon its brow, and childhood's voice shall e'er rejoice at this glad time when the Redeemer wore. PG 65. Its poverty, its feebleness and tears, and every human heart shall tender grow, and very humble if a child but speak, that seemeth weak, but still is strong in him who would forgo, through strength of love, all things that joy impart. We praise thee, O thou King, thou Holy One, We praise thee for our childhood and we praise. Through all our days, this festival of peace and goodwill shown. To man while evermore the angels sing. Helen Grace Smith. Joe? A story of frontier life. In the early days when stage coaching formed a prominent feature of frontier existence, the Pioneer Home was one of the most popular of the Sierra stations. This was not due to its dimensions, nor to its architectural advantages, nor to the accommodations it offered, for it was nothing more than a roughly though substantially built, comfortable-looking log cabin, but standing as it did on the main street of Nevada City, it would have invited observation, on account of its neatly kept old-fashioned garden of hollyhocks, marigolds, and gillyflowers, even if a swinging black signboard had not designated it in glaring red letters as a place of entertainment for man and beast. It was Nathaniel Parkinson who, with the aid of his wife, rendered this depot attractive both within and without. When news of the discovery of gold in California reached there, this enterprising couple were among the first to venture from their home in Connecticut, bent on seeking a fortune in the new El Dorado. They crossed the plains and joined an established mining camp, but their hardships were by no means terminated. When their journey came to an end, Nathaniel found working the pick and shovel far more laborious than he had anticipated, and the privations and exposure of camp life soon began to tell upon his health. As for Mrs. Parkinson, able-bodied and capable of work, though she soon determined in her mind that more congenial occupation and surroundings would have to be sought. Many a plan suggested itself to her, but none formulated to her satisfaction. PG 66, until the coarse canvas bag in which her husband's earnings had been concealed and regularly added to through many months began to evince a state of plethora. Then she felt that the time had come when silence ceased to be golden. "This kind of livin' ain't goin' to do for you, nor me nuther Nathaniel," was the statement with which she one day interrupted a fit of coughing on the part of her husband. Too much absorbed with the suggestion she was about to offer to observe his surprise at the first expression of dissatisfaction he had heard from her lips, she continued, "We've got to get out this place, in a little less, nor no time, unless we wait till we're tuck out. And that's all there is about it." Mrs. Parkinson emphasized her remarks with decided jerks of the head, which set in motion the half-dozen black pipe stem curls that hung on either cheek. Nathaniel recognized this swaying of his wife's ringlets as a sign of deep emotion, which only served to increase his surprise. "But Marthy, how's it to be managed?" he inquired, in a gentle deprecating tone. "Surely yer wouldn't go back east to set the folks there to mack in fun of us, would yer arter what they said agin our commons so far away?" "Who spoke of east or west, or any other pints of the cumpies, I should like to know?" asked Mrs. Parkinson, in a tone that indicated the uselessness of reply. "Ef you think it'd be satisfied jest to settle down here and cook for the fellers in this camp for the rest of my natural existence, you don't know the stuff Martha Gummidge Parkinson is made of." Nathaniel gazed at his wife with admiration and pride, while she laid before him in her peculiarly convincing manner the project that had long occupied her thoughts. This was that he should obtain the agency for a stage company, and encouraged by the expression of his countenance, she explained how she had already begun negotiations, which it would be easy for him to complete. And this is how it came about that Nathaniel Parkinson purchased the establishment in Nevada City, which he called the Pioneer Home. It did not take long for travelers to find out that here pies, biscuits, cornbread, and Indian pudding of a superior order were to be had, for Mrs. Parkinson had profited by her New England training, and cooking was in her eyes a fine art not to be despised. Besides, she was ably assisted in her labors by Mary Jane, a niece who had joined the Parkinsons shortly after their removal to Nevada City. Mary Jane was a dark-haired, brown-eyed, well-PG-grown Yankee girl who delighted in styling herself Aunt Marthy's right bower, which she did with an air of unmistakable appreciation of her own importance. The dining room was Mary Jane's special charge, and as the stage drivers accompanied by the passengers they had brought filed in with an expectant air, for they knew what good cheer was sure to await them at this station, the girl received each with a friendly nod, some cheerful remark or other token of kindly recognition. It is needless to state that she had her favorites amongst those whom she knew best. For being a woman and young, she had dreamed of her beau ideal in the opposite sex. Ample opportunity was at hand to study the male character in certain circumstances, and Mary Jane did not neglect it. The barroom was simply a part of the dining room, a red calico curtain, almost always drawn aside, forming the line of division between the two apartments. Here the men employed in the stables, the drivers, and whatever passengers waited over for the morning stages congregated to pass the evening, and the smoking, drinking, and card playing were interspersed with many a thrilling, blood-curdling story of the road. Mary Jane's ideas of propriety would not permit her to cross the curtain line at such times, but standing within its folds, partly concealed, she would strain her ears to catch every detail of the narrative, oblivious of work or of Aunt Marthy's displeasure, until warned by Nathaniel to get along, Moll, and do up your chores. Thus she first learned of Joe Marshall's exploits, and his bravery elicited her admiration. Joe drove the stage between Nevada City and Camptonville, a distance of 20 miles, including a dangerous mountain trail. Nobody knew anything about his antecedents, but he was considered the whip of the hour, and his daring feats were oftener recounted than those of any other mountain Jehu. In short, his comrades regarded him as an honor to the profession. Mary Jane did more, she fell in love with him, in spite of her aunt's frequently expressed disapproval. Girls always have a fancy for these good-lookin', rakish kind of fellers that don't care a fig for anybody, said Mrs. Parkinson. But take my word for it, Joe'll be slinkin' off one of these fine days, and mackin' love to some other girl. Then y'all just break your heart over him, she added with a violent shake of the curls in her niece's direction. PG 68. Mrs. Parkinson's warning was not prompted by dislike of Joe, but with an eye to the main chance. She had set her heart on bringing Dick Bowles into her family. Dick was the driver of the You Bet stage, and he had prospects in the shape of a wealthy uncle in the East who had promised to make him sole heir to his entire fortune. Dick ain't so very good-lookin', ill allow Mrs. Parkinson would add by way of comparison, but he's more of a man than Joe, as anybody might see with half an eye. Besides, he's clean gone on you, Mary Jane, and he don't mind if the whole world knows it. But that Joe's indifference just riles me all over. He's nothin' but a beardless, pretty good-natured, kind-hearted, careless boy. That's what he is, she added with a low chuckle, though he will persist in declarin' over and over again that he's turned 25. Some folks may credit that, but I don't. Humph, exclaimed the girl, tossing her head and turning up her nose, while she thought I'd like to know where Auntie gets her men. If Joe's a boy, the angry color dyed her cheeks, as she spoke in defense of her favorite. I guess it's no fault of his. If he ain't got a beard, just give him time, and ill bet a quarter he'll turn out as good a crop as any of the other fellers. Mary Jane was perhaps the more indignant because she could not but acknowledge to herself the justice of Mrs. Parkinson's criticism. Joe was without doubt undersized and boyish in stature. The most vivid imagination would fail to discover even embryonic promise of beard or mustache, and although his flowing chestnut locks might excite admiration, they served to enhance his youthful appearance. These facts provoked the girl excessively, particularly as ardor which would have compensated her for everything else was decidedly lacking in Joe Marshall. Joe's peculiarities were not infrequently the subject of comment amongst the men. It's not that he's muscular, but he's wiry, was the criticism of Captain Cullen. The driver of the Malakoff stage. Cullen had been in command of a British brig before emigrating to America, and therefore retained his title. While he still struggled with his HS, Joe hain't afraid of nothink, he would declare, shaking his head and opening his round dull eyes to their fullest extent. And dern me if his 'orses don't seem to know it by the way they ammer hover the road. Taint that he can outcuss the rest on us, for by Jove, I never eared a hoath out of his lips. I've made hup my mind that it's somethin' supernatural. Watts got hinto. PG 69 Roman 999. Having thus delivered himself, Captain Cullen considered that point satisfactorily explained. I reckon you've about hit it, returned Dick Bowles. Joe's got his good pints to be sure, though he can't cuss. What the damn meb it's cause? He don't drink whiskey, I dunno that larf. Oh, hissin, gets me every time. I never did hear anythin' to eckle it. Meb, you've heard tell of the circus man that come along here last year and offered to give Joe $50 a week if he'd agree to travel about with his show just to start up the larf at the performances. This was a fact, but the proprietor of the circus was not the only person on whom Joe's laughter made an impression. When his full red lips parted in merriment, displaying his large pearly teeth, and emitting a low gurgling sound, one was reminded of the rippling of water over pebbles. Mrs. Parkinson declared that Joe's laugh was more contagious, nor the measles. Most everybody takes to Joe, said the landlord, by way of accounting for Bolus' statement, for when he gets off that larf, oh, hissin, ill be blowed ef it don't kinder draw folks towards him, but yer can't take no liberties with him, once he fixes them gray eyes on yer. He's too soft and sneaky for me, returned Bowles, testily, Then observing the deprecatory glances of the others, he added, "If I hadn't seen him once it, when the Injuns got arter him, the way he blazed away at the skinflints. And then druv his team straight ahead thout, even so much as lossin his color, id call him an out-and-out milksop." Knowing glances were exchanged by some of the men, amongst whom it was no secret that Dick was decidedly jealous of Mary Jane's preference. For Joe, Dick had reason to believe that if this formidable rival were removed, the girl would treat him better for cruel, though she was at times. She accepted his attentions with unconcealed satisfaction. When Joe was out of the way, it aggravated him, therefore beyond measure, to see her sweetest smiles bestowed upon his rival. "Guess you ain't feelin' okay," said Mary Jane one evening, as she placed a dish of smoking hot bacon and eggs in front of Joe. "What's up? Bad news from the States?" she added with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. This was banter, for nobody knew better than she that the young man never received a communication of any sort through the mail. Mrs. Parkinson had remarked upon this many a time, and in no PG-70 complimentary terms. It must be a black sheep, and no mistake that home folks wouldn't send a letter to in all these years, she had said. Joe looked into Mary Jane's face, while a pained expression flitted across his own. This was instantly followed by his peculiar laugh, though it lacked the genuine ring, and sounded forced and jerky. But it attracted the attention of two strangers who sat at the end of the long table. They had arrived by one of the stages, and had registered in Parkinson's big book as John Carter Roman 1000 Roman 500, and Edward Fulton Minneapolis Min. Their business had been to examine a mine in the interest of an Eastern company, and they were now on their return trip. Both seemed young, though the doctor's hair was sprinkled with gray at the temples, and there were dark lines beneath his eyes which told of sorrow. The doctor started perceptibly at the sound of Joe's voice, and dropping his knife and fork leaned forward, with an attempt to obtain a view of his features. This was frustrated by our hero, who had turned away, and in a low tone was answering his interlocutress. The doctor looked puzzled and continued his meal. Presently Joe left the table and passed into the barroom in silence. He examined the last leaf of the register. His face flushed, his hand trembled. He was thankful that his agitation escaped observation. He longed to get to his little room over the stable, but the only exit was through the apartment he had just left, and he hesitated at the sound of approaching footsteps. He moved towards the curtain, raised it, and met Dr. Carter face to face. They exchanged glances, neither spoke, but the doctor looked troubled, and with a deep frown riveted his gaze on Joe's retreating form. "Who is that youth?" he asked, pointing toward the door through which Joe had disappeared. "That's Marshall," answered the landlord. "Everybody in these parts knows him." "Is he employed here?" was the next query. "He runs the Camptonville stage, and there ain't a better driver in the Hull West." "Strange," said the doctor, evidently not satisfied with the intelligence. "Has he been here long?" he added. "It must be all of 5 years, since Joe put in an appearance on this line," returned the landlord. "5 years," repeated the doctor dreamily. He looked as though some painful reminiscence had been recalled to him. PG-71. "I'd like to know what you've found to interest you in that fellow," said Fulton, who now stood at his friend's elbow. "You could scarcely eat for watching him, and I failed to make you listen when I spoke to you. It is a resemblance to a person whom I once knew well. Nothing more queer, is it? Not with what persistency a familiar face will sometimes haunt us," returned the doctor, assuming an offhand air. "This fellow's double must surely have robbed you, for you looked ready to spring upon him just now when he went out," said Fulton jocosely. "Robbed me?" repeated the doctor. "Ah, yes, did indeed, but you shall hear about it another time," and they seated themselves at the card table. When Joe closed the door behind him, he moved slowly away. His eyes were fixed on the ground. He was absorbed in thought. Suddenly, his attention was arrested by Mary Jane, who awaited him, as she had frequently done, in the doorway of a rickety, long-disused barn. "I say, Joe," hissed she exclaimed on seeing that he was about to pass without observing her look, "what I've fetched yer," and she held up a couple of whelpalist apples. The young man's melancholy smile troubled her, and although he pressed her hand in gratitude for the attention, she felt instinctively that she had not occupied his thoughts. "I say, Joe, what ails you?" she asked tenderly. "Did I hurt your feelings when I asked if you had news from home? I thought you'd know it was fun." "Ah, no, you have never been unkind to me. You're a good girl. I am not ungrateful, you must never think that, but you're sick," she interrupted. "I just knew there was something out kilter. When you come in fur, you looked so kinder wore out. Ill run and get you some brandy." He held her back. "No, no, stay, it's nothing. Ill be all right tomorrow, all hunky." As you say, he laughed to reassure her, and asked where she got the apples. Jake fotched em up from Frisco, and it isn't everybody id hook things for you'd better believe. Wouldn't you do it for Dick? Joe asked with a mischievous smile. None o' your business, she returned indignantly. It would have pleased her to notice even a suspicion of jealousy on Joe's part. PG-72. But it seemed to her that the mention of his rival just at that moment was ill-timed, and she wondered why the fellow stupidly neglected his opportunities. He was evidently touched, though, for he folded her in his arms and spoke affectionately. "Tell me, Mary Jane," he said, looking into her eyes, "is it because you really like me so much that you are so kind to me and put nice things in my room? Did you think I couldn't guess who left the cake there yesterday?" The girl blushed with pleasure, and her eyes fell beneath his gaze when she raised them. They were filled with tears, and her voice trembled when she spoke. "Oh, Joe, if I didn't care so orful much for you, I wouldn't be always gittin' scolded about you, but. She was interrupted by her sobs. Joe stroked her hair lovingly, and she wept freely upon his shoulder. "Can't yer see? I love you better nor Dick. And all the rest o' the fellers put together," she asked at last. He kissed her again and again, then darted away and left her alone. "Well, he isn't the queerest lot I ever did see," said Mary Jane. After convincing herself that he had really gone, "he hugs a girl, different from any man I ever heard of. Dick could give him pints on the subject, and no mistake." Prompted by coquetry and an earnest desire to arouse Joe's resentment, she lavished attentions on Dick the next morning. Much to this individual's satisfaction, her indignation was increased considerably at Joe's unmistakable indifference. Indeed, he took so little notice of her that after hastily swallowing a cup of coffee and refusing the viands she placed before him, he devoted himself to his horses, fondling them, calling each by name, rubbing their limbs, and adjusting the various straps and buckles about the harness, until the stable boys set up their shrill nasal cries. "All aboard for you bet, here you are for Camptonville, this way for Downieville, Blue Tent, Forest City." At the sound of a loud piercing whistle, every driver springs to the box of his respective stage, the passengers take their places, crack go the whips, and the coaches are off. They were scarcely out of sight before Fulton began to regret that he had persuaded his friend to remain over for a day's rest, for the doctor was evidently chafing at the delay, and he seemed unaccountably out of sorts. He wandered along the road and evinced the greatest impatience. Every time he consulted his watch. PG-73, he questioned the landlord so closely about the stage drivers that Fulton laughingly inquired whether he proposed establishing an opposition company. The day dragged its slow length along, and sunset brought the excitement and bustle that accompanied the return of the stages. They came in at intervals, each depositing its passengers' bundles, boxes, and mailbags, then disappearing in the direction of the stable. It was soon observed that the Camptonville coach, usually one of the first, had not returned. Supper was served at the customary hour, and by 8 o'clock the men had assembled in the barroom. Still no Camptonville coach. The air was rife with conjecture. "I say, Parkinson Watts append to asked Captain Cullen. "She's genially the fussed in. I reckon we'll have to go out in search of her putty soon, if she don't appear," replied the landlord, who was showing unmistakable signs of uneasiness. "'Tain't likely the road agents has stopped her, is it?" asked Bowles in an odd tone. "Walt, they'll find our Joe one too many for if they git arter him, for there ain't a better fighter, nor a truer shot in the hull country," returned Parkinson, so ready to exalt Marshall's qualities that it required only a slight stretch of imagination to proclaim him a pugilist. "Wasn't I along with him onset, when the Injuns attacked him?" "Yes," interrupted the captain, "but Hinjuns is different from road hagents. Yer hain't got no chance with a lot of fellers as jump hout from baying a tree with a rifle leveled at your eed." "But I tell you I seen, Joe," persisted the landlord, raising his voice with a determination to be heard, "when the derned redskins come along whooping and yelling like a lot o' devils, let loose." Joe never stopped to ask how he could sarve him, but he just blazed away at him, keeping the Mustang straight along thout so much as let a cuss or a sound out of his mouth. This was one of Marshall's peculiarities. He was ostentatious in his silence, seldom uttering a syllable, while driving, unless it was to give vent to some scarcely audible command to his horses. The words had hardly passed Parkinson's lips when the sound of wheels and the clatter of horses' hoofs were heard. Everybody hastened to the door. Even the women were on the alert, and they had to crane their necks to get a view over the heads of the men of the PG-74 belated stage. Joe Marshall's seat on the box was filled by Tucker, a well-known miner. "Lend a hand here, boys," he cried. Marshall's knocked up inside their Quickly securing the reins, he jumped to the ground. Just as the stage door was thrown open, another miner of the neighborhood sat in a corner, tenderly supporting the unconscious form of poor Joe. And under his direction, a dozen willing hands were enlisted to convey the wounded young man to his room. "You're a doctor, ain't yer?" asked Mary Jane of Carter, wringing her hands in distress, while tears streamed down her cheeks. "Then why don't yer take a holt and do something for Joe?" Carter's agitation was so great, however, that he was unable to offer suggestions, and for the moment forgetting the requirements of his profession, he simply moved along with the crowd. Joe's clothing was torn and stained with blood, so were the lifeless hands which lay where they had been placed across his breast, while his long brown hair fell back in a heavy damp mass from his broad pallid brow, revealing an ugly cut. A stream of blood trickled from the wound, to which the doctor mechanically pressed his handkerchief from time to time, while the others were lavish in their expressions of sympathy and regret. They laid the wounded driver gently on his cot, and then withdrew and placed themselves in the doorway to await the doctor's verdict, while the landlady bustled about somewhat noisily in her eagerness to procure the necessary restoratives. "We must have more air and quiet," was the doctor's first remark, after he had carefully examined the wounds and counted the pulse of the injured man. No second hint was needed, and he and the landlady were left alone with the patient. In the barroom, Tucker was giving the details of the accident. "Joe must felt that he was in hard luck, I noticed that he wasn't like hisself the minute I jinned him. He looked so sour, and seemed so low in his spirits that I asked what was up. Then he seemed madder'n ever, and he druv so reckless that I was putty derned sure we wouldn't come out with whole hides. Sure enough, afore we knowed it, the animals shied at something on the road and started to run. I got a holt onto the ribbons. Harris here a helpin' all he could, but Joe just let go and laid back until we came to a turn. Then away the poor fellow went flying over the rocks. If he'd been shot from a cannon. As soon as we could get the horses hauled in and quieted down, we went back to get Joe. We thought PG-75 he was dead, but Harris got some water and throwed it on him till he began to groan. Then we fixed him in the stage and fotched him along. That's the upshot of the whole business. It's derned lucky you had a doctor handy, though he don't seem to be much count." After duly discussing the accident in all its bearings, the barroom occupants disposed themselves as usual at the card tables. The clock struck 10 at that moment. Mary Jane, who, having failed to obtain news through Joe's keyhole, had taken her stand at a window, which commanded a view of the stable, saw her aunt emerge. In an instant she was at her heels, and the two women entered the barroom together. Mrs. Parkinson wore a mysterious air, and there was something about her that attracted all eyes. It was easy to see that she brought important tidings. Her eyes glistened, her face was flushed, and she seemed bristling with information. Some of the men rose and gathered about her, asking questions. "He isn't wuss, is he?" said Mary Jane, with an injured air, adding, "I reckon it wouldn't take a month to get it out." If he was, the girl thought she had been left out in the cold, and resented her dismissal from the patient's chamber. But without according her the slightest possible attention, Mrs. Parkinson addressed herself to the men. "What do you all think?" she asked at last, without expecting or awaiting a reply, when the boys were sent out of the room. "The doctor just kept starin' at Joe, till I thought he was goin' to let the poor feller die 'thout doin' the fust thing for him, so I spoke up and gave my opinion of the case. Then he roused himself, for he seemed most as much dazed as Joe was, and began doin' things to bring the boy to. At last I says, 'Let's put his feet in hot water.' And away I started for the bucket. Well, it was a long time before I could get the water to bile, and when I went back to Joe's room, of course, I didn't stop to knock. What do you think I saw? Yowl? Never guess not, if you tried 100 years. There sot the doctor on the bed, a huggin' and kissin' Joe, a cryin', and callin' him his darlin', his long-lost pet, his angel, and all such nonsense. I thought he was crazy. The bucket fell out of my hand, and the billin' water went streaming over the floor. If Joe hadn't spoke to me, I dunno what I wouldn't done to that doctor. He wouldn't let Joe say much, but he turned to me and explained that Joe ain't a he at all. He's a simon pure flesh and blood woman." She almost screamed the last words in her eagerness to make the climax effective. PG-76. For an instant the air was filled with ejaculations, so varied, so original, so potent, that Fulton, who was a stranger to the local phrases, was as much astonished at them as he could have been at the news of Joe's sex. His head reeled as he turned from one to another. "No woman could druv them 'orses over sech roads," at last exclaimed Captain Cullen, with a highly indignant air. "Y'all hexcuse me, I refuse to believe such umbug." Well, F. Joe's a woman, who is she anyhow? Asked Dick Bowles, with a triumphant glance at Mary Jane. It's a dirty mean shame, that's what it is, said that young woman, angry tears welling up to her eyes. Joe's real name is Josephine Marsh, continued Mrs. Parkinson, anxious to keep the floor as long as possible. And if y'all just listen to me a minute longer, I'll tell you the whole story. It seems that Joe's mother died in an insane asylum, and that is the cause of the whole trouble. Joe was engaged to be married to this very doctor who lives in the town she come from. Well, one night, she heard some of her folks talkin' about crazy people, and all of 'em agreed that when there was that sort trouble in a family, no marryin' ought to be allowed. And they told the reason why Joe loved her beau too much to run the risk of bringin' such a misfortune on him, as they described it to be, and she couldn't bear to stay right there and break with him, so she up and skipped. The poor thing sacrificed her whole happiness for what she thought right, and I don't care what any you say, I respect her for it. I left the doctor explaining that her mother's case couldn't affect anybody but her own self. I don't quite understand how he made it out, but Joe was satisfied that I could see plain enough, for it brought the color back to her cheeks in a jiffy. And she just looked as pretty as a picture. I don't see how any of us could ever have believed such a sweet-looking creature to be a man or a boy, either for that matter. I ain't a bit surprised, calmly observed Mary Jane, with a curl of the lip. Then turning to Dick Bowles, who beamed with happiness, she added, I kinder thunk there was something peculiar about Joe all the time. What Dick's private opinion may have been did not appear, for he was careful not to discuss the subject with his ladylove. It satisfied him to find that, when he took her hand and pressed it tenderly, she allowed it to rest in his. Rosalie Kaufman, PG 77. Editorial Department. The late election. There are two lessons taught by the late contention that the people will be slow to learn until coming events force them to a knowledge. The first is that our government has passed from the political fabric, built us by the fathers, to a financial concern in which private interests dominate public affairs. The second is that no public man, let his honesty and influence be what they may, can menace the moneyed power of our land and remain in public life. We are so accustomed to being fed on phrases that we lose in their use the object for which they were framed. Our fathers sought the shores of America to escape oppression at home. The sum total of the despotism was found in the fact that, while they who produced all enjoyed nothing, they who produced nothing enjoyed all, in framing certain legal enactments in the shape of a constitution that was supposed to be good against such inequality and injustice. The fathers thought to eliminate privileged classes by wiping out the laws of primogeniture and entail. They took no account, for they could not know of the corporation that has all the powers and privileges of the born aristocracy, and renders all the guarantees of the Constitution of no avail. Under the power of the corporation, we have 150,000 miles of operating railway that has passed to the control and into the virtual ownership of less than 60 families. To this combination has gone an attribute of sovereignty, found in the power to tax the people, as Senators Sherman, Conkling, and Windom said in their famous report to the Senate. This railroad power can tax all the products of the country in a way Congress dare not attempt. This iron network of rails enters every man's business and pleasure, and is the taxation without representation that brought on the revolution and gave birth to our government. The people lose through fraud all that they gain through violence, and sad to say, generally with their own consent. We have the telegraph, so necessary to our business, which science gave as the poor man's post, for it consists of a wire, a pole, a battery, and a boy, that is openly owned and operated as a luxury by one man. The currency, the lifeblood of trade, is farmed out to something over 2,000 corporations that, acting as one contract, or expand it to suit their own greed. We are cursed with a system called a tax, but which is in fact an extortion that, under the plea of favoring certain moneyed interests, not only forces the consumer to support the burthens of a government kept upon a war footing nearly a quarter of a century after the war closed, but enables less PG 78 than a million out of 60 millions to accumulate means, until our rich men are marvels to mankind. The great republic, through this process, has entered the avenues of private enterprise, and with its crushing weight reduces labor to starvation wages. All these combined form trusts, as they are called, which, limiting production, shut out competition, and accumulate for the favored few, while the masses suffer. All then united make our government. For government is that power from which there is no appeal, upon which we depend for a recognition of our rights, This power elects our Congress, selects our presidents, and intimidates our courts. To meet it, we have a government of parties. It is a castern, immovable, insensitive concern, farther removed from popular control than any government on earth. The party once in power can perpetuate that power under the best of circumstances. But when backed by the monopolized wealth of the continent, it cannot be displaced. History tells us that it called for bayonets and bloodshed to displace the Democratic Party in 61. And we fear history will repeat itself when a long-suffering and outraged people come to recognize the source of their wrongs and the cause of their sufferings. In addition to this, there is an ugly rock on which we once were nearly shipwrecked, upon which we are again, driving the sectional differences of 61, have been steadily cultivated for selfish partisan ends. And today the North is united as far as a majority can unite against a solid South, while recognizing the fact that it is only through a careful and jealous guardianship of the home governments found in the states that this wide continent can be held under one control. As a nation, we have the dominant party, fatally bent on a centralization of power. In the political structure at Washington, the Negro is the Chinaman of the South. And while Congress excludes through legal enactment the Mongolian from our midst, that same Congress presses the ignorant, vicious African upon the South. This means not only a subversion of political rights, but a social revolution that will make a San Domingo and an Ireland of half our territorial limits. The South cannot submit to this, and Live the South has given a bloody pledge to its intent in this direction that it would be well for us to remember the North can welcome Negroes to its firesides, may return them to office, because of their color, for this means votes and nothing more. But at the South it signifies a great deal more. It means the subjugation of the white race politically and socially to the domination of the most degraded and ignorant class known to humanity. This election has settled the fact that no public man can raise his hand or voice against the moneyed interests above enumerated and remain in public life. Had President Cleveland been content with the mere routine of office, had he in addition used the offices under him as a reward for personal services, he would have stood a good chance of re-election. He is PG 79, not of that sort. And when he sought to reduce taxation on the poor man's clothes and blankets, he aroused the wrath of the great national combine, and his fate was sealed. There is not a man of average intellect in the whole length and breadth of the continent, but knows that our elections are mere questions of money. From the first move of the Republican Party to the last, there was nothing but assessments and expenditures in this direction. Senator Ingalls struck the keynote when he advised the selection as a candidate for vice president of some fellow like Phelps, who could tap Wall Street. Senator Plum continued the cry when he called for a squeeze of the fat manufacturers, the only class he said benefited by the tariff. And he added truthfully that if he had his way, he would put them on a gridiron and fry the fat out of them. This was unblushingly embodied in a printed circular. Colonel Dudley followed in his advice to state committees to schedule the floaters and buy them by the half dozen, assuring the instructed that means would not be wanting to carry on the corruption. What this corruption was, one word tells with more emphasis than volumes. That word is Blaine. He nominated that figurehead Harrison and planned and openly carried on the campaign of abomination to the end. It would be a waste of space and ink for us to recapitulate the career and character of this man, the platform which he has built under himself, and which has been accepted by his party, is a pillory of public contempt and condemnation. Perhaps the eloquent Governor Stevenson himself, a Republican, put it all in one sentence when he said of James G. Blaine, as presiding officer of the House, that more property passed under the gavel of the Speaker than was knocked down by all the auctioneer's hammers of the United States. We waste much valuable indignation in denouncing individual wrongdoers, instead of attacking the system that makes such criminals possible. In no other civilized community on earth than ours would such a man as James G. Blaine be tolerated for a day. The Ingalls, Plums, Dudleys, and that sort are leaders only under the great republic. We are defeated and well-nigh disheartened. We have to remember, however, that the war is on, and that it is a campaign, and not a battle. We must suffer many defeats, and we hope to enjoy many triumphs. Our people are patient under abuse, but they are intelligent, and when once aroused to a knowledge of not only their wrongs but the source of such wrongdoing, are terrible in their wrath. The hour seems dark, but it may be the hour before dawn. We remember the millions that in casting their votes were counted for free trade, and all reform, aided by the suffering that comes of abuse, we will yet win. In all the gloom of disaster and defeat, it is a comfort to know that our president stands higher in his loss of office than the incoming nonentity in his success. He leaves the executive mansion with the respect of a people and will go down to history as the one president who dared offend his own PG-80 party in the high discharge of his great office. The intellect and honesty of the land follow him in admiration to his retirement. No cause is wholly lost that is supported by such a statesman and such a following. The balance of trade. There is no phrase in our political discussions so little understood and so generally employed as the above. Its use and abuse serve to illustrate the strange ignorance of political leaders and pretentious journalists. When a senator at Washington, of the length and solemnity of the Hun John Sherman, lifts a warning voice while calling attention to the balance of trade against us, in our trade with the Canadas, we are enabled to measure the density of the fogbank called the Senate, and why it is that foghorns have taken the place of the persuasive oratory that awoke musical echoes in the days of Webster. As we reserve a corner of our magazine to the better instruction of senators in political economy, 2 per year, invariably in advance. Now is the time to subscribe. We requested our accomplished friend, John McClung, to put in brief, a clear, concise, and correct definition of the phrase balance of trade. We begged our able contributor to treat the subject as if he were preparing a lesson for the use of school-say children of tender year, so that our salons at the national capital might comprehend without too great a strain upon their senatorial brains. Here is Mr. McClung's effort at instruction, and we commend it to our lawmakers and the gentlemen of the journalistic pen as an easy lesson on a subject that it is not of any great credit to comprehend, but utterly disgraceful to be ignorant of. The so-called balance of trade, that it is good for a country to have its exports exceed its imports, is a notion that has been widely accepted among us. We have usually been in that position, and the fact has been accepted as proof that we were doing well under a policy of protection. England, on the other hand, has had an excess of imports over exports, and England is free trade. The English excess of imports has been accepted as proof of the mistaken nature of a free trade policy. The idea that it is a good thing to have the imports less than the exports, to have the balance of trade in your favor, as the phrase goes, is a relic of that mercantile theory, overturned by Adam Smith. That theory was briefly that wealth consists in the precious metals, and that for a country to remain wealthy it is necessary to keep bullion from going out of the country. It followed from this principle that everything should be done to discourage imports, for it was thought that imports must of course be paid for by bullion. Modern political science teaches that wealth does not consist in gold and silver, but that these are commodities like any other commodities, except that they happen to possess a special fitness to be a medium of exchange. It discards the old notion that imports are paid PG 81 for by specie and asserts that they are paid for by commodities. It teaches that it is not a bad thing to have the imports exceed the exports, that this excess is not unfavorable, and that in fact there is no such thing as a balance of trade. The old mercantile theory, with its corollaries, has indeed long been abandoned, but many people still consider it matter to congratulate ourselves upon that our exports exceed our imports. It is Bastiat who has given the most lively account of this subject. He complains in an amusing manner that the doctrine of the balance of trade should exhibit such practical vitality, when it is admitted that it has so long been theoretically dead. He observes that the protectionists are perfectly willing to leave him the victory in books, provided always that their idea is paramount in practice. He finds but one man, Lestiboudois, who has the courage of his convictions, and who says that because France imports 200 million francs worth of goods a year more than she exports, she is that much in debt to foreign countries. Others are not so candid, they accept the free trade principle, but their conclusion is protection. Bastiat is not content with obtaining the theoretical victory, but wishes to meet his opponent in the domain of business. He undertakes to prove from the books of his friend Mr. T. of Havre that the idea of a balance of trade is wrong in practice, and to this end gives sketches of 2 of this gentleman's enterprises. In one of these transactions, Mr. T dispatches from Havre a vessel freighted for the United States with French merchandise valued at 200,000 francs. It was at this figure that Mr. T entered his export in the Havre custom house. The cargo on its arrival in New Orleans had paid 10% expenses and was charged 30% duties. Its value was accordingly 280,000 francs. it was sold at 20% profit on its original value. This being 40,000 francs brought the value of the cargo to 320,000 francs. This sum the assignee converted into cotton. The cotton had to pay expense of transportation, insurance, commission, etc. of 10%. The return cargo, therefore, on arriving at Havre, was worth 352,000 francs. This cargo Mr. T sold at a profit of 20% and made 70,000 francs. The cotton was thus sold for 432,000 francs. Bastiat offers to send the protectionist author an extract from Mr. T.'s books, in which he sets down as gain two sums, one of 40,000 francs, the other of 70,000 francs. Bastiat adds that Mr. T is perfectly convinced that he made this money. Mr. Lestiboudois, however, would have found at the custom house that France had an export of 200,000 francs and imported 352,000 francs, and would have concluded that she had squandered on foreign nations 152,000 francs. About the same time, Mr. T dispatched another vessel freighted also with a cargo worth 200,000 francs, but this vessel went down and never reached New Orleans at all. Mr. Lestiboudois would find at the custom house that 200,000 francs worth of goods had been exported, and that there was no importation to balance this entry. France has therefore in this transaction a clear profit of 200,000 francs. Pg 82. So much for his friend T. Mr. T.'s case, Bastiat continues, is exactly that of the French nation. If France imports more than she exports, she does not lose the excess any more than Mr. T. Roman 999. Bastiat invites his opponents to carry his theory to its farthest limits. Let it be supposed that France only imports and does not export at all. In other words, gets everything for nothing. He still defies them to prove that France would be the poorer. It was that very able and convincing writer Augustus Mongredian who showed perhaps more clearly than anyone else in his treatise on free trade that, where a country imports more than she exports, it is impossible that the excess should be paid in specie. Debts owed by one country to another can be paid to but a limited extent in specie. The French indemnity was paid largely in commodities. So have been paid the great sums of money which England has from time to time lent foreign countries. The French indemnity was paid largely in bills of exchange. The excess of imports over exports must be paid by commodities, for there is no other way in which to pay it. This excess in England is yearly, we will say, 70 million. It is out of the question that such a sum can be paid in specie, for there is not the specie to be had. The amount of specie in a country never exceeds to any considerable extent what is necessary for circulation. It is impossible that a country can retain an amount of specie much greater than that the specie which remains after the demands of circulation have been satisfied. Lowers interest and raises prices and attracts merchandise from without. It thus very quickly finds its way abroad. On the other hand, when specie is sent abroad to such an extent as to trench upon the requirements of circulation, this raises interest and lowers prices. The specie is thus quickly recalled. The action of the Bank of England familiarly illustrates this law. When it is wanted to attract gold, the rate of interest is raised, and the gold quickly appears. When there is too much gold, the interest falls, and the gold quickly disappears. It takes only a small sum, say 4 million, to produce this effect. How then is it possible that a yearly excess of 70 million could be paid in specie? The payment of such balances for 2 years would take out of the country not only all the coin, but all the gold cups and silver pencil cases and earrings it contains. It is computed that all the circulation taken together with the articles of ornament and utility in Great Britain, the plate watches and trinkets, barely comes to 140 million. And yet at the end of a long period, in which there has been a steady yearly excess of imports over exports, the country still has plenty of money. If this excess is not paid for in specie, neither is it obtained on credit. Merchants nowadays do not give and take the long credits that were formerly the custom. There are certain imports, indeed, that are paid for before the goods come to hand. A cargo of wheat from California, for instance, takes from 4 to 5 months to reach England, but it is paid for by drafts on England at 60 days sight, which sent forward by rail and PG 83 steam mature a month or more before the arrival of the wheat in England. It is probable, indeed, that the whole excess is paid for before it is received. The excess is certainly not a debt owed by England. It is rather the payment of a debt owed to England. It is sent in payment of interest and dividends on English money invested abroad. Mongredian shows that so far from its being an indication of debt, when the imports of a country exceed the exports, it is an indication of wealth. Such a condition is a matter for congratulation. But many people still cling to the early notion, while all are agreed that foreign commerce is a good thing, and while the world is unanimous in thinking that it is well to have the exports as large as possible, many people still cherish a dislike to large imports. It is forgotten that you must have imports to pay for the exports, and that if you limit the imports you of necessity, limit the exports must be paid for by importing commodities, and not by importing specie. The case has been supposed of a protectionist paradise, in which goods only were exported, and nothing but bullion received in return. Would a country be richer for such a state of things? It would certainly not be richer, for there would be an oversupply of bullion, and it would fall in value in comparison with other commodities. The working man might receive twice his former wages, but he would have to pay twice as much for everything he consumed. Indeed, prices would rise much more rapidly than he could induce his employers by remonstrances, and by strikes to raise his wages. Bullion would thus become very cheap. It would be worth about half its price in foreign countries. The result would therefore be that those holding it would send it abroad. But it would of course be sold for goods, since the only other thing for which they could exchange it would be bullion. The country would at once cease to receive nothing but bullion. There would be great exports of bullion and great imports of goods. Protected interests would be ruined, and everything would be upside down, until the superfluous bullion would be worked off. Of course, a country which imported nothing but bullion and exported nothing but goods would be impossible, since no prohibitory measures can prevent the transfer of specie from the country in which it was worth less to that in which it is worth more. But the hypothesis may serve to show that such a condition of things would be productive, not of good but of harm. The volume of Commerce and Navigation for 1877 shows that our total exports for that year were 703,022,923, while our total imports were 692,319,760. 8. The countries to which we exported more than we received from them were England, Belgium, Holland, Spain, Peru, etc., while the countries to which we exported less than we received from them were Brazil, Germany, France, Switzerland, Mexico, Cuba, Japan, Venezuela, Romania, etc. It does not appear that the countries having the balance of trade in their favor as regards ourselves are more fortunately situated than we. It will be seen that regarding our whole foreign commerce, the PG 84 balance in our favor is something like 10 million. These figures, it may be remarked, are by no means exhaustive, and exact. The freight is largely carried in British vessels, and this great sum goes to England. Large sums are sent out from this country to Americans living in Europe. These people, of whom there are many thousands, must live, and they live upon money sent out from here. Then no account is taken of the great quantities of stuff brought to this country by traveling Americans. These are of course not put down among our imports. The returns of the United States and England are no doubt more exact than those of other countries. Before 1854, the value of the imports of England was given in the official valuation, supposed to represent the prices of different articles in 1699, but of course having no kind of relation to their recent value. From 1854 to 1871, the value of imports was estimated upon the average prices of goods, as reported by the brokers and the various chambers of commerce. Since 1871, it has been the habit to trust completely to the values as given by the merchants themselves. The exports from the beginning of the century have been reckoned upon the values entered by the exporters at the custom house. The returns of imports and exports are of course less trustworthy in other European countries than in England. It is far easier to smuggle across a frontier than to smuggle in ships, and it is difficult for governments to watch the traffic of railways. It does not appear that there is much to be learned from an examination of the custom house returns of continental countries. Of course, few persons could now be found to defend the ancient superstitions of the mercantile theory, but there yet remain among us many who have a dislike to large imports, and who think an excess of exports a fortunate condition, and one which furnishes evidence of the advantage of a protective policy. The considerations set forth in this paper, which have been more elaborately represented in the writings of Bastiat, Mongredion, and Leon Levi, show clearly that an excess of imports is not paid for in specie, but in goods. That it does not represent a debt owed by the country, but the payment of a debt to it. That instead of being a bad condition, it is a good one, because it is good both for individuals and for countries that debts owing to them should be paid, and that in fact there is no such thing as the once famous balance of trade. A plea for the parent. It is somewhat strange that while our social structure trembles with affright at the bare mention of communism, one of the most popular institutions in our midst, is as pure an instance of communism as ever human ingenuity devised. We refer to our common school system. It was invented not only to give the state control of the children, but so arrange the author's thought, and its supporters teach to force the rich through taxation to educate the children of the poor. To put it in a more homely fashion, it is a process through which Jacob PG 85 Thomas, being with or without children, but viciously possessed of property, shall be made to educate the children of John Smith, who has virtuously a large family of children and is poor. It is claimed that wealth owes this to the government for the protection which popular education gives to property, and so the government robs in one direction to prevent robbery in another. There are, however, two well-known truths that make this conclusion erroneous. The first is that it is not property that pays taxes, or indeed aught else, but labor. It is through labor that all values are developed. The other truth, not so generally recognized, but yet a truth, is that education does not make property more secure. On the contrary, it adds to the insecurity complained of. Instead then of having the rich pay for the education of the poor, the wage worker not only pays for the so-called education of his own children, but that of his more fortunate neighbor. This is so evident when once seen that it is not necessary for us to offer any argument in its support. Lawmakers have, for 1,000 years, been elaborating laws through which capital in lands, tenements, and other forms of fixed values shall be made pay its share of the public burthen. They are no nearer the desired end than when they began. It is a vain attempt to reverse the pyramid and make the base stand on the apex. The other error is not so patent. It comes of confounding intelligence with the popular process of education. If the mass of men could through any process be made more intelligent, we are prepared to admit that there would be a moral gain. The gain, however, would not be so positive or so great as many believe. Intelligence is not necessarily moral, nor is morality necessarily intelligent. The rules that govern moral conduct are few and simple, and after all it is more a matter of training and habit, more the result of kindly feeling and religious belief, than any intellectual process based on an accumulation of facts. This grows plainer as we look more carefully into this thing called popular education and realize its constituent parts. The true definition of education is that exercise and development of the intellectual faculties, which teaches and trains the mind to think. This presupposes intellectual faculties. They are not general. The inequality in this respect of the human family is well marked and universally recognized through all the avocations of life. We find here and there, at long intervals, men so blessed in this respect that the masses look up to them, select them to be teachers and leaders. It is the foundation of our hero worship and formulates the habits on which we live socially and politically. The popular idea of the common school is not this. It is based on a proposition that the masses can be educated, that is taught to think. This conclusion is got at through a most ludicrous process. The mind is reduced to a memory. Facts are crowded into the pupil, and as the facts accumulate, the education is supposed to proceed. And in possession of PG 86, these facts, the graduate comes forth the superior of Plato, Bacon, or Herbert Spencer. This is simply an idiotic exercise of the memory. And as the memory grows perfect, the intellectual faculties weaken and disappear. It is now recognized by the more thoughtful that an abnormal memory is evidence of idiocy. The net result, then, of all the labor is to graduate a learned ass. The proof of what we assert is found in the result after the pedagogues have completed their work. The millions are considered taught. The masses take the level of unthinking multitudes and look about among themselves for their teachers and leaders. The schoolmasters have held all to a dead level, but once out in the world and nature asserts her rights. And the truly educated, the strong minds that have taught themselves to think, move to the front and take command. If this thing were harmless, we could be content to let the popular craze wear itself out. But it is not harmless in our insane desire to have this monstrous system prevail. Let the cost be what it may, we lose sight of the grave fact that while we cannot educate the people, we can train the people up to that moral condition, so necessary to a safe and healthy condition of a Christian community. In our idiotic belief that in a cultivation of the memory, we are elevating and purifying the mind, we make our schools not only godless, but positively immoral. For the untrained mind is trained in iniquity, and this pernicious result is strengthened by another crotchet of the popular mind. The habit we have fallen into of regarding the human race as a continuous whole, instead of being the individual. We fail to realize that when one is born, the world begins, and when one dies, the world ends. We are like the notes of the piano, each key has its own separate and distinct sound. And while they may be made to harmonize with each other, the melody that melts through a flute or flows in endless eddies from a violin can never be reached. That government approaches human perfection, which cares for the citizen and not the majority. And that moral religious training given us by our Savior is the watchful care of the one soul. To this end, the church was organized. To this end, was marriage instituted and made sacred. This means the hometh, only school, public or private, that has an unalloyed good in its composition. The wrong being done our people cannot be overestimated. The child, in being put to school, has been expelled from home. The parent is taught that the state has intervened and relieved God's responsible agent of all responsibility. This strikes a death blow at the agency for good found in the parent. We all recognize the fact that from the home comes all that is sound in the state. By the hearthstone grow not only moral impulse, but true religion, and all the patriotism that gives a love of country and stability and power to the state. Anything, then, that saps the foundations of the household takes from under us the solid earth. This we PG 87 maintain is what our common school system, as now organized and controlled, is doing. We trust our readers will be patient with us. We know that we are touching on a tender subject. There is a religious feeling injected into the craze that makes many men wild and unreasonable. The moment the system is criticized, we appreciate and partake of the sentiment born in us through many generations of a struggle against the tyranny ever found in a union of church and state. Our blessed Savior saw this when he laid down that line of demarcation between the two, when he said, "Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's." We not only say that we are opposed to governmental interference with religion, but we go a step farther, and to make the line between church and state yet more distinct, we assert that government has nothing to do with the morals of its people. Government is an expression of justice as seen and felt in restraining through punishment. The overt act of injustice, morality, and religion are so interwoven that they cannot well be separated. And the man who claims the political machine to be a great moral engine gives away all that our Christ commanded and our patriotic fathers sought to establish in framing our Constitution. We hold that the morality of a people, like their religion, may be safely left to the church and the home, when therefore the socialistic belief that the child belongs to the state and not to the parent prevails. Not only the barriers, but the very foundations of our social and political existence are broken down and in a fair way to be destroyed. When we assert that the state rests upon the home, we say that which all men save communists heartily endorse. Now, the home is founded mainly on the mother's love. It is the strongest feeling given to animated life. We share it with the brute. It is the law of our being, and the source of all that is good. From the mother's care and training come our physical and moral health. This is not sentiment, it is solid fact. It is not that poets have sung and sages taught this great truth, but there is not a reader of this who cannot trace back to his early home and his mother's love not only all that has held him or her to moral conduct, but much that makes life worth living. This that makes home what it is or should be cannot be replaced by the state. The great infidel Robert Ingersoll retains his hold on certain thoughtless classes, not by his wit, which is keen, nor his eloquence, which is unquestioned, but because he preaches a sort of religion of home, and claims to be the only man par excellence who loves his wife and children. The writer of this, when a judge was remonstrated with for giving a child to a mother whom he had divorced from her husband on the ground of her infidelity, he made reply that the wife might be a bad woman, and yet a good mother certainly. There was no one to take her place. The court could not give the custody of the child to a man who thought so little of its welfare as to come into court and ask for a decree of divorce. The law PG 88 had to be obeyed and the divorce granted, but the custody of the child was left to the discretion of the court, and the court considered it merciful to leave the child with the mother, rather than give it to a father who, in asking for a divorce, served notice that he would marry again, and give this unfortunate to the care of a stepmother, to torture it with the taint of its origin, and a conflict with the natural affection for the newly found household and offspring. The New England system of common schools recognizes the communistic theory of right in the state to the child. It reduces this theory to practice by supplanting the parent by the pedagogue. It teaches that to instruct the child is to make it moral, and its instruction means, as we have said, an abnormal development of the memory. A belief in this has come to be a popular fetish. The man who ventures to comment on it or offers to amend or improve it is hooted down as an enemy to his country and an infidel to its perfection. Pulpits resound with thanks to God for the blessings of free education. The press is filled with praise, while on the stump eloquent orators assure applauding crowds that our common school system is the cornerstone of not only the great republic, but of our social existence. And yet, where are we from all this senseless noise? Let us turn to the actual situation and consult the cold, naked facts. The increase of crime and insanity in the United States within the last half century is something appalling. They have not only kept pace with our much vaunted prosperity, but have been and are forging ahead at a rate that fills all thoughtful minds with alarm. We cannot extend our space and burthen our brief comment with the statistics necessary to prove this fact already patent to the more intelligent. Let the reader consult them for himself. He will find that the increase of criminals and the increase of insanity set forth in cold figures are not to be disputed or misunderstood. But it does not follow that these grave evils are to be laid to the communism of the New England common school system. Perhaps not, but how much has this wonderful system done to arrest those evils according to preachers, poets, editors, and stump orators? We are safe in leaving all to its care. And keeping it has certainly accomplished little in behalf of the Republic. Penitentiaries and asylums for the insane are increasing at a fearful rate. Divorces follow fast upon the heels of marriage. And it may safely be said that not a single trust fund has been left untouched by the hand of fraud throughout the entire country. A further investigation, however, will lead us to yet another conclusion. The communism of the common school accompanies the evils in those parts of our country where it is most rigidly enforced. Crime and madness have increased in those sections, yet new to the system these ills are less. And as there must be a cause for the difference, is it not safe to attribute it to this usurpation of the state, this insidious assault on the parent, and through both a weakening of religious faith and moral conduct? Pg 89. We are well aware that in the bigotry of belief that hedges about this system, there is no toleration for comment or criticism, and no room for amendment to add to this. Immense sums of money are involved, for while the state is keenly alive to the education of the people and furnishes with the greatest liberality schoolhouses and pedagogues, it is strangely oblivious to the demand for books and stationery. In this supply lies two-thirds of the vociferous praise and vindictive support of the system. As the late Colonel Sellers was wont to say, there's millions in it. About the ballot, we have a growing number of earnest reformers who seek to better the machinery of elections by throwing about the ballot box certain precautions, legally enacted, that will make the purchase of votes and the intimidation of voters more difficult. The trouble, however, is not in the vote but the voter. If the one is corrupt, there is no legal process known to lawmakers that will purify the other. If a man holds his vote in the light of property and knows of a purchaser possessed of means, it is extremely difficult to keep the parties apart or prevent the sale. This, however, does not apply to that well-known evil of undue influence on the part of party leaders or strikers. As they are called, those partisans are reinforced by men who have others in their employ dependent on such employers for a living, and, of course, possessed of an influence calculated to control the vote of the dependent, whether such voting is in accordance with the wishes or conscience of the voter or not. We know, for example, that in the late canvass, every capitalist with his investment, depending for its profit on the success of the Republicans, took pains to inform his workmen that unless Harrison were elected, the works could not continue, and they, the laborers, would be discharged and left to starve. He was animated in this only by the highest philanthropic motives, not by any wish to influence the votes of his laborers. Now the operatives were intelligent enough to laugh at this, but they were well aware of what he meant, and that was to inform them of his wishes. And as he had it in his power to know how each voted, it was as much as each man's place was worth to vote the Democratic ticket, that there might be no mistake about this. The few who ventured to disobey this champion boss were soon disposed of. It is scarcely necessary to say that the smoke continued to pour up and out of the chimneys until an unfortunate wheat deal at Chicago sent the head center of the attempted corner to the penitentiary, and made this capitalist, who thus sought to intimidate his laborers, quite fit for the same locality. If some process of voting, whether Australian or not, could be devised to end this bulldozing, as it is popularly called, it would be an excellent reform. It would also go far towards weakening the blind adhesion to political organizations. Many men are held to this more by association. Pg 90, and that lack of independence necessary to a severance of old ties. This denies the voter the right to scratch his ticket when he finds a name on it that he knows to be that of a man he cannot approve and ought not to vote for to keep abreast of his party. He must vote the ticket, the whole ticket, and nothing but the ticket the leaders and their lieutenants, as the machine stands have it in their power to spot and expose anyone venturing to break over the line and obey his own will. This is the power well recognized, which makes the nominating caucus the government. The right to vote carries, with it to each voter a right to a candidate of his own selection. As the matter stands, in fact, he comes to the polls and has presented to him generally two tickets. It is claimed that he can vote one or the other, or as it is called, vote in the air. The fact is he has no such choice. The despotic power of party discipline holds him firmly to the ticket his party has put in nomination. Our ballot, that is claimed to be secret, is open as the day every vote is counted and every voter known, and to make assurance doubly sure the polls are guarded by both parties, and the noble citizen runs the gauntlet through double lines of detestable township or ward politicians, potent for mischief in their sneers and jeers, and if need be ready with dirty fists or clubs, sometimes revolvers, to back the edict of the party. Through this process, a majority is supposed to govern. The practical fact is that a small minority, and that made up of the worst element, holds sway. The nominating caucus is composed of men who work for pay and put in nomination the political aspirants corrupt enough to purchase their positions, the more decent class of our citizens. Avoid the primaries. They well know that to control them means a corrupt use of money or a fight wherein victory is as fatal as defeat. In the rural districts, the farmer is called to leave his plow and ride from 1 to 3 miles and lose a day's work for the privilege of being controlled by a small political buncosteerer to the support of some aspirant to office who has the fellow in his pay. If the farmer differs from Mary's little lamb in not being white as snow, he resembles that poetic pet in his amiable docility. The caucus is composed of a mere corporal's guard from the army of voters in the towns and cities. The element is so brutal, impudent, and active that decency shrinks from a mere contact, let alone a contest, in which decency will have its hat mashed over its eyes, its nose bloodied, and its body bruised in ward and township. These able manipulators are not the majority, as we have said, and yet they rule with a despotic brutality that makes the kingdom of Dahomey a liberal government in comparison. Now, as we have said, if some legalized process could be devised through which the ballot could be made safe and secret, a deadly blow would be given to the caucus, as it is the managers by a few, and intimidate the many. The basis of such reform, however, rests on the entire machine being paid for by the government. Tickets should be printed and furnished free, on the demand of any 10 men claiming to be a party, with candidates PG 91 to be voted. For economy in this direction has costly results. On the plea of legitimate expenditures, large sums are collected, and the people debauched. Any use of money other than that by the government should not only work a forfeiture of office, but open the penitentiary to the voter. The truth is, however, that to make this reform effectual, it must be thorough and radical. The one great evil in our way is in our frequent elections. The insane effort to apply the ballot to every office has so multiplied elections that it is impossible for a man to give attention to one half and follow his business so as to support his family. The average citizen is forced to leave the filling of office to the professionals, vulgarly called bummers in town and gutter snipes in the country. We have not only cheapened the suffrage, and thereby cheapened office for the representative who represents, but we have degraded the civil service, until it is more of a disgrace than an honor to be an official. That sort of reform which compromises with wrong is worse than none. To be effective reform must be radical. Chucking a boulder in a rut of a bad road makes the highway the more impassable. The rut itself must be eliminated before repairs can be said to have a foundation. Passing events. The political battle has been fought. We can look calmly over the field, estimate the causes that led to the result, and to some extent forecast the future. The Republican Party had no uncertain triumph. Since the day when Greeley was defeated by Grant, there has been no such overwhelming majority in the Electoral College for a Republican candidate, even without the vote of New York. General Harrison would have been elected. The line of the solid South has been broken by West Virginia joining the Republican column, and Delaware, for the first time in her history, elects a Republican legislature. Both houses of Congress will undoubtedly be Republican, so that there can be no shifting of responsibility for bad legislation. The defeat of the Democrats is clear, clean-cut, decisive. It looks at first blush a temporary triumph for protection as against free trade. There is no mistaking the fact that the country in a 4 months campaign could not be educated to give up ideas, which had been advanced by leading statesmen of both parties for the past 20 years, and which met but very feeble protests from true Democrats. The protection fetish has been shattered, but not overturned from its shrine, the result shows. The folly of half-hearted campaigns, even the very authors of the Mills Bill filled with fearful tales of the New York working man's aversion to free trade, when they came to the metropolis, instead of avowing that they PG 92 proposed gradually to remove all restrictions upon our commerce with the world, began to apologize for their position, and to protest that they were not engaged in a free trade campaign. Mr. Cleveland could not have been worse beaten had the fight been openly made for the abolition of all duties whatsoever, and the closing of every custom house. But those who think with the New York Sun that we have had the last of an educational campaign very much deceive themselves. What could not be done in 4 months may be achieved in 4 years. The free trade fight is on, and it is not at all impossible that Grover Cleveland may yet be the standard-bearer in a victorious campaign for human rights against combined monopolies. Other reasons for the Democratic defeat were the greed of local halls for petty patronage divisions among the Democrats of New York City, over the mayoralty jealousies of rival bosses in Kings County, the free use of money by the Republicans, especially in Indiana, and the superior management of the Republican leaders who were at least honestly fighting for what they believed in. The longest session Congress ever held closed on October 20th, having lasted 321 days. Its most interesting features were the tariff discussion and the unparalleled deadlock in the consideration of the direct tax bill. With the short session, which begins on December 4th, the present Democratic ascendancy will come to an end, as the Republicans will have a good working majority of at least 13 in the 51st Congress. The diplomatic world is laughing at Lord Sackville for his foolishness in falling into a Republican trap, and his summary dismissal by President Cleveland. In answer to an unknown correspondent in California, the English minister wrote expressing his views as to the pending presidential election, a thing in violation of all diplomatic custom. The letter was published and used as a campaign document. President Cleveland at once demanded his recall, and Lord Salisbury, not acting with sufficient promptness, the unlucky minister was given his passport on October 30th. England and Germany are contending for supremacy in East Africa, the latter by bombarding the natives of Zanzibar into submission, and the former by the peaceful methods of trade. Portugal is to join England and Germany in a naval blockade of Zanzibar to suppress slave dealing, and the Pope has sent 60,000 to Cardinal Lavigerie for the same purpose. The Cardinal is raising a volunteer corps with which to fight the slave dealers of Central Africa. The Congo Free State, the only absolute free trade country in all the world, is being rapidly opened. The first section of the Trans-African Railway from St. Paul de Londa to Mbaka has been completed. Stanley has been heard from indirectly, but the news is 11 months old, and his present position is unknown. Russia came near losing her ruler in a railway accident not far from Tiflis on October 29th. As the Tsar and Tsarina were returning from the Caspian to the Black Sea, the train left the rails and was wrecked. 21 persons were killed and 37 injured, but the Tsar escaped PG 93 with a slight injury to his foot. Balkan questions still cloud the political horizon. Austria is contemplating the occupation of Serbia, a step which would be followed immediately by Russia occupying Bulgaria. King Milan has got his divorce from Queen Natalie. He pointed out to the Metropolitan of the Servian Church that the sovereign, of course, was superior to all law in such little matters as Mariagades, and the Metropolitan obediently issued a decree granting the divorce. Queen Natalie has appealed to the Greek Patriarch at Constantinople. Meanwhile, Romania is trying an experiment in self-government, having introduced a system of elections for members of a Chamber of Deputies, for which all citizens paying taxes are electors. Emperor William has returned from his junketing tour. His reception by the Italian people was enthusiastic, but his interview with the Pope was hardly a love feast. Pope and Kaiser met face to face for the first time since Henry Roman IV of Germany did penance at Canossa before Gregory Hildebrand in 1077. A curious incident that happened just after the emperor's visit was the breaking out of a fire in a wing of the Quirinal in which the pontifical escutcheon affixed to the palace was burned. Another historical event occurred on October 17th, when Hamburg joined the German customs union, giving up its privileges as a free port. Bismarck's policy proved stronger than that of the free traders in the Reichstag, and German custom houses now cast their shadows on the waters of the Elbe. In France, the government proposals for a revision of the Constitution seem to be in a fair way towards adoption. They include a fixed term for the ministers and curtailment of the Senate's powers the senators oppose the plan, not caring to be revised out of their privileges. The Haitian Republic has nearly finished its revolution. General Salomon, the exiled president, died in Paris on October 19th, and General Telemaque was killed in an attack on Port-au-Prince. The only other candidate for the presidency, General François Denis Legitime, was elected by the National Assembly on October 17th. The efforts of Manitoba to reach a foreign market without being subjected to the odious monopoly of the Canadian Pacific Railway may have serious consequences. The province is building a railway to connect with the American lines, and the Canadian Pacific refuses to let them cross their tracks. Both sides threaten to fight. Business is quiet, but steady. Wall Street sharpers are anticipating a boom, as it is not expected that the new administration will do anything to hurt the monopolies. The shares of those trusts listed on the New York Stock Exchange, American Cotton Oil Trust and Chicago Gas Trust, they've advanced in price. Old Hutch of Chicago is said to be engineering a corner in December. Wheat and January pork. Mr. John Taylor of Chicago, who lost his fortune in Old Hutch's last corner, shot himself in a railway train while traveling from Paris to Marseille, making the second suicidal crime attributable to this commercial freebooter. The investigation of the will of Mrs. Stewart, who was left a fortune of 20 PG $94.5 million by her husband, and died 10 years afterward in debt over $1 million to her friend ex-Judge Hilton, who managed her estate, is developing a remarkable system of bookkeeping. All her investments ceased to pay, and her advisor even charged interest for her husband's funeral expenses. The directors of the Richmond Terminal Company have obtained control of the Georgia Central Railroad, with 7,000 miles of track and 9 million gross earnings, and its ocean steamship line of 10 steamers plying between Savannah, Baltimore, New York, and Boston. Half the South is thus put under one gigantic railroad monopoly. London has been startled by another horrible murder in Whitechapel, the ninth committed by an unknown assassin. All the victims have been unfortunate women of the streets, and all have been horribly butchered. The criminal record is enlarged by the flight of City Treasurer Thomas Axworthy of Cleveland, Ohio, who was nearly $1 million short in his accounts, and whose defalcation temporarily bankrupted the city. An accident which proves the value of watertight compartments occurred on November 10th near Sandy Hook. The Umbria had just begun her voyage to Queenstown when she ran across the freight steamer Iberia during a fog, cutting her in two. Both parts of the Iberia floated away and kept above water for hours, allowing the rescue of all hands. Not so lucky was the Russian steamer Archangel, which collided with the Glasgow steamer Neptune in Christiana Bay on October 19th, losing her captain and 17 of the crew. Another steamer disaster was the burning of the Ville de Calais owing to an explosion of petroleum gas while in port at Calais. Over a dozen lives were lost as an excursion train was returning from the fêtes at Naples. A landslide occurred, crushing the train and killing 90 persons and wounding 70 by an explosion in a mine at Frontenac, Kansas. 180 persons were buried, not more than 50 of whom were taken out alive. A similar explosion occurred in the Campagnac coal pit, Aveyron, France, in which 80 miners were killed. Yellow fever still lingers in Florida. It has claimed 384 victims out of a total of 4,469 cases up to November 10th. The theatrical season thus far is somewhat dull. Gilbert and Sullivan's Yeoman of the Guard was brought out at the New York Casino about a week after its production in London, and met with no better success. The lively sparkle of Pinafore and Patience is missing. London has a new playhouse. The Shaftesbury Theatre opened on October 20th with As You Like It. New Yorkers feel a pardonable pride in the success of the Giants in obtaining the League Baseball Championship. Starting third in the race, they obtained first place in the last week in July and held it until the end. Sporting men have been wondering at the remarkable jump of Steve Brodie from the Poughkeepsie Bridge into the Hudson River, a distance of 212 feet. Mr. Richard K. Fox, by an offer of $500 and a gold medal, incited this foolhardy attempt, but the boy escaped with slight injuries. Two other Foxes, the famous sisters, who 40 years PG 95 ago founded spiritualism, have created a sensation by telling how they humbugged people into believing what they now style a monstrous imposition, an attraction for lovers of art, have been the paintings of Vasily Vereshchagin, the Russian artist, which are being exhibited in New York. Critics pronounce them marvels of strength in delineation, but a little too realistic for the most refined taste. 4 well-known journalists have died during the month. Joseph Roman, 1000 Levy, proprietor of the London Daily Telegraph, who died on October 12th. Long John Wentworth, an old journalist but best known in Chicago politics, whose career closed on October 16th, Colonel R. Roman 1000 Pulsifer, former owner of the Boston Herald, who committed suicide on October 19th, and Napoleon N. Thieblin, a New York financial writer, who died of consumption on November 1st, the obituary record, is also augmented by the death at Tashkent of Colonel Nicholas Przhevalsky, the famous Russian explorer, just as he was about to start on an exhibition to Thibet. Reviews. History of Tennessee: The Making of a State by James Phelan Houghton Mifflin Co. This book is to us a great delight. It illustrates so clearly what we have often said, that the success of an author is not so much in what he has to say as in the manner of saying it. This is an English rendition of the French axiom that style is thought. Anyone doubting this has only to remember that Shakespeare, translated to any other language than his own, is poor stuff. We laughed ourselves into tears once over the play of Hamlet, rendered into French. The melancholy Dane became a grotesque mountebank, and Shakespeare's thoughts the dreariest sort of commonplace. It is the same of all. Now we have had histories and histories, those of the dull plodding workers in the wormholes of time, lift out the dust, and dust it remains, until taken in hand by genius, and the dust is changed to gold. The rank is but the guinea's stamp, but the stamp makes it currency, and it is prized as it passes from hand to hand. We have histories of states, we have histories of Tennessee, and they are too solemnly stupid, it is said, for consultation. The consultations are so rare that moth, mold, and mildew eat in and destroy them unmolested. We are erecting at an immense expense a huge building at Washington to hold the bound commonplaces of authors. How much better it would be to have a commission of good fellows go through and consign to the flames, or to the Young Men's Christian Association, or the common school libraries, all the unreadable books. What a bonfire we should have! PG 96 of histories, alone the dry theological husks of learning, would give Satan material for his furnaces for some days. To return to our muttonand, it is tender, appetizing, digestible mutton. We have had histories of states and histories of Tennessee. They are all full of solid facts. Yet if a man can be found who will make affidavit that he has read any one of them with comfort to himself, we shall doubt his sanity or his truthfulness. Here is a young man, and a member of Congress at that, who takes the same dry bones of fact, and through the magic touch of his pen, lo, the old skeletons take on flesh, drink in life. And through the roseate atmosphere of romance, the records are fascinating, and one closes the book with the feeling that pervades our being at the close of a grand opera, well rendered, when in the silence the feelings yet vibrate like the waves of the sea when the winds that have vexed them are still. For the first time we waken to the fact that the earlier settlers of Tennessee were not common people, as a well-painted landscape is more prized than the real view because of the art. So Mr. Phelan has given us a local coloring that makes these hardy pioneers picturesque and poetic. They make a charming background for such men as John Sevier, Andrew Jackson James, K. Polk, Daniel Boone, Sam Houston, and other noted characters who twalled and wrought, killed and got killed while the state was forming. Mr. Phelan tells us in his charming way of the struggles and hardships, the wanton wrongs and wars, until the forests were felled, the swamps drained, fields opened, highways and railroads built, and the wilderness changed in less than 3 generations to farms and villages, where the busy hum of human life took the hearing from the cry of wild beasts, the yell of Indians, and the sharp crack of the murderous rifles in the hands of robbers. Our space will not permit our giving much of this fascinating volume. The author seeks to rescue John Sevier from an undeserved oblivion. At the same time, he relegates that historic myth Daniel Boone to his deserved contempt as a landshark and speculator. It is a great comfort to find a man of genius and a student withal going through these sham gods of the past and puncturing their bran-stuffed bodies until they collapse into insignificance. What a task some iconoclast of the future will have among our war heroes of the late armed conflict. How the great generals whose fame, like kites, has been made of newspapers, will tumble from their pedestals, while the real heroes are lifted into place. We give space to give one extract, not only as an example of our author's style, but for the facts he narrates. Speaking of the early Methodist Church of Tennessee and its pioneer preachers, he says, "His manners were not polished, but they were far from rude. They were simple and sincere, and were filled with a real sympathy, and warmed the hearts of his associates. He was plain of speech, however, though if he PG 97 wounded the vanity of his hearers, he never wounded their sensibilities. These were his chief limitations. He was narrow, sectional, and bigoted, unpolished, beyond the grasp of any but Christian fellowship, taking a hard, austere, and almost terrible view of the world as it is, having real sympathy alone with the world as it should be, or as he would make it religion to him, was the goal of existence. All other interests were greater or less temptations that drew away from the path of that goal. It is not a figure of speech to say that his path was beset with death, and that for months at a time, the penances of a Trappist monastery were but as luxuries as compared to the daily trials of hunger and thirst and sleeplessness, which fell to his lot. He would ride for days at a time, through any inclemency of weather, through any degree of heat or cold, to keep an appointment to preach the word to those who hungered for the Lord. The last rain perhaps had swept a bridge away. A tribe of hostile Indians were prowling through the forests, which he would have to penetrate. A heavy fall of snow had obscured the trail that led through the intricacies of a swamp. It was doubtful if he could procure food for man or beast for days, and it was vain to try to carry a sufficient supply. It was impossible to procure a guide across the forks of some range of hills, thickly covered with ravines, and with dangerous defiles. Starvation and all the forms of death lay thick around and before him. The stoutest heart might have quailed, the most unflinching sense of duty might have wavered, the rational mind might have justly demanded a greater degree of equality between the magnitude of the thing to be accomplished and the difficulties and dangers attending its accomplishment. All these things gave him not a moment's pause. Herein was manifest the grandeur of the circuit rider's character. His mind was not the mind of a rational man, as we estimate rationality. His profession of faith and his wish for salvation were sincere to the full extent of their importance. As he estimated it, religion was a real and a tangible thing to him. The simple, unhesitating sincerity of his faith was grand, it was wonderful, it was sublime. He merged the individual completely in the work. He lost all sense of personal interest in the craving. To advance the interests of others, he was willing to meet death for the attainment of the smallest of the tasks set before him. He was willing to forgo all personal comfort as a part of the daily life, of which hunger and thirst were the incident's luxury. He had never known or seen. As the church increased in numbers and influence, the pioneer of religion, the one who had hewn for it a way through the primeval forests, either pushed forward with the advance line of civilization, or yielded to the mellowing influence of a more genial state of society. As villages developed into towns with souls enough to repay an exclusive charge, the saddlebags and the saddle were exchanged for a settled habitation. Sometimes he married, and from the first marriage had practically destroyed his usefulness as an itinerant. He is now familiar to us only in tradition. The discipline of conference assignments of duty, which carry with them change of habitation, still suggests his noble activity in the early days of Tennessee history. And yet, remembering the self-devotion, the sacrifices, the fervor and force of this religious enthusiasm, how little trace was left the religion of Tennessee today is farther removed from the teachings of those early PG 98 martyrs to what they believed the cause of God than were the Indians they cared little for, or the rough settlers they sought so fervently to convert. There is no trace of Indian or settler, nor the remotest vestige of the religion. These preachers so earnestly taught this, because it was the religion of dogmas founded upon the vengeance of God, as they saw it in the Chronicles of the Hebrews. They carried what Burns called tiding o' damnation, and the long-haired Hollowed hot gospeler gave vivid descriptions of unending torture of hell. To the unbeliever, the love of God, the tender mercy of our blessed Redeemer, were lost in the awful vengeance of an offended and unforgiving deity. Poor human nature, as found among those earlier settlers, was frightened. The historian tells us that these attacks more on the nerves than the conscience culminated at revivals. In what was called the jerks, he says, they were involuntary and irresistible. When under their influence, the sufferers would dance or sing or shout. Sometimes they would sway from side to side, or throw the head backward or forward, or leap or spring. Generally, those under the influence would at the end fall upon the ground and remain rigid for hours, and sometimes whole multitudes would become dumb and fall prostrate. As the swoon passed away, the sufferer would weep piteously, moan and sob. After a while, the gloom would lift a smile of heavenly peace, would irradiate the countenance, words of joy and rapture would break forth, and conversion always followed. It came in time to be observed that this conversion affected only the converted member's manner to be very serious, and sad to have profanity give place to prayers made the substance of the process, through which one escaped eternal punishment after death. Faith, that is simply a longing for life, was confounded with belief that, having its base in evidence, is entirely beyond the control of the would believer. The whole theological affair touched the moral conduct of the true believer. Only slightly life was harder in the church than out of it. Charity, the love of one's neighbor, the forgiveness of sins on the part of the member. How could he forgive when his God would not forgive? Ill gave way to a loud assertion of total depravity in the convert, and a profound belief in the dogmas. it was not long before these settlers observed that in dealing with a classilator, they had to be more cautious and guarded against being cheated than in like transactions with the godless. However, those simple souls upon the border did not differ much from our humanity of today. Poor human nature is prone to love in the form itself the object for which the form was created. The white-coated leader of Sunday schools, who flees to Canada with the cash of the bank where he was cashier, is no more of a hypocrite than the president, and director's religion to all these is one thing. Moral conduct quite another. They are on a par with the bandit of Italy who hears mass, goes to confession, and has prayers said in his behalf, before going out to rob and murder. Nor do PG 99, they differ from the committee of Negroes that waited on their white preacher, and begged him to stop for one Sunday talking about lying and stealing, and gib em one day ob good old-fashioned glorito God religion. Men and Measures of Half a Century by Hugh McCulloch. Charles Scribner's Sons here is a name that will loom up in the hereafter, as that of one of the ablest financiers given our country. It is lost now in the yet lingering glare and blare of war, where little men magnified by newspapers to gigantic generals famous for the wanton slaughter of their own men absorb public attention. Mr. McCulloch was called to the Secretaryship of the Treasury by President Lincoln, and continued there by Lincoln's successor Andrew Johnson. It was the hard task of Mr. McCulloch to rectify the errors of Salmon P. Chase. This great man had won success for the government in the war with the South on his financial blunders, finding capital so unpatriotic that it would loan the government no money so long as the conflict was in doubt. Chase appealed to the people and made his loans from them in the shape of promises to pay in the currency, while the soldiers in the field and the average citizen took a patriotic pride in accepting this currency. At par, the financiers were as busy as Satan in depreciating it, until the secretary was driven to buying up those moneygetters. They drove a hard bargain with the oppressed secretary, and this bargain ended in turning over a large part of the fiscal agency of the government and all the currency to nearly 2,000 corporations. When Mr. McCulloch took the portfolio of the Treasury, our financial condition was most deplorable. The land was flooded with an irredeemable currency, and the source of credit being thus poisoned, all business was mere gambling. To understand this, one has to remember that in the first year of the war, a tariff on imports was enacted by Congress that amounted at first to prohibition, in thus closing the door against foreign capitalists. The government raised the prices of all manufactured goods against itself. The evil did not end here. As a purchaser of supplies in a paper currency for 1,000,000 of wasteful and extravagant men in the field, the government again augmented prices to its own hurt. After the Battle of Gettysburg, when the timid capital felt that it was safe not to help an impoverished government, but to make investments, bonds were taken paid for in the depreciated currency, and, when the war ended, a subsidized Congress, leaving the loan in the shape of currency, made by the people to take care of itself, enacted that these bonds bought in currency should be redeemed capital and interest in gold. This was the situation that faced Mr. McCulloch when sworn in office as Secretary of the Treasury. He was selected by President Lincoln and continued in office by Andrew Johnson. A more admirable appointment could not have been made. Hugh McCulloch is not only a remarkable PG 100 man, but one singularly well adapted to the position assigned him. An eminently handsome man, he carried a large, healthy brain on a trunk, capable of great endurance. It was health, good health throughout, to a keen, sensitive intellect. He adds a calm, dispassionate temperament, and the highest courage. Although modest in manner and reticent in speech, his very presence commanded respect among his opponents, such as all positive characters possess, while his friends felt that their cause, whatever it might be, was safe in his hands. Trained a banker, he had made a success of his banking, and while possessed of a thorough acquaintance with the details of his business, he had also a philosophical knowledge of the science. This is a rare combination. How little those people know of their own business, said Salmon P. Chase to Mr. Richard B. Pullen of Cincinnati. After a meeting of bankers, the able Secretary of the Treasury had called for consultation. It was well for the bankers that such was, and is their condition. They are practical men, that is, men who accept the fact as they see it without bothering their brains as to the reason for it. The businessman who sends an order through the telegraph or telephone does not stop to consider what strange agency he is using. If he did, he would not only have his mind taken from his avocation, but lose the chance of a deal in the market. The mind given to, and capable of study, is one given to dreaming, not acting. The vast debt owing the people by the government in the shape of currency presented to Secretary McCulloch his first problem that had to be solved before credit could be restored, and business again put on a sound, healthy basis. He had the advantage of knowing clearly and precisely the work before him. It was the error of the day as it is the error now to confound currency with money by money, is meant the great measure of value in gold and silver coin, determined on by trade, and accepted the world over since trade first began. Currency, on the contrary, is that form of credit used in paper to facilitate exchange. Now trade calls for a certain amount of this, not so large as is popularly supposed, but fluctuating in quantity as trade makes its demand. Gold and silver cannot be relied on for this purpose, for their intrinsic value, which makes them a measure of value, forbids this measure of value like that of the yard as to length, and the pound as to weight becomes an abstract idea when one seeks to purchase a pair of shoes and the shoemaker says that their price is $5. One may pay for them 5 bushels of wheat, so that on both sides a value is got at that facilitates the exchange. If currency is used, it too has the same nature. With this fact added, the intrinsic value of the paper promise to pay coin lies in the credit of the man corporation or government issuing the promise. If a man fall down a steep place, said the Hun Tom Benton, and get killed with a gold dollar in his pocket, and his bones be found 100 years after, they will be worth the dollar. If, however, he has a promise to pay $1, he has that which depends for value on a board PG 100, one of directors, sitting around a mahogany table. It may be worth $1, and it may be worthless. This disposes of the fiat money. We cannot create something out of nothing by act of Congress. When the government issues its paper, it coins its credit into currency. Its value, if it has any, lies in that. Now, when Secretary McCulloch took command of the Treasury Department, the credit of the government was at a heavy discount, and getting less every hour. The only class at the North that doubted the ability of the government to maintain itself in the War of Secession was the moneyed class, and this class continued to decry the credit of the government long after the war had been brought to a successful conclusion. This because the condition of discredit was a source of income. They who had refused to fetch out their money bags to aid the government when the roar of the first artillery was throbbing along the halls of the Capitol now sought to fatten on its distress. Hugh McCulloch found the government financially aground like a stranded whale, with sharks eating in at one end, and vultures and wolves at the other. And yet all the vast powers of the government are given to the aid and support of this class, from which come the sharks, buzzards, and wolves. The new secretary had this class to contend with, and he had another in the form of politicians, the representatives of the people that represented everything. But the people's patriotism. Mr. McCulloch knew that to restore credit and redeem our currency, the volume must be contracted. The moneyed class wanted to be let alone. It always wants that the politicians wanted more currency, or money as they called it. In addition to this trouble, the politicians of the dominant party sought to make a colony of the entire South to be governed by carpetbaggers and bayonets, because Southern staples could thus be made to contribute to Northern capital, and the ignorant plantation Negroes could be used to keep that party in power. In this way, half our territory and the most valuable of our products were paralyzed. Fortunately for the country, President Johnson got into a row with both capitalists and politicians. As a poor white of the South, he hated wealth. As a Southerner, he hated Northern politicians. An ignorant, vicious sort of a man, Johnson was obstinate and courageous. It was, however, a sort of moral courage, if we may use such a term in this connection. Probably his nerve had been demoralized by his intemperate habits. It is true that the man who in the Senate defied the fierce slaveholders was the man whom General Don Carlos Buell cowed at Cincinnati, and who ordered the unfortunate and innocent Mrs. Surratt to be hanged within 24 hours, with the recommendation to mercy of the court that condemned her before him, and the shrieks of her agonized daughter ringing in his ears. Be all that as it may, Andrew Johnson cutting loose from Congress, and the moneyed class took the executive government into his own hands. Few PG 102 of us realize what a tremendous power is this government of ours. The framers of it made it so to guard against the people, in whose behalf it was created. The politicians in Congress saw this and sought to free themselves of Johnson through impeachment. They charged him with selecting his cabinet. The charge was absurd and failed. And while Johnson, with little dignity and less success, went on fighting politicians, Secretary McCulloch used the power given him to contract our currency, restore our credit, and put the country once more on the road to honest trade and its high prosperity. No one, however, must open Hugh McCulloch's book with any hope of finding therein a history of this financial crisis, and his part in the restoration to honor we enjoyed the author is a modest man, and leaves to others the truth and the praise the truth awards him. There is a more serious objection to the work, and that comes of Mr. McCulloch's marked ignorance of men, while clear-sighted and profound in his knowledge of great economic subjects. He scarcely knows one man from another save as they are labeled and described by popular expression. It is amusing to run over his list of prominent men and see under each, if not an official pedestal, one given by social verdict with the conservatism of his temperament in his judgment of men. He seldom departs from the recorded estimate of the public. The most ludicrous instance of this is his history of Grant and his summing up of the man's supposed character. It is the political fiction and newspaper lie of the day. From this, we can turn to the views of a statesman on finance, the tariff, and on reconstruction with not only pleasure, but profit. So far, we have three great historical characters to record as financiers: Hamilton, because of his luck chase for his blunders, and McCulloch for his ability. Recent novels, the great stream that swells day by day in the form of prose fiction, is simply appalling. It is not only the genius of today that has seized on this vehicle of thought and feeling, but the amateur pendriver plunges in without hesitation. Every male citizen of these United States is born to hold office and edit a newspaper. Every female born under the stars and stripes comes into the world, prepared to write a novel, no study, no preparation. Whatever is needed. When the Irishman was asked if he could play upon the French horn, he responded, "Sure, it looks easy." And a love story looks so easy that every little girl is ready to produce one. Of the pile before us, we of course seize first on that, under the name of Julian Hawthorne, the admiration felt by all for the father, to say nothing of the love that yet lingers in memory for the man, makes the name of Hawthorne sacred. It brings to mind the noble, handsome Caesarean head of the master, that was made winning by the shy, gentle, and affectionate manner so little understood by the many, so fascinating to the few. Then lived our greatest genius in the world of fiction, when one realizes pg 103, the nature of the material upon which he had to work, the cold, barren soil of New England, the hard, unsympathetic characters, with no background of romance on which to build the mighty power of the magician, looms up before us. The touch of his pen wrought such strange wonders that the very hardness of the groundwork seemed to play into his hand. And from the twice-told tales to that grandest of all tragedies in the English language, the Scarlet Letter, one is held spellbound. Well, it is not belittling Julian to say that it is a misfortune that he should be the son of his father. We read his charming stories by the light of a past that can never again be renewed. And all the time the memory of the mighty master dwarfs the work of the son in this way. I read aloud to my dear invalid a dream, and a forgetting had there been any other name upon the title page than Hawthorne, we should have been charmed with the book that Belford Clark Co. have gotten up so beautifully. As it was, we could not help looking for the sunlight through rifts that alas can never come again. It is singular to note, however, the Hawthornish traits that yet linger in the son, the same boldness that made the elder Hawthorne accept and use without hesitation the most unpromising characters, and make them not only acceptable but attractive, belongs to the younger. It is this which drives him not only to depict Fairfax Bourdwine, but to make his hero such a weak, selfish creature. After all, he is only a foil to Mary Galt, and the true work in the artist lies in the clear yet delicate prominence he gives to his heroine. The charm the elder Hawthorne threw over the rocky land of New England is evident in The Pot of Gold by Edward Richard Shaw. Belford Clark Co. Here is the barren sandy coast, with a few rough fishermen, the cold heaving sea enlightened by no love, but made attractive by the shadowy play of adventure, found in piratical ships that come and go as if they were phantoms of a half-forgotten past. With all the dim, misty character of the piratical craft, the author gives us the coast, and its atmosphere, the rough, ignorant characters of its inhabitants, in a way to prove that he is an artist, and has made good use of his study to the average reader, as well as the more cultured. This book is very attractive. Edgar Saltus, whose immature book The Truth About Tristram Varick won him wide mention as the author of a grotesque bit of immorality, comes to the front again. In Eden, a novel published by Belford Clark Co. There is the marked progress in this volume we prophesied. In the young author, he has great ability marred by certain affectations that will in time, we hope, disappear. Mr. Saltus has been roughly assaulted by the critics. He probably deserved all that he got. We can say to him, as the fond parent said to his son, after the youth had been kicked in the face by a mule, he will not be so handsome hereafter, but he will have more sense. Mr. Saltus builds his novels on the French methods. His narrative and conversations find expression in short epigrammatic sentences to the PG 104 average reader. This is easy and delightful, for there is a sense of wisdom that to such is quite captivating to the more cultured. It has the effect of an old-fashioned corduroy road over a swamp. It simply jolts one, and the knowledge that the short sticks and logs cover a quagmire is not comforting. The characters are nearly all alike, and their conversation so much so that to a listener to one who reads aloud omitting the names, it seems to be one person dealing out worldly wisdom in short, jerky sentences. As a specimen of style, we quote, "Then, Miss Meneman, you must know the penalty which is paid for success." He straightened himself. The awkwardness had left him, and he seemed taller than when he entered the room. Yes, he continued, the door to success is very low, and the greater is he that bends the most. Let a man succeed in any one thing, and whatever may be the factors with which that success is achieved, envy will call a host of enemies into being as swiftly as Cadmus summoned his soldiery, and these enemies will come not alone from the outer world, but from the ranks of his nearest friends. Ruin a man's home, he may forget it, but excel him, do him a favor, show yourself in any light his superior, then, indeed, is the affront. Great mediocrity is unforgiving. We pretend to admire greatness, but we isolate it and call that isolation fame. It is above us, we cannot touch it, but mud is plentiful, and that we can throw, and if no mud be at hand, we can loose that active abstraction malice, which subsists on men and things. No, had I an enemy, I could wish him no greater penance than success. Success prompt vertiginous immense to the world, as I have found it. Success is a crime, and its atonement not death but torture. Truly, Miss Meneman, humanity is not admirable. Men mean well enough, no doubt, but nature is against them. Libel is the tribute that failure pays to success. If I am slandered, it is because I have succeeded. But what is said of my father is wholly true. He did make shoes, God bless him, and very good shoes they were. Pardon me for not having said so before. Again, here is another character speaking, and it seems a continuation of what we have quoted. It is not. There are nearly 100 pages between the two, and a worldwide difference in sex. Now read. Before I met you, I thought myself in love, oh, but I did though, and it was not until after I had known you that I found that which I had taken for love was not love at all. How did I know? Well, you see, because that is not love which goes, and that when it was for the man I cared, not the individual. At the time I did not understand, nor did I, until you came. Truly, I don't see why I should speak of this. Every girl, I fancy, experiences the same thing. But when you came, life seemed larger. You brought with you new currents. Do you know what I thought? People said I married you for money. I married you because you had. Do you suppose now, because I loved you? But at that time I told myself I had done with love. No, it was not so much for that as because I was ambitious for us both. It was because I thought Wall Street too small for such as you. It was because I discerned in you that power which coerces men. It was because I believed in the future. It was because I trusted you. Yes, it was for that. And yet this afternoon. PG 105. The advance made in this brilliant book, for such it is with all its faults, from that grotesquely immoral work, called The Truth about Tristram Varick, justifies our expressed faith in the ability of Edgar Saltus. This novel is clearly highly dramatic and intensely interesting. There is the making of a foremost master of fiction in the young man, when he shall have shaken off his affectations. His Way in Her will, by Fanny Eimer Matthews. Belford Clark Co. This is a vivid picture of our supposed New York social life, as seen by certain writers of fiction, through the plate-glass window of a fashionable modiste, in an atmosphere heavy with the cheap sense of a barbershop. We are introduced to most elegant people of high birth and culture. Through many generations, the villain is a villain, because he is the son of a lowborn and base stonemason. We have two sorts of fiction affected mainly by our American novelists. One is of the English sort, not Braddon, but Trollope and Miss Austen, where the interest of a mild sort turns on the social law of caste. The hero and the heroine paddle about in the shallow sea of affection, never out of sight of the church steeple, and it is a poor plebeian girl beloved by a lord or a noble lady rich and well-born, who is sought for by a lover of base origin. The other, or French method, is to have the characters tossed upon an awful ocean of passion, where the rag of chastity is torn in shreds by the lurid storm. The novel before us is of the English class. As we have no aristocracy, one is created. It is, of course, one of birth. The old Knickerbockers and the Puritans of the Mayflower furnish the lofty pedigree, and chivalrous gentlemen and silken dames appear in, or come out of, elegant drawing-rooms, and make love in a most refined and lofty sort. The stories are not only imaginary, but the foundations for the same are of the stuff. Dreams are made of there. is no such social life in this land of ours. The aristocracy we have here is one of wealth and of necessity, is without culture monegating in its best aspect, is a mere instinct as we have to get our living from the hard crust of earth on, which we are born nature has given us the instincts necessary to that living. And a man gathers the good things about him, very much as swine seek shelter, and make a bed before a viewless coming storm. As we cultivate the animal, we destroy the instinct hence. It is that, when a man ceases to accumulate and goes to spending, he loses the power of accumulation. We do not mean to say by this that a man may not through an exercise of his reason accumulate property. Also the goose that flies 1,000 miles on a line due north is emulated by the mariner, who by the use of a compass will sail with the same accuracy. But the goose carries its own stomach, and the sailor a rich cargo of silks and velvets. The rule, or rather the law, is that when reason takes the place of instinct, the instinct is lost. The man who from natural impulse and motive makes his money, pg 106, is unable to enjoy what he has made. He is a mere animal. And of these animals is our aristocracy made. When therefore we apply to American life the characters, motives, and manners of European social existence, we make an egregious blunder. The aristocracy of Europe, mainly of England, is not one of wealth alone, for many commoners are richer than their lords, nor is it of pedigree, for the great majority of them are without such. It is the power of a hereditary class. It dominates not only the social, but the political structure as well. The lords we look up to and dwell upon, so fascinated, are the masters, and relieved from the necessary toil, for an existence have time and means to be cultured. It is a class with the prestige of power. Take this away, and a lord would be no more than the ringmaster of a circus, and not half so amusing as the clown. Our social aristocrats play at being such, and our ringmasters and clowns admired by the ignorant and laughed at by all. Again, there is no class in the United States that has the leisure necessary to learn. We have no idle class, we have a continuous stream of wood aristocrats. But they come and go so rapidly that no time is given for the cultivation of manner, nor can there be the repose necessary to aristocratic ways. The duration of family life on Murray Hill or any other fashionable locality in New York or elsewhere is that of the penitentiary or the car horse. About 5 years all the families change in that time. Whence they come, they carefully conceal. Whither they go, no one cares to learn. There are enormous fortunes made in a day that disappear in a night. All the while the money-getting and losing continue. There is no pause. The masculine element of such society is made up of men who carry the anxieties of their work into parlors and ballrooms. The late dinners and later parties are frequented by fathers and brothers who know that at counting rooms and offices they must be every morning by 10 o'clock to worry all day with an anxiety that kills. These noble scions of male American aristocracy carry protested notes on their dyspeptic countenances, and the female specimens their bills for jewelry and gorgeous wearing apparel. The surface of the whole creation is not even good veneer, but the thinnest sort of a scratched varnish. What absurd fictions, then, are our society novels! We have in reality our social life, and it is of the best and highest. The millions of homes over the land have their comedies and tragedies well worth putting to record. But they are American, not European. Why cannot our gifted authors such as Miss Matthews, for example, turn to these and give us a fiction worthy the name? The book she has given us, with all its defects, is entertaining from title page to close. The interest in the plot and characters holds the reader who does not look too narrowly into the probability. pg 107. Of the same sort of work is the volume entitled That Girl from Texas by Jeanette H. Walworth Belford Clark, an amusing story under a bad name. The idea is not so original as Sancho Panza remarked, but what we might have met it before. The fair barbarian who invades England and crops out in English novels much to our discredit, and the like character from the far west who assaults fashionable life east are getting to be somewhat monotonous. Society is shocked in both localities by the rough ways of the maiden, but as she is ever beautiful, rich, and shrewd, she plays a leading role and comes out victor in the end. If Elmira does not stab that deep-deed villain, the Count, she circumvents him in the most adroit and unexpected manner, so that virtue triumphs and vice is exposed and punished. We cannot comprehend why it is that, when a sprig of English nobility seeks our shores, he should always be a cad or an idiot, and in many instances blooming specimens of both time was when this specimen proved a fraud, and the so-called lord turned out a lackey. But now his ancestors are the real lace, but his intellect, morals, and manners are at a heavy discount. Nor is it understandable why the newly rich of the far west are such ignorant boors, while the same articles at the east are refined and intellectual. We observe that the difference between the two is to have the western man spell his words as they are pronounced, while all the correct spelling is given to the eastern gentleman. This is scarcely fair to the citizen of means from a Texan ranch or a Nevada mine, but the dramatic effect is good, so we must not complain. Allowing for these slight defects, That Girl from Texas is a well-told story, and like the preceding His Way and Her, Will is a healthy book. There is nothing in either to shock even the sense of propriety, let alone morals, and both give evidence of a talent for storytelling that, if properly cultivated, will make the fair authors famous. Some years since Theophile Gautier published a strange story of transformation, in which the soul of the lover was passed to the body of a husband, and the inner life of the husband transferred to the body of the lover. Morbidly inclined readers are referred to this ingenious but disgusting work for entertainment, the author of The Princess Daphne too modest to put his or her name upon the title page. Belford. Clark Co., to accommodate morbid readers unacquainted with French, has translated Gaudier's plot and adapted it to American taste by making the transferee female instead of the coarser sex. Whether it was worthwhile to go through so much for so little, as Sam Weller's schoolboy remarked when he got done with the alphabet, is a matter of taste. We think in the case of the Princess Daphne that it was not PG 108. The Queen of the Block, by Alexander Roman 50 Kincaid. Chapter Roman 1, The Queen's Birthday Ball. Bill Keller played the first fiddle, and called the figures. Blind Benner was second fiddle, and Hunch Blair blew the cornet. A curious trio they were. William Keller had come from an eastern city where he had been the leader of a successful orchestra. The noises of the streets had proved too much for his sensitive hearing, and he had fled from them to the stillness of the forest. He lived at the foot of Coot Hill, where he was frequently visited by Blind Benner, a young man to whom he had taken a fancy, and whom he taught to play on the violin. Blind Benner had a Christian name, but the people of Three Sisters did not know what it was, and they always spoke of him by the title his infirmity suggested. Hunch Blair did odd jobs at the furnace store at Three Sisters, a village located at the foot of a spur of the Allegheny Mountains. Only his father called Hunch by his Christian name. He was a mannish dwarf. Somewhere he had learned to play the cornet. These were the musicians at the Queen's Ball, and lively music they played. "Move round there, you huckleberry huckster, and keep some sort of time to the music, Bill," shouted at Mrs. Wright from Tehank. She sold berries in their season, and was a quaint character. Spurred by the caller's sharp reprimand, she got ahead of the others and left her partner before it was time to turn corners. He was none other than the stalwart, handsome, dignified owner of the Three Sister Furnaces, and known to all the iron trade as Colonel Jerry Hornberger. He had honored the Queen's Ball with his presence, and was dancing the first quadrille with Mrs. Wright. "Seat your partners," Bill shouted presently, "and give Hunch a chance to fill that extra lung he carries on his back." The party was given in honor of Elizabeth McAnay, the Queen of the Block of Blazes, who had become 21 that day. Tall, strong, light-footed, and graceful, she was the best dancer in Three Sisters, and eagerly sought as a partner at all the balls. Although not pretty, her face was full of character. Her eyes and hair, which was worn short, were black. Her walk was erect, and her manner regal. She was always grave and dignified, yet could enter heartily into the spirit of a jolly occasion. However, she never lost her womanly dignity, as many girls do at balls or parties in the country, by playing practical jokes on the young men. And because she would not join in such tricks, one of the girls had given her the nickname the Queen of the Block. 21 dances, mind," said Bill, tuning his fiddle for the second dance. "Your positions for number 2 huckleberries. You dance here, where I can tap you with the fiddle bow." Mrs. Wright, taking a place on the floor by the side of John Gilfillan, PG 109, the head clerk at the furnace store, turned up her nose at Bill and joined another set. Snap! Blind Benner broke a fiddle string and was so grieved that he could not play that Bill delayed the dance until the string was again tuned. Elizabeth was dancing with her oldest brother. Levi, her partner in the first quadrille, had been her aged father, who danced no more that night. Levi was tall and wore his hair long, falling on his shoulders. He was a schoolteacher, and a strange combination of faculties found expression in his methods of instruction and discipline. His smile was potent with his pupils, being both their reward and punishment to the deserving. It was a benediction to the unfaithful, it was a mocking grin confounding. And abashing them, he was gallant to his sister, and walked gracefully through the dance with her. Elizabeth's partner in the third dance was Matthew McAn, her brother, 4 years older than she, by occupation a woodchopper. He was an active, strong man, but rather a clumsy dancer. Sometimes his face wore a smile similar to Levis to acquaintances. It was tantalizing, to strangers annoying. Cassius McAnay was Elizabeth's partner in the fourth dance. He too was her brother, 2 years her senior, and much like their elder brothers, he was his father's assistant in the coaling. After the fourth dance, John Gilfillan made his way along the ballroom to Elizabeth's side. The change of her manner, as she accepted his arm for the next dance, showed how welcome he was. Yet they were not avowed lovers, he had not made his declaration. But she was expecting it that night. It came, yet not as she had hoped for it. The ballroom was a long porch which had once been the platform where freight was received, when the block had been a warehouse. Three Sisters at that time being the terminus of a railroad. When the railroad was carried farther up the river, the warehouse was found to be unnecessary, and Colonel Hornberger, desiring to turn it into a tenement house, bought it from the railroad company. In it, a dozen families could be comfortably accommodated, each family having 5 rooms, 3 upstairs and 2 down. The long platform was divided by fences, and to each door steps led from the street. In the openings, thus made in the floor of the platform, trapdoors were fitted. These porches were the washrooms of the families, and on a Monday, when the washing of clothes took place, so many quarrels arose between the women that the house was given the nickname of the Block of Blazes. On the night of Elizabeth's party, there was harmony in the block. The washtubs and benches were removed, the middle fences were taken away, the trapdoors were down, and the platform made a dancing floor, which was lighted by candles placed in the windows and by perforated stable lanterns swung on ropes above the heads of the dancers. John, or Gil, as he was called, conducted Lizifer. That was what her brothers shortened her name. Toto, the end of the porch, opposite the musicians, who had seats raised above the floor. Many of the guests were grouped near this platform, gathered around Jacob McAnay, and his wife, and Gil and Lizzie had the other end of the porch to themselves. She leaned over the rail and looked at a star twinkling near the horizon, which was made in the west for Three Sisters by a ridge that was precipitous and high. Lizzie said, "Gil, will you be my wife?" "I will." John PG 110. The shrill voice of Bill Keller broke upon their ears. "Cotton, Lizzie, cotton, quick, or there'll be no more dancing here tonight." Lizzie turned impatiently toward him. "Never mind him, he's drunk," said Gil. "Lizzie, the devil is here and wants a dance, and if I don't get some cotton for my ears, I'll have to give it to him." "I must humor him," John said. Lizzie, and disappeared in the house. There she encountered Gret Reed, Seth Reed's wife, who, knowing Bill's eccentricities, had gone for some cotton when he first asked for it. "I have it," Lizzie said. "Gret, your mother, told me where it was." "Just like you, Gret, always the first to do anything that is asked." Gret took the cotton to Bill, who stuffed it in his ears. Then he shouted partners for the fifth dance. Gil led Lizzie to the floor. She was very happy, betrothed to the man she loved. How light her step, how graceful her movement, as the tall, comely girl walked through the quadrille by the side of her promised husband. After the dancers were seated, when this quadrille was finished, Bill took Hunch aside and asked, "Hunch, are you afraid of the devil?" "Ain't afeard you v nothin'." Hunch looked at his wrinkled old face with its expression of cunning, and his disfigured form suggested that he was on intimate terms with all sorts of evil spirits. "The devil is here tonight, Hunch, begging me to play for him to dance, and I don't want to hear him. That's why I put the cotton in my ears. But I will have to play for him. He never lets me go without a dance. When he comes around, if I refuse to play, he gives me a low region Chilson fever that makes my bones ache and my flesh burn. But tonight he will have to wait until the party is over. Then I will play for him. He will dance on the roof. When I give you the nod, just take your cornet, sneak up on the roof, and blow a hole through him, will you?" "I will thet," and Hunch jerked his head in a way that showed he intended to ventilate Satan effectively. When Bill returned to the musician's stand, Blind Benner, who knew the mood that was upon his master, asked the privilege of playing second fiddle for the devil's dance. "Sorry, Benner, but old Nick wouldn't have it. He will dance to but one fiddle and insists that I shall play it, and if he don't get his dance tonight, he will give me an ague that quinine won't cure." Blind Benner looked sad. Hunch was given the privilege of driving Satan away, but he could not extend to his teacher, tortured into playing for the demoniacal dance, the sympathy of an accompanying violin. With a sigh, he twanged the strings of his violin to learn if they were in tune. The last dance was a Virginia reel, with Colonel Hornberger as a partner. Lizzie took the head to lead off. When the reel was finished, the guests prepared to leave. "Not yet," shouted Bill, "don't go yet, seats everybody, and we will have a jig by the devil." A shiver passed over the guests, and they remained standing in groups. Bill, who was tuning his violin, seemed to have been suddenly transformed. A demon seemed to have taken possession of him. His look, PG 111, was wild, and his eagerness to play almost a frenzy. Before he put the instrument under his chin, he unstopped his ears immediately. When his bow crossed the strings, he gave himself up to a delirium of melody. His eyes glared, and his body swayed. His auditors were frightened into silence. However, Hunch was self-possessed, and held his horn ready to perforate Satan with a blast from it. Blind Benner wept silently. Finally, Bill nodded, and Hunch hastened from the porch. A minute after he entered the block, a discordant blast from the roof broke. The spell restored the player to his senses, and relieved the others, who to this day declare that they distinctly heard the cloven hoof keeping time to the music on the shingles. On his way home, Bill muttered, "What infernal business had old Nick at Lizzie's party?" In aftertime he knew. Chapter Roman 2. Gil elects Esquire. John Gilfillan was chief clerk at the furnace store. Upon him was the entire responsibility of its management. To him was given the sole charge of its business. Colonel Hornberger was always boasting of his ability and trustworthiness, and made him his deputy with full power to act for him. John went to the city and bought the goods for the store and put the selling price on them. He knew just how much stock there was on hand. He was a genius in a way, having a remarkable memory, which relieved him of the trouble of keeping an order book. Gil was the quickest and shrewdest buyer with whom the wholesalers had to deal. He was handsome, tall, broad-shouldered, muscular, and always well-dressed. His mustache and hair were dark, almost black, his eyes gray. In the furnishing of his room, which was on the second story of the store building, a taste almost effeminate was displayed. A stranger entering, it would think a woman dwelt there. When he went to it after leaving the McAney ball, he sat down not to think in superstitious wonder of the strange fancy of Bill Keller's, but to recall the words, actions, looks of the graceful and willowy girl who had said, "I will, John. She has more pride than Queen Elizabeth." He muttered, "No thank you to me, but I will, John. Lizzie, you are the comeliest girl I know, and I have got your promise to be my wife. Well, so much." Hard, unfeeling words dictated by passion. Love is tender, generous; passion harsh and selfish. They sit opposite at the same feast. Love surrenders to the intoxication of the scene, grateful to be allowed their passion, glances scornfully at foolish love, and considers his presence at the banquet a compliment to the giver. Love treasures the crumbs; passion wastes basketfuls. "So far so good," Gil murmured. "I'll go to Jim Harker tomorrow." And without one tender thought for the woman who, even then all a tremble with delight at being his betrothed, was uttering a prayer for him, he threw himself on the bed and went asleep. Lizzie did not sleep. Gil's declaration of love, as she regarded his proposition of marriage, had opened the door of the future, and her eyes were fastened on the scenes that imagination conjured up beyond the threshold. She lay awake looking at them, all beaming in the sunlight. PG 112. "Squire, can you keep a secret?" James Harker, shoemaker to three sisters, sat in front of his shop smoking. When Gil addressed him, the title flattered him. Coming from so influential a person, he was a candidate for the office of Justice of the Peace. At the polls on the following Tuesday, McAney ball was on Wednesday. It would be decided whether Squire Parsons should retain the right to issue warrants and summon lawbreakers before him, or have only the dignity of the title, while James Harker, formerly shoemaker, occupied the office and received the fees. Jim looked piqued by Gil's question. "Keep a secret, Humph, do you take me for a woman?" Gil laughed and stroked his mustache. "I'll bet you $10 if I was to tell you a secret that you couldn't keep it an hour." $10 is scarce with me, Gil, but I'll have ter go your thet much anyhow." From somewhere in his clothes, Jim produced a greasy wallet, which he opened. He took from it a $10 gold piece. Gil promptly mated it but modified the time. "An hour's too short a time for a fair test." Jim replaced the money in his wallet. Gil tossed his gold piece into the air, caught it as it fell, balanced it on the tip of his finger, and said, "Jim, how would you like to have this shiner for your first wedding fee?" Jim's eyes dilated. "Well, yer wouldn't think I'd object, would yer?" Gil laughed and slipped the coin into his pocket. Jim's face betrayed his eagerness for the gold. "Let's go into the shop. I've something particular to say to you," said Gil. They entered, and Jim shut the door. Gil dropped into the shoemaker's seat and laid the lapboard on his knees. "Do you know, Jim, that Squire Parsons is going to be hard to beat?" Jim sat down on a stool and drew a heavy breath, which was an admission that he was of that opinion. Gil had a knife in his hand and was cutting a piece of leather into strips. The shoemaker, too cunning to force the conversation, looked on in silence. Finally, Gil said, "But I believe we can do it, Jim." "Think so?" Jim asked carelessly. Gil took another piece of leather, and after wetting the knife on the side of the bench, began cutting a shoestring. When he finished it, he said, "Jim, if you will promise to do me a favor, I'll elect you." Without looking up or waiting for an answer, he began cutting another string, running the knife dexterously around the circular piece of leather. With great difficulty, Jim restrained a promise to do anything Gil might ask. He began to feel his way cautiously. "If it be in my power as an honest judge, I am not in the habit of asking impossibilities." Gil was pointing the ends of the shoestrings, and appeared very indifferent as to whether Squire Parsons remained in office or not. His coolness proved too much for the shoemaker, whose greed had been greatly excited. He leaped to his feet and held up his right hand. "I'll do it, I swear I will." PG 113. "Sit down, Jim, and keep cool. This is to be a bargain, and bargains made in cold blood are surest kept." Jim resumed his seat and stared in amazement at Gil, who, sure of his man, seemed to take interest only in the shoestrings he held before him. "Guess I'll send these to Squire Parsons, with your compliments, Jim, as a hint that will string him up." A poor attempt at wit, but it had the desired effect, and Jim was soon as calm as Gil could desire. Then he threw the shoestrings away and proceeded to business. "I mean to elect you Justice of the Peace, Jim. That office will materially increase your income in return for my exertions in your behalf. I expect you to marry me. You will be elected on Tuesday. On Wednesday night, you will meet me at the church and unite me to the woman of my choice. I will pay you a fee, and besides will bet you $20 in gold that you will be the first to tell of a marriage which for good reasons my intended wife and I desire to be kept secret for some time." Jim rose, delighted that the favor asked of him would be so easily granted. "Say, Gil, that's all right. You need make the bet your gist. Lect me, Squire, and I'll marry your for nothin', and never tell a soul. But I think I'll win, that's why I want to bet." "Well then, I'll just take your up." "All right, it's a wager." His business completed, Gil returned to the store. Squire Parsons was defeated by 2 votes, and great was the astonishment in Three Sisters, where everybody believed that John Gilfillan, clerk of the election, was a surety against fraud. But Gil gave little thought to the deceit that had placed Jim Harker in the office of Justice of the Peace, for he had a weightier matter on his mind. Theft. For more than 2 years, he had been stealing systematically from the cash box, and protected himself from discovery by false entries in the books. The money thus obtained he had lost at the gaming table during his semi-annual visits to the city for the purpose of buying goods. As soon as he got back to the store, he began thieving again in small amounts in order to accumulate capital for another venture when he next visited the city. Luck having been so persistently against him, he had determined to learn the art of juggling with cards, and purchased a book of instruction in that line. With this open before him, and a pack of cards in his hands, he sat in his daintily furnished room on the night of the election. He continued to shuffle and cut the cards until near midnight, when he rose muttering, as he concealed the pack and book, "I think that practice will make me an expert at cards, and I'll win next time. But I don't propose to risk much longer the chances of being caught by Colonel Hornberger. Something has got to happen to those books, or they will tell on me." PG 114. Chapter Roman 3 in Sugar Camp Hollow. Gil did not caution Lizzie to keep their engagement secret. He knew she would, for every true woman enjoys alone for a short time the knowledge that her love is reciprocated. She does not hasten to tell that she has had a proposal, and accepted it. To her such conduct seems eagerness to boast of a good bargain, and Gil reckoned rightly when he esteemed Lizzie a true woman. He did not speak of his intended marriage to anyone, but Jim Harker. It did not occur to Lizzie that he was trying to see as little of her as possible. Very busy at opening and marking the fall invoice of new goods, he saw her only when he passed the block on his way to the warehouse, or when she came to the store. On these occasions, he was very gallant and addressed her with a meaning in his tones and looks that her heart quickly interpreted. Sugar Camp Hollow was the shortest cut from Three Sisters to the farm. on which an uncle of Lizzie lived. It was a long, deep ravine, where grew great towering pines and graceful sugar maples. These latter gave it the name. Every spring there was a sugar boiling at the mouth of the hollow. In the fall, in winter the deer herded in the laurel thickets near the top of the mountain. A narrow path ran the length of the ravine, and from a spring near the mountain top, a noisy brook rolled to the mountain's foot and tumbled into the river. Lizzie's aunt was ill, and on the Sunday following her engagement, Lizzie, with a basket full of good things, went to visit her. The day was very still, and she enjoyed the deep silence of the woods, broken only by the rustling of the dead leaves as she stepped lightly on them. Sometimes she paused to let the quiet rest her. As she turned a sharp bend in the path, she discovered Gil waiting for her, and uttered an exclamation of glad surprise. Putting down the basket, she let him fold her in his arms. Her heart beat quickly and strongly. He felt it throb, and a thrill startled his steady nerves, lifting her head from his shoulder. He took her face in both hands and drew it slowly closer to his, feasting his eyes on it. She looked a quick protest, and then yielded. A flush mantled her cheeks. He would have repeated the kiss, but she would not let him. Repetition would be profanation in her eyes, and he understood her refusal. Ever after in her life, she regarded that first kiss as sacred. Usually his manner was lightsome, but today it was subdued. "Why have you got such a long face, John? Ain't you glad to see me?" "Of course I am." He pressed her hand and looked away from her. The sad smile on his face was succeeded by an expression of dejection. "Sit down on this log and tell me what's the matter." Gil sat on the log and looked down the mountainside to the village below. Lizzie took a seat close to him and waited for his confidence. Apparently he was hesitating. "What am I for if you can't tell me your troubles?" she asked impulsively, and caught him by the arm. Thus encouraged, Gil said, PG 115. "I had a letter from Mother yesterday." She withdrew her hand, quickly sat erect, and waited for him to continue, ready to become intensely jealous of that mother, who was probably some selfish old woman that would not let her son marry. Gil took from his pocket a neatly folded, daintily perfumed letter, the chirography of which was like steel engraving. From it he read, "There are indications in your letter, just received and read, with the eagerness of a mother homesick for her only child, that your affections for the first time in your life are feeling with restless tendrils for a place to cling to in another woman's heart." Gil could see from the corner of his eye the resolute expression melt on Lizzie's face, and a gentle glow of color appear on her cheeks, while a soft look suffused her eyes. He continued, "Now I hasten to warn you, I care not how beautiful, how accomplished the woman is who enthralls you. If I hear again of this, rather, I should say that if you do not write to me that you are free, I shall make my will according to your father's directions." Lizzie had placed one arm on his shoulder and was reading the beautifully written lines, breathlessly looking for the threat she knew they embodied. When she saw it, she rose to her feet and passed her hand quickly over her eyes, as if to brush away something that prevented her from seeing clearly. Gil stood up too, and grasping her shoulder with one hand, gave her a little shake. "Don't you see, Lizzie, I have been in love with you for a long time," and gave Mother a hint to learn her opinion. And then, before the reply came, my heart broke from its bonds, and I told you my love. "Yes," said Lizzie interrogatively. "And then I got this letter threatening to disinherit me, as my father directed I should be if I married without my mother's consent." "Yes," again the plaintive interrogation. Then, by a sudden great effort, she overcame the doubt that had for the moment shackled her. She loosed his grasp, picked up the basket, and standing erect with one foot, advanced, a queen abdicating a throne, said, "Write to her you are free." "But I will not." His reply was positive. He stood before her, blocking her way himself, aroused to earnestness that needed no affectation, for it was honest. He had just discovered how unselfish a woman's love can be and reckoned upon it as the last means of retaining his promised wife. "See," and he tore into bits the beautiful letter. "Thus do I leave my mother for you, Elizabeth. But it will break her heart, it will shorten her life." His head drooped, his chin touched his chest. Lizzie was touched by his grief, and for him had great compassion. She still held the basket on her left bended arm. With her free hand, she gave his forehead a quivering pressure. "Wait, John, till your mother dies, then I will be your wife." "I cannot, I will not." He lifted his hand determinedly. She still held the basket, her right hand clasping the left, her posture signifying that she was pausing for him to let her pass. He gave her an imploring look. but she was inflexible. Her face had assumed a softened yet determined expression. Regret and resolve had mingled their lines, and gave her features a sad tenderness. She was merciful yet resolute. PG 116. Gil pulled aside the overhanging branch of a tree and bowed to let her pass. Sigh parted her lips as she gave him her hand in farewell. He seized it eagerly and held it firmly. She endeavored to take it from him, but not rudely. He loosed his grasp slightly, and his hold became clinging in its significance. Her bursting heart, for she was giving up her life to her pride, rightly interpreted the meaning of this change in the pressure of his hand, and she thought of the tendrils spoken of in his mother's letter. Yes, they clung to her heart, and she could not roughly tear them away, so she lingered. He gave her hand a pull, bending it until the wrist would not give way, holding it. Thus he said despairingly, "I thought, Lizzie, you could arrange it some way." He tried to lift her hand to his lips, but her wrist was firm. "Can't you help me, Lizzie?" The wrist yielded. Her hand was at his lips. She let him kiss it and then set down her basket. Gil knew he had won, but she would have her hand free, for that would give her a feeling of independence. At the first hint, he released it. She interlocked it with the other and looked meditatively at the ground, moving a loose stone with the toe of her shoe. "I don't like being married as if I was ashamed of it." She was suggesting a clandestine marriage, just what he wanted. He met the question frankly. "It does look cowardly in me to ask such a thing, but if I get that money, I could buy an interest in the furnaces from Colonel Hornberger, and we could live as well as they do. It would be nice to have a home like the Hornbergers. If we was rich, I'd want long hair. Guess it will grow though." And she ran one hand through it, shaking it out. "I like it better as it is," and he played with it too. "Do you, dear? Then I'll never have it long again. And your father is old enough to quit working. We could give him and your mother a good home, and it'd help Levi become a lawyer. We could do lots of things. If we had mother's money. She is old and won't live long, perhaps a couple of years." "Let us wait for 2 years." "No, I will not. If you do not marry me, I will go away." "John, would you marry me and give up the money? Marry me before people and send your mother word." "I would indeed." "Then I will marry you and not let people know." "Thank you, sweetheart, you are so good." He would have kissed her again, but she would not let him. Her heart was sore at having consented to a secret marriage. "Let us be married on Wednesday night after prayer meeting." "Oh, I couldn't get a new dress by that time." Gil laughed at her vanity. "I thought you looked the prettiest I ever saw you on your birthday. Would you like me to wear that dress?" "Yes, dear. I will if you want me to, but I must hurry to Aunt's or she'll think I'm lost." Gil lifted the heavy basket and went with her. PG 117. The gentle autumn day was asleep on the crazy patchwork quilt spread over the vast mountains, and the lovers walked along in silence, lest they should disturb its rest. Chapter Roman 4. Three Sisters. It is one town, and not three contiguous villages. As its name might suggest, three blast furnaces stood on the bank of the river. Below the town, these Colonel Hornberger had named for his daughters Martha, Sarah, and Henrietta. So the town that grew up near them came to be known as Three Sisters, and was often spoken of as Three Girls. On all sides of it, mountains through which there were three gaps rise precipitously. Through one of the gaps, Boomer Creek, a clear and rapid stream given to sudden rises, runs into the river, which is picturesque and famous, and almost encircles the town. Through another gap, the river glides to the village, and by still another pursues its journey towards the sea. Beginning above the town and running parallel to the river, the race conducts the water to the huge wheels in the bellows house. And at the Soroman 1099, the railroad runs to the left of the village, crossing the flat on which it is built, while the river flows to the right. A long wooden-covered bridge spans the river and race and the island between them, and connects Three Sisters with Boomer Creek Valley, in which are many farms that are gradually encroaching on the forests. Many of the streets and alleys in the town were given high-sounding titles, but nearly all have their nicknames. The street on which the proprietor dwells is called Big Bug Avenue. There are Goose Street and Backbitter's Alley. Harmony Lane is where the worst wranglers in the village live, and there is the block off Blazes, standing at the head of Big Bug Avenue, yet giving it the cold shoulder, for not a door of the block opens, not a window looks except askance upon the avenue. The people of Three Sisters in the days of this story were laborious, frugal, and patient. They had few grievances. Strikes were unheard of, and no trouble was fermented except by the tavern whiskey, which flowed freely on Saturday nights when there were frequent fights among the men. The women were given to gossip, but were honest scandal was rare among them, and they prided themselves on being good cooks and tidy housewives. Chapter Roman 5: The Queen's Wedding. Wednesday. Lizzie's happy thoughts would play upon the word Wednesday, and the gentle breeze in the pines above her made sweet accompaniment to the tuneful repetition. She sat where Gil had said he would meet her in the pine grove, at the edge of which stood the church she had dressed and left home, early PG 118, apparently for a walk. But now when the church bell rung the call for prayer, she was at the trysting place. "My wedding bell," she murmured as the mellow solemn tones fell quivering on the air. When they ceased, the echo floated to her a faraway sound, almost silence. Clasping her hands, she bowed her head in thankfulness. "The angels up in heaven ring my wedding bell too, and that means John and I will be happy." There was in this muscular daughter of the forest, she was born in a cabin in the woods, a gentle womanliness that was charming as the hour drew near, when she would give up her maiden name and freedom. She thought time surely ought to go more slowly. He had taken his ease from Sunday, until now, though she running ahead had pulled him along. But now, when only one short hour of her maidenhood was left, the contrary old fellow would run. She blushed when all too soon she saw her promised husband enter the grove, and when he took her hand it trembled. What, Lizzie not scared by the dark? The pressure he gave her hand, and the light laugh that followed his words, corrected their impression, and the sharp pain they caused was soothed by the knowledge that he really understood. What if it had been some other man going through the grove, he asked. Then my hand wouldn't have shook. It was the coming of the bridegroom that made her heart beat more quickly, and her hand unsteady. Gil repaid her for the pretty compliment with a kiss, then they approached the church, which was wrapped in darkness. Jim Harker, sexton and squire, had put out the lights after prayer meeting was dismissed, and closed the shutters inside the church. He was waiting. Lizzie hesitated when, in answer to Gil's knock, the door was thrown open, and she saw that the church was dark. "Go in, Lizzie," said Gil. "Well, have a light as soon as the door is shut. If the church was lit up, somebody would see us go in, and come to peep to see what we was doin'." She stepped into the close darkness. Gil followed, and Jim shut the door. Lizzie gave a little start when she heard the click of the latch, and a shiver ran over her. She was not frightened, only realizing that the door of her maiden life was closed behind her. Squire Harker lighted 2 candles, and Lizzie's eyes blinked in the yellow light, but soon they were able to pierce the semi-darkness. And to her surprise, she could discover no preacher. She had thought him part of the romance, to no plan of Gil's. Had she objected after consenting to a secret marriage, but she had never dreamed otherwise than that the ceremony would be performed by a clergyman. When she saw Squire Harker, she supposed, because he was sexton, Gil had taken him into confidence, and he was present because of his duties at the church, putting out the lights and locking it up. Gil seemed as much astounded as she that there was no preacher present, and asked rather sharply why he had gone. Squire Harker replied that the preacher had been detained at the other end of the circuit by quarterly meeting. "It's too confounded bad," said Gil, angrily. PG 119. "It's bad luck to put off a weddin'," said Lizzie, disappointed. "I think so too," Gil remarked, and then asked, as if the idea had just struck him, "Why not be married by the squire?" Lizzie, dressed in her best, demurred. She thought a church wedding should be conducted by a preacher. "A marriage ceremony performed by a justice of the peace is as binding and respectable as any churchman's." Gil urged. "It's common like though," Lizzie replied, "but it'd be married by a squire rather than put it off." "You will have to do it, then," Gil said in a tone that did not conceal his chagrin at having to be wedded by a justice of the peace. While Squire Harker was gone for his books, pen, ink, and paper, which were concealed in a thornbush near the church, Lizzie sat silent in a pew and wondered if the angels would make merry over a church wedding conducted by a squire. When Squire Harker thought he had allowed himself time enough to get to his office and back, he tapped at the church door. Gil shaded the candles and called to him to enter. He closed the door and made a hat peg of the key, the black slouch, effectually preventing any peeping through the keyhole. He took a position behind the table on which he had placed the candles, and Gil and Lizzie stood before it. The candles threw their weird shadows on the walls and ceiling of the low lecture room. The shadows deepened and faded, advanced and retreated, nodded and bowed in the uncertain light from the candles, which seemed to struggle against their own consumption, yet were never quite able to master the eating fire that at intervals flashed greedily. The squire took up the church book and began to read the ceremony, but Lizzie stopped him. Not the preacher's way, by a squire take your own book. So he opened a volume of legal forms and asked the question, are both parties of contracting age? Gil responded yes, and Lizzie said she was old enough to know her own mind. The shadows stood still. Is there any person here present who knows any good reason why these two parties shall not be united in marriage? If so, let him speak now or forever after hold his peace. The candles spluttered, the flames leaped and flashed, and the shadows nodded and bowed and nodded. Join your right hands. Gil took Lizzie's hand in his, and the squire continued the ceremony, reading the form, slowly stumbling over the big words. But at last he pronounced them man and wife. Then the shadows stood solemnly still, while Gil kissed Lizzie. After congratulating the bride and groom, the squire sat down to write the marriage certificate. Gil and Lizzie retired to a window and conversed in low tones. Presently, after a long while, it seemed to the flustered squire, he handed Lizzie her marriage certificate. It was written on legal cap, and tied with red tape. She received it joyfully, and placed it in her bosom. There it lay, the legal testimonial of her purity, the proof of her honesty, should that ever be questioned. PG 120. The squire gathered up the things he had brought with him, blew out the candles, and left the church, going his way, while Gil and Lizzie went to her home. Chapter Romans 6. Blind Benner's jealousy. Languid Indian summer loitered among the great mountains, her veil, caught on the peaks, draped gracefully in the ravines, and hid the valleys beneath a gray sheen. Every evening the sun set in red wrath at this persistent half-concealment of her beauty, and the big hand he reached out above the horizon, the broad fingers stretching to the zenith, freed the winds that they might tear off the gauze, but they yielded to her charm, and became her lovers, fanning her cheeks so gently that her gossamer veil was scarcely rustled. One morning, she was gone, vanished with the night, and the winds dashed in furious pursuit of her. Ah, the jilt! She will come again next year, and the silly winds will forget her fickleness, paying court to her, while she dreamily crosses the mountains. On a Sunday afternoon in this sweet afterthought summertime, 2 weeks after Lizzie's wedding, blind Benner and Hunch were half sitting, half lying on a pile of leaves on the top of Bald Mountain. Hunch was greatly distressed at not being able to quiet his friend's discontent, which was very evident as he turned his sightless eyes to the sky at one moment, and at the next rolled over and buried his face in the leaves. "'Tain't no use in carryin' on thet way, Lizzie ain't here, and thet's all there is 'bout it. There ain't no comfort in her bane," away blind Benner groaned. "It's the first time she's missed common, and you're no Benner. She's mortal fond you yer, and she he'd good reason for stayin' shed Ben here. Thet's more comfort in talk, Hunch." If the blind man could have seen the smile that broke out on his friend's face at this remark, he would have been amply repaid for it. There was moisture too in the dwarf's eyes. He was grateful to the friend who had said. He comforted him for a long time. Blind Benner lay face downwards in the leaves, and Hunch sat beside him, in silence, his untutored intelligence having caught the great secret of sympathy and obtrusiveness. Until this time, Lizzie had always been their companion on these Sunday jaunts, but on this day she could not be found, and the two friends had gone off in a desperate sort of way, resisting the old habit, yet unable to break it. Hunch openly declared that he loved no one, but blind Benner, the dwarf, was unseemly disagreeable. He felt that he was pitied by those who saw his deformity, and he loathed their compassion in this list. He did not include Lizzie, who said a kind thing about his back, and Bill Keller, who was always making fun of it. Lizzie once said, "Hunch, don't mind about your back, you're so good to blind Benner, that I know you're an angel, and the hump on your back is only your wings folded up." He ever afterwards remembered her fondly, but he had no love for any PG 121 except blind Benner, who did not know how hideous among men the dwarf was. Blind Benner's affection for Lizzie was the love of a mature man for the woman who alone has been able to work upon his heart the spell that enthralls it forever, yet it had no hope. And his only longing was to be near her, to hear her voice, sometimes to have her hand in his. A new element, one of pain, had entered into his life, and he groaned, for he was jealous and helpless. He had some way divined Lizzie's love for Gil, and the knowledge had revealed to him the nature of his own affection for the woman whom he never dared tell that he, the blind man, loved her with the love that would make her his wife. He lay fighting the new pain, and Haunch sat near him ready with help, such as he could give if it was asked for. At last blind Benner said, "Hunch, do you mind the time Lizzie told me what she looked like?" "Mind every bit," she said. "Tell me it all over." "She said she was taller'n your Benner, And your note that she told your she a good figure, and there ain't no better in the mountains. Just tell what she said, hunch. All right, she said she was strong, and could carry your easy as a baby, and could chop wood like a man. Her daddy learned her how ter handle the axe, and Levi learned her spellin' and grammar. She talks mighty pretty, don't she, hunch? Blind Benner interrupted. Ain't no better talker, nowheres, and her hands was perfect. She said, Ani, they was red from soapsuds, and they didn't wear off in a week. Her hands was whitest Sundays. Oh, I mind how she laid one on my head, when she said that Benner again, interrupted, and I said it was yeller in feelin', and she wanted ter know, why, and I said cause, it felt warm and soft like the sunlight, and they say that's yeller. Yes, and I said the furnace fire was red, but your got techie and said that was hot. Do your mind that Benner hot, and scorkin not soft and warm, and then, when your thought your bed spoke too sharp ter me, you're made up fur it by sayin' colors, was hard fur your ter make out gist, as if a little thing like that make me mad at your Benner. I ain't got no business speakin' sharp ter your hunch, what's so kind ter me allers, and Blind Benner laid his head on his friend's knee. That wasn't all she said. Nah, she said her feet was big. And yer said that didn't make no difference fur her skirts hid and Blind Benner laughed, but tell me what she said 'bout her face. She said it wasn't very purty and was big and round, and almost filled up the looking glass. That Levi said it was allers full moon at their house fur her face was allers shinin' with good nater. And I mind I said it must be allers fur her voice was allers glad and sweetern, a fiddle when Bill Keller plays it. In your mind, she said her eyes was black. Benner, and you're asked if they was purty, and I said mighty, and you're said the dark is black, and it wasn't so bad ter live in the dark after all. Yes, I mind it, hunch, but her eyes don't shine in ter this dark, and the blind man struck his chest while a scowl passed over his face. Hunch did not reply, and there was a moment of silence broken by Benner, who said fiercely, PG 122. FIHD, the use UV my eyes gill, wouldn't get her, id cut him out. If it would help your Benner, id cut his eyes out and take the chances UV gettin' away, hunch said, in a low, determined tone. Blind Benner smiled and replied, no, that wouldn't do no good. It would only put the light out, UV Lizzie's heart, and make her blinder. Me no, there ain't no hope fur me gills goin' ter get her. Because I can't ask fur her, but hell never love her no more'n I do. Benner said, hunch cheerfully, meb your kin, have your eyes fixed. I've got some money saved it and ill, give it ter your every cent, and when you're well your kin pay me back. You're mighty kind, hunch, Blind Benner said, putting his arm around the dwarf's neck. But there ain't no cure fur me. I've just got to go long groppin' and wishin' id he eyes like gills. There ain't no tellin', do yer know, Benner, I was layin' in bed t'other night, and I thought the wall was lookin' at me with a great big eye. I ain't easy skeered, yer know, and I set up ter get a better look. And what do you think it was, the looking glass hangin' there? And thinks I meb F Benner he looking glasses in his eyes. He could see too. Let's try to get them put in, Benner. Twant cost much. The dwarf spoke very earnestly, and a moisture filled his friend's eyes. Tain't no use, hunch, there was a doctor in the city, where Bill Keller come from. Thet said I was stone blind and couldn't never see. My daddy took me ter him, long 'fore I knowed yer anyhow, hunch, how you're goin' ter get looking glasses in ter a feller's head. Well, I think your kin and I am goin' ter ask Bill Keller, what he don't know's hard ter find out. Come, hunch, let's go ter the block. Meb Lizzle be there, tain't nice up here, without her, and I ain't common, no more less she's along. Ain't yer tired, Benner? Yes, I am, hunch, tireder than I've ever been in my life. Get on my back and I'll carry yer. I ain't tired in my legs, hunch, I kin walk. Taking Blind Benner's hand, hunch led him down into the deepening shadow of the valley. Chapter Romans 7. Bill Keller. He is coaxing again, that violin-loving devil. New Year's Eve had come, and Bill Keller sat before a log fire in his sitting room, glad that he had given his violin into Lizzie's charge the night of her birthday ball. Since then he had not seen it, though his fingers had often itched for the strings, and his arm longed for the bow. He is there, the red salamander, and already his tempting has ceased. Now he commands, soon he will threaten. Well, let him, I will not give up this time. Bill looked resolutely into the fire, as if resolved to stare the tempter out of countenance. He ran his thin hand through his long hair, and seemed quite satisfied with his powers of resistance. Lord, what is that? He cried suddenly, and started to his feet for PG 123, a while he was motionless, gazing at the flames, leaping up the chimney. Presently, He muttered, "Sure as I live, the devil wears a mask. And a queer one, the eyes are curiously long with curving corners and set up and down in his face. The nose is long with a high bridge, the chin is turned up, and has fiddle screws through it. The devil holds a violin bow in one hand, and in the other a scourge of fiddle strings. Something has happened to my fiddle, my dear old violin." He covered his face with his hands and wept convulsively. I thought my fiddle would be as safe in Lizzie's keeping as her honor. His clock struck 10. I will have to go, the resolution formed. He removed his hands from his face and dried his tears on a bandana handkerchief. Then he continued the soliloquy. I meant to fight it out this time, and let Satan go without his New Year's dance. I could have sat here until morning and shaken with Chilson fever, until my teeth dropped out, but I can't stand this uncertainty about the fate of my violin. This suspense would make me madder, far than the noises of the city, would have done madder than Crazy Lear crazier, far than that lunatic Bill Keller has ever been. Yes, you soul thief, redder than the flames around you, I will go to see the waif, my child, that I abandoned for fear of you and your shivers. And if it is well with the darling you know, you will get your annual harvest dance, for I must needs caress the baby. And to the music of its glad laugh, you will kick your cloven hoof, you superannuated old fiend. What have I done that you must select me for your soloist on the violin? As he talked, Bill looked steadily at the flames, as if at the face of a person when he had thus relieved his mind. He took down his heavy coat and nervously buttoned it round him, snatching his hat. He jammed it over his eyes and opened the door with one hand on the latch. He turned and glanced over his shoulder. The apparition had vanished. The devil is mighty eager for a dance, else my old eyes have been making a fool of me. Leaving the door wide open, he returned to the fireplace. He waited a while, but did not see the face in the fire. With a glad shout, he suddenly ran to the door and slammed it shut. "I am free, free," he cried, clapping his hands gleefully. Hanging his coat and hat on their pegs, he sat down before the fire and congratulated himself on his liberty, but his cheerful mood did not last long. Soon he began to shiver, and in the fire beheld the devil return. "O Lord, he is back. I am still his slave. He has not removed the violin mask. Yes, yes, I go to my child." Bareheaded he plunged into the cold, which he did not mind, and the darkness, which he did not heed, for his way was marked by the light of the three sister furnaces reflected by the clouds. Lizzie was at the window listening to the gunshots, farewell volleys to the old year, the welcoming salute to the new one. A cold, nervous hand was laid on her shoulder. She had not heard the door open, but as it was like any one of the boys to steal up behind her and say something humorous in her ear, she sat still and continued to watch for the flashes of the guns. "Lizzie, what has happened to my fiddle?" Recognizing Bill Keller's voice harsh as it was, she caught his hand in a hard grip and turned, not knowing whether she would face a lunatic or a drunken man, but afraid of neither. PG 124. He was not intoxicated, nor seemingly crazy, only intensely eager. His eyes were not wild, but pathetically pleading as they met hers. "Nothin', Bill," she replied gently. "It's just as you left it. I keep it in the cupboard, and blind Benner dusts it often." His fast walk, which had been a sort of run over the frozen road, had worn Bill out, and he almost swooned with joy. When he heard the good news, as he gasped for breath, his body swayed, and he would have fallen had she not supported him with her free hand, still clung to the other and helped him to a chair while she stood beside him. He kissed her hand frequently. As he silently wept, she did not take it away, nor forbid him to caress it. Understanding his emotion, she allowed it to express itself in the way it chose. Presently he became less demonstrative and said, "Now please give me the fiddle, Lizzie." She opened the cupboard and handed him the box. He was so nervous that he could not fit the key in the lock, and Lizzie did it for him. When the lock sprung open, he eagerly raised the lid, and there lay bright and unharmed the violin that he loved as his life. "The red devil wore that lying mask and forced me to come. He knew Chilson fever had about lost their terrors for me, so, instead of trying to force me that way, he threw me into an agony of suspense that drove me here. Very well, King of Liars, your dance, this time, will be short. Bill Keller's nerves are too shaky, and his brain too tired to fiddle long for you tonight." While he talked, he tuned the violin when it was in chord. He began playing a slow improvisation that calmed and rested him, but must have made Satan angry, judging from the sarcastic smile that settled on the fiddler's face. He had not played longer than 10 minutes when blind Benner entered and sat down at Lizzie's feet. Soon the spirit of the violin began to gain the mastery, and Bill's playing became more rapid, his execution more emphatic. Then, blind Benner knew that the demon of the music had woven its spell over his master. Rising blind, Benner groped his way to the door, and when out Lizzie was rather lethargic, not fully sympathizing with the violinist, yet gradually yielding to the fascination of the music soon. Benner came back with Hunch, who had his cornet Bill's gleaming eyes caught sight of it, and he rose stamping his foot and shaking his head. Hunch gave him a look of inquiry and held up the horn. Yes, don't blow it tonight, for I've got old Nick in my power, and he must dance until I fall senseless, unable to play longer. Hunch laid the horn on the table and settled himself to see the end of the violinist's madness. Blind Benner stood reverently near his maestro, while Lizzie tried to hear the devil's hoof on the snow-covered roof. Furiously, Bill played out the old year, and in the new guns were popping all around in the semi-darkness. The horn and the goblin were silent. They had the power to break the spell of the music. Suddenly, the music ceased. Hunch caught the violin, and Lizzie seized in her strong arms the falling player, who otherwise would have struck his head on the bare floor, as he sank into unconsciousness. PG 125. Chapter Roman 8 Fire. The snow was deep in the forest. It upholstered the gaunt branches of the giant trees. It clung tenaciously to the leafless twigs. It encrusted the millions of pine needles. It covered the rough mountainsides. It piled up its crystals in the deep ravines. Where the deer hid, it lay like a warm blanket over the wheat. It spread all over the land, a great white silence, through which the river and creek spellbound flowed without a murmur. Thus it had lain for 3 months: December, January, February, the clouds jealous of the sun and proud of their artistic skill, in softening the face of nature grim and gaunt in her winter's sleep, came almost daily, and sifted fresh snow upon that already fallen which the winds and sun were in alliance to disfigure and soil. March had just come. Each day, the sun rose more confident of victory. Ere long, he would succeed in making nature look like an old wanton, her powdered face tear-streaked and unsightly. On the last night of February, the clock in Lizzie's room made one quick guess at the time and brought her back from a flight of fancy. She was startled to see that it was 1 o'clock, and resumed the sewing that had lain neglected in her lap while her thoughts roved. She was sewing in secret with the blind of the window down, and her candle shaded the garment she was fashioning, was one of those almost shapeless infant robes that the inventive skill of dawning motherhood makes so diversely pretty and daintily ungraceful. She had begun to fold a plait in it, and paused to debate with herself on the size of the fold. If I was sure it would be a boy, I'd make these pleats wider, she murmured. From that her thoughts had wandered, until she was recalled to her work by the striking of the clock for another hour. She worked diligently, then arose, and put the sewing away where her mother would not be likely to find it. After that she blew out the candle, and raised the blind for a last look that night at the store. The moonlight streamed into the window, dazzling her eyes, accustomed to the candlelight. She shut them quickly in pain, and when she opened them, a thrill of terror passed over her. She saw a great column of smoke rising from the roof of the store, and a little flame leaping up through it. The next moment, an axe in her hand, she was on the street. Fire, fire, the store's on fire. Her clear voice rang wild and sharp on the still night, ere the echoes mocked her. Colonel Hornbridger, get up. With her axe's handle, she rattled fierce blows on the front door of the proprietor's house. Help, help. The echoes hurled back her voice mockingly. Help, ha ha. He is dead, she thought, and the echoes are making fun of me. Cry after cry, she uttered in her anguish fierce alarm notes that aroused the heavy sleepers, and brought them to the windows only to hastily throw on some clothes, and rush to the rescue, for they all knew that Gil slept in the store, and even then might be dead. PG 126. Oh, Lizzie's strength no longer screaming in terror, no more exhausting her breath by calling for help. She dealt mighty blows with the axe against the door of the office, above which her husband slept, giant strokes, rapid, unerring, concentrated, made effective by the skill of a woodman the strength of despair, and the agony of love against them. The door could not stand, it fell and cut off its hinges. A great volume of smoke rolled out and beat her back. A closed door separated the office from the store, and was a barrier to the flames, which were raging in the storeroom. Drawing a full breath and bowing low, Lizzie plunged into the office and reached the stair door. Well, she knew the way the door was closed, and she was so unnerved with joy that, for a moment, she clung to the latch and listened to the flames roaring in the store. She could see them through the window, which gave light from the office to the rear of the store, and they fascinated her. The heat cracked the glass in the window, and a tongue of flame leaped towards the opening made by a falling pane. This recalled Lizzie to a sense of the danger and the need for urgent action. She jerked the door open, breaking the latch, and sped up the stairs, chased by a volume of smoke. To her horror, it filled the room, else it was in her eyes. Thank God she had brought the axe. Staggering to the windows, she smashed them both and knocked the shutters open, giving vent to the smoke. She could not see Gil, but she knew just where he lay. With an effort, she reached the bed. Her mouth was firmly closed, but her strength was almost gone. Her trembling hands touched him. He was motionless. Then, when her heart had almost stopped, and she was falling in a swoon, the flames burst into the room, lighting up Gil's face, upturned and white. Uttering a scream, she caught him up in her arms, became strong again in desperation, and leaped recklessly down the stairs, tottering with her burden into the street. She sank unconscious at the feet of Cassie, who, hearing her cries, had come running the first to answer her call. There had not been so much smoke in Gil's room as Lizzie had imagined, and he soon recovered consciousness in the cold air. There was no hope for the store, and no one remembered the office books. A little presence of mind and prompt action on the part of firstcomers might have saved them. But everyone was so excited over Lizzie's daring and remarkable strength in saving Gil from a horrible death that all else was forgotten. Some ran for the doctor, and others tried to restore her to consciousness. Colonel Hornberger encouraging them. "Never mind the store," he exclaimed. "The fire is only making away with the old stock and giving Gil and me an excuse for a trip to the city, but save that brave girl if possible." He tore off his coat and threw it over Lizzie, who lay on an improvised couch of store boxes, hastily placed together by willing hands. "Heavens, what a woman!" He uttered the words impulsively as he gazed admiringly upon her. Other men followed his example, and they stood shivering while their coats covered Lizzie. She lay still. The weird red light of the roaring flames could not even tint her face, so white and cold it was. Over her bent the man whose life she had saved. His face was firm, his eyes were dry, his pulse was steady. His only speech, a question spoken in a low tone, sent a thrill through the crowd, in which were now a number of women. PG 127. "Will the doctor never come?" he asked. Coatless and inefficient, the men stood at a respectful distance from Lizzie, over whom Cassie bent, speaking to her in fond tones, and their stern silence checked the gabble of the women, who knew not what to do to restore her to life, but had suggested many things that night avail. A shriek, the quavering cry of old age, nor piercing, but heartrending, broke from the lips of Lizzie's mother as, half-clad, she pushed feebly her way through the yielding crowd and fell across her daughter's body. Colonel Hornberger put his arm around her and lifted her away from the boxes. "Here, Gret Reed, you take charge of Mrs. McAney. Go with her to my house." Gret obeyed the excited proprietor, and as she supported the moaning woman along the street, they met Hunch leading Blind Benner. "She's dead, Mrs. McAney," exclaimed. "My Lizzie's dead, my Lizzie's dead, oh oh." Blind Benner heard her and stopped. "Take me away, Hunch," he pleaded, "take me away." Hunch turned towards the block. Tears streamed from the blind man's eyes, and sobs choked him. After going a few steps, he halted and faced the fire. Hunch, obedient to his every wish, let go the hand he shook, as if to free it. They were near the fire, and its heat burned Blind Benner's face. Hunch stood with his back to it, watching its light on the snow-covered mount. A quick movement on the part of Blind Benner attracted his attention. He turned around and saw the blind man running straight to the fire, shouting to him to stop. Hunch started after him, but he was running swiftly without stumbling, and there seemed small hope of catching him. Gret looked over her shoulder on hearing Hunch's cries, and saw that Blind Benner meant to commit suicide. Clear as a bell, her voice rang out in the only lie she ever told. "Benner, you have passed the fire, turn back." The doubt she raised checked him for only a moment, but long enough to bring Hunch upon him in a twinkling. His feet were knocked from under him, and Hunch sat upon his prostrate form. The messenger who had been sent for the doctor brought back word that he had not returned from a late call up Boomer Creek. "My God, she will die," Gil groaned, "and for me." His words scored sympathizing hearts and indented faithful memories. The store building was dry as tinder and burned very rapidly. The roof had fallen in before Gil recovered consciousness, and soon after the walls toppled into the cellar. The news of the doctor's absence sent a pang to the hearts of all, and hope for Lizzie was abandoned, she being beyond the restorative power of the water which had been dashed in her face. A hastily constructed stretcher made of 2 benches from the tavern fastened together was brought, and Lizzie's limp form was laid upon it. Coats were her mattress, and coats her covering. 4 strong men lifted the stretcher and headed the procession, which filed silently around the rapidly lessening Blair Gill, and Cassie came next walking arm in arm, the former wearing a coat that a brawny man had thrown over his shivering shoulders. When the column came to where the front entrance of the store had been, Hunch and Blind Benner were struggling in the water made by the snow PG 128, melting in the heat of the fire. "What's this?" sternly demanded Colonel Hornberger, who broke into a laugh before he received an answer. The fire excitement was still working in him. "He tried to burn himself and I wouldn't let him," Hunch replied. "What did he want to do that for?" asked the colonel. "'Cause Lizzie's dead." Thus was told in simple words to the people of Three Sisters what Lizzie herself had not known, that Blind Benner loved her. Simultaneously with this disclosure came the sound of a horse galloping over the Boomer Creek Bridge. The horse came rapidly nearer, and soon his hoofs resounded from the long bridge that spanned the river. It was a wild gallop, yet the horse ran as if someone sat him, urging him on. The doctor surmised everyone, and the procession halted. Hunch voiced the general guess to Blind Benner, whom he yet held on the ground. "The doctor's common hell, bring Lizzie back to her life, see if he don't, Benner." The blind man ceased struggling, and Hunch let him get on his feet but watched him warily. A shout of glad welcome greeted the familiar roan that Saddlebags, as the Three Sisters folk would call their physician, always rode when visiting distant patients, or in response to urgent calls. The men who bore the stretcher set it down in readiness for Dr. Barnes as he reined his horse in the midst of the crowd of men and women who pressed dangerously near the excited animal. Strong hands seized the bridle and muscular arms almost pulled the physician from the saddle, while Colonel Hornberger graphically narrated the story of Gill's rescue and told of Lizzie's swoon, which was like death. "She's choked with the smoke, Lizzie is, and don't come to," said Cassie piteously. Garrulous women pushed forward to furnish the doctor with details of the rescue and praise Lizzie, but he would not listen to them. He pressed his ear to Lizzie's bosom, and silence fell on the spectators. He raised his head, and they, eager expectant, saw no encouragement in his face. From his pocket he produced a small mirror and wiped it dry with a silk handkerchief. He held it a moment over Lizzie's mouth and smiled. The air quivered with shouts, the boisterous hurrahs of the men, the shrill huzzas of the women. Chapter Roman 9, A Letter from Gill's Mother. Lizzie recovered soon after she was placed in her bed. Gret Reed had aided the physician, and was the first person Lizzie saw. When her eyes dreamily opened, they closed again at once, for from downstairs Gill's voice reached her ears, and she knew he was safe. She was ill, she would laugh at the word, but a day. When the excitement over her had subsided, wondering inquiries as to the origin of the fire began to be voiced. Gill was called to account for going to bed with his clothes on. "I was working late at the books," he said, "it being the end of the month, and I got so sleepy and tired that I just pulled off my coat and threw myself on the bed and fell asleep." PG 129. Colonel Hornberger believed him, and no one had reason to suspect him. The origin of the fire remained a mystery, but the loss occasioned by the destruction of the store was severe upon the Three Sisters people. Colonel Hornberger set out at once for the city to buy a new stock, first making arrangements with the proprietors of the nearest store to supply his employees with necessities. The colonel took Gill with him. Before departing, the latter called upon Lizzie, and in the presence of her family, feelingly expressed his gratitude for the heroic rescue of his unworthy life. He depreciated himself modestly, and the McAnays thought him very unassuming. Lizzie put up her hand in glad protest, as she heard his graceful sentences, conveying to her a deeper meaning than thankfulness. "When I come back," was their promise. Then they said to her, "I shall acknowledge you as my wife, Lizzie." The colonel was expeditious, and soon returned with a large stock of goods, some of which were stored in the warehouse at the station. The balance was placed upon the shelves of the temporary building that had been erected in his absence. For a few days Gill was very busy, and his visits to Lizzie were only short calls. One evening he came early, evidently with the intention of making a visit soon. He and Lizzie were left alone together. "I have had a letter from Mother," Lizzie Gill said eagerly, but his tone was not loud. "Such a letter about you and the fire, and I am sure all I have to do is to go and see her, and she will be only too glad to receive you as her daughter." Lizzie stood still. Her heart beat so hard she thought it would burst, and the color deepened on her cheek. She had few tricks. Her honest nature expressed itself simply. She was glad, and her face and posture were the manifestations of her joy. She was one of the few persons with whom words at times have too deep meaning to be uttered, and whose actions are the sole exponents of their feeling. Gil said quietly, "Sit down, dear, and I will read you the letter." But she could not do so without giving vent to her feelings, which she did, in the very undramatic act of poking the fire. She did it vigorously, and the click of the metal stove doors as she closed them was a there now to her mood. Then, she sat down ready to listen. He began at once. "My dear son, doubly precious to me, because of your nearness to a horrible death, give my love to the brave girl who saved you to me some day. She may know from the anguish of her own heart over a child's peril how much I mean, when I say I am grateful to her words, cannot be stronger than that. If she is ever a mother, she will learn that it is the parent's love alone that endures in all its sensitiveness. But I am jealous, weakly, selfishly jealous of the grand girl, of whom you write so admiringly. It seems to me I detect in your sentences the evidence that she has dethroned me in your heart, where until now I flatter myself I have been first. You say she is beautiful womanly, that her great physical strength does not detract from her femininity, that she is always a modest, gentle woman. I am glad to know it. And if you love her, I cannot be so cruel as to execute the threat I wrote so fiercely some time ago. When I guessed you were losing your heart, I guess again, John. Lizzie is the woman you wrote of then. But come home, come and tell me about her who has saved your life, and against whom I have not the heart to hurl my former threat. Your fond mother. PG 130. Lizzie took the letter and looked at it. The beautiful, clear writing was the same as that of the other letter, which had led to her secret marriage. Now the obstacles to the acknowledgement of that ceremony were, or soon would be, removed. She clasped her hands, enfolding in them the letter, and sat still listening to her heart, beating a reveille for the sunrise of certainty she had been living in the night of doubt. She had been afraid of this formidable mother, who wrote so beautifully and coldly. But now this fear was banished, and love, reciprocally grateful, took its place. Her heart went out to the fond, yet jealous mother who had written so yieldingly of her. This mother had clung so determinedly to her son. But now, she loosed her grasp on him that he might tend whither he would, because his way led to her. Lizzie. She was flattered by the manner in which Gil had written to his mother of her, for she reasoned a man will be honest with his mother. "Go, John," she said simply, "your mother should know before the world does. I think it best, Lizzie. I shall come back in 2 weeks, unless something happens to me." "Don't say that, John, or you can't go. If anything should happen to you, death would happen to me." She kissed him. Her kiss was fire to his blood. He caught her in a passionate embrace. His lack of reverence wounded her. She shrank from his touch, which for the first time seemed coarse. Instinctively, he understood and released her. The next day, he departed for his mother's residence. Chapter Roman 10, Blind Benner's Tribute. The 2 weeks of Gil's absence ran into 6, and he had not come back. Lizzie wrote to the address he gave, and the letter was returned to her. Gossip said he had deserted her, but she said to her broken heart, "John is dead." She recalled his fond Goodby, and his promise to return with, or without, his mother's approval of his marriage at the end of 2 weeks. She remembered his cavalier appearance as he rode by the block, and waved her a farewell. She heard still the sound of his horse's hoofs in the long bridge. She knew he had considerable money on his person, and supposed someone had murdered him for it. She was left a widow indeed. Yet she held her peace and bore herself proudly, as ever. Her eyes did not quail before the cold stare of the matrons. Her honest heart sustained her. It did not cry out, "Shame, shame." So she did not seclude herself, nor was she forward when necessity called her into the streets. She courageously faced her old acquaintances, and bore with patience their scorn. 2 women were kind to her, and sad for her, but were not oppressive in their attentions. These were Mrs. Hornberger and Gret Reed. Yet she did not seek the comfort of their sympathy, nor once become weak enough to ask them to believe in her appearances were against her. But she never intimated that she could produce legal proof of her innocence. Her heart cried out in woe, "I am bereft." And there was PG 131 no solace for her grieving for her dead husband. She could not weep because the tears would be misconstrued. Her father's kind words had been a great support to her. "Ye may have gone wrong, Lizzie, but ill near believe it till ye tell it me." The deep tenderness of his tones had touched her where the tears lay, and they rose, overflowing the obstruction her will had built against their flood. She fell at his feet. It was Saturday night, and he sat in his split-bottomed chair resting. She laid her head on his knee and sobbed and wept convulsively. His shaking hand stroked caressingly her soft black hair, and he murmured low lullaby words, as if soothing a child. His conviction had been unhesitatingly expressed, but his sympathy could not find suitable language, except in a song that was used to hush a crying infant. He was 70 years old, his hair and beard were pure white, his broad chest and square shoulders told the story of his vigorous age. It was not to frown that he contracted his eyebrows, but to narrow his vision, while he fixed a gentle look on his daughter for whom his heart ached, but in whom he believed. No, he did not frown on her. He never did shadow her babyhood, her childhood, her dawning womanhood, nor now would he her approaching motherhood by scowl of his. He sat bowing above his daughter, not casting a stone at her, but quivering over her head a blessing of trust. His wife tottered down the stairs, and Lizzie made a movement as if to arise, but he kept her at his knee. Mrs. McAnay was not a hard woman, but she had to the full measure her sex's vindictiveness against the woman who is weak. And it was difficult for her not to relieve her mind of what she considered its just sentiments towards her daughter. Yet she pitied Lizzie. She stopped at the foot of the stairs and gazed wonderingly at the father, and daughter Peter did not speak, and Lizzie remained on her knees. Mrs. McAnay slowly approached her child and bent over her. "I am glad you're confessin', girl," she said in a weak, quavering voice. Lizzie shivered. Her mother's hand resting on her head was not cold, but the knowledge that she yet withheld from her parents what they should know sent a chill to her heart. "'Tain't that yet, mother," said Peter, "for I am thinkin' she ain't got anything to confess. That's wrong. I was sayin' something to her that made her cry, that's all." The door opened, and Levi and Matthai entered. Lizzie had not yet risen, and her mother stood over her. The boys stopped at the door and would have gone out again, had not their father bade them stay. They knew no law higher than obedience to their venerable father. So they remained awkwardly seating themselves, while Lizzie rose to her feet and buried her tear-stained face in her hands. An embarrassing silence fell on the group. It was broken by the entrance of Cassie and blind Benner. Cassie saw at a glance that a family scene was in progress, and he started to escort blind Benner to the door, but Peter said he was welcome. Cassie seated Benner and then leaned against the wall. "Boys." Peter had risen, and at the sound of his voice, addressing them, Levi and Matthai stood up, and Cassie took a step from the wall. "Boys, I've PG 132 been tellin' your sister that I don't believe she has gone wrong, and I want to know if you think as I do." "Yes." A volley of affirmation, a single unflagging response which Lizzie echoed by a sob and their mother heard with pride. But still she doubted. She went from one son to the other kissing each in turn, yet she doubted her daughter. Blind Benner had groped his way to Lizzie and caught her right hand just as it was going to produce her marriage certificate. "Listen," he said as he held her hand in both of his. "Listen, and I'll tell you all about Lizzie." An expectant hush fell upon the group, and even Lizzie's thumping heart beat more softly as she awaited her blind friend's story. "My eyes are only a joke," he spoke like a wise cynic. "They don't see hunch, says they look like good eyes and move and wink like other people's. Tain't no use their winkin' cause the light don't hurt them." Very bitterly he spoke the last sentence as he winked his eyes sarcastically. "But my ears, they're a good, they know." His tone became more cheerful, but no less earnest. "They hear well better than you folks see. They know when the birds laugh, and when they cry, when they're a glad, and when they're a sad. They know when the fiddle's in tune. They know a right sound. No, I've no eyes to see the white snow, the blue sky, the green grass. But my ears hears the wind in the trees, and it never lies ter me. I know when it's mad, when it's sad, when it's glad. So is Lizzie's voice ter me like the wind among the trees that never lies ter me. I have never seen Lizzie's face, but I have heard her voice. I know when she's glad, when she's mad, when she's sad. I have heard her sing her baby songs when she thought nobody was listenin', and she sings 'em like my mother did, and my mother wasn't false no more is Lizzie." The men clamored their approval of blind Benner's tribute to Lizzie, but Mrs. McAnay remained silent, still doubting, and Lizzie, though her heart hungered for her mother's trust, would not ask for it. Chapter Roman 11. Lizzie stops a fight. Saturday evening was a money-making time for the landlord of the Three Girls Tavern, as the inn was familiarly called on that evening. Old scores were wiped off the slate, and new ones opened to be lengthened during the coming week, until on the next Saturday they followed their predecessors into nowhere perhaps, but memory hides in nowhere, and memory is terrifying when she catches one in a lonely way, and brings him up with hair on end, as he gazes at the dog Conscience, whose leash she seems ready to let slip that he may rend the poor wayfarer. Yet the score is erased from the landlord's slate, and it may be from memory's table for the nonce. The usual Saturday night crowd had gathered in the barroom, and tongues had been loosened by drink. Words flew thick, and fast language was not choice at short intervals. There was a demand for an apology or a fight. The McAnay brothers were there. and all drinking though not PG 133. Very deeply Cassie, who was standing treat, was the center of a group of muscular men, some of whom were intoxicated. The glasses had been filled with pure rye whiskey, they were held high in the air. Then they were clinked while the landlord bowed and smirked as he waited for the toast. Henry Myers gave it. Here's ter your and the rest you your family, and ter the rightin you your sister's fair name. Cassie's face flushed. Levi and Matthai scowled, but the others drank off the toast with a smack. Levi Matthai. And Cassie did not drink, but the latter pretended to do so, holding the glass to his lips when the others were done. And the glasses rattled on the bar. He removed the glass from his lips. The whiskey was untouched before a question arose as to why he had not drank. He spit into the liquid and threw it into Henry's face. That's the way I drink such a toast, Hen Myers. Henry, pale with rage and goaded by the challenge, and the loud laugh that greeted Cassie's act, leaped at the latter, but was met with a blow that staggered but did not fell him. Your he no business ter, drag my sister's name, inter this barroom, yelled Cassie, following up his advantage and striking Henry fairly between the eyes, knocking him against the bar. She's dragged her own name, in the mud, shouted Tom Myers, Henry's brother. You're a liar, Matt, they replied. They began to fight. Levi stood by, a smile of admiration playing around his mouth, while he urged his brothers to do their best. The crowd cleared a space. The landlord implored the fighters to cease, but their blood was hot. The spectators knew they would behold a rare struggle with the odds against Cassie and Matthai, for the Myers brothers were notorious fighters, and older men man to man was the rule of the Three Sisters' code of honor, and Levi stood by ready to continue the fight in the place of the first vanquished brother. Henry Myers rushed on Cassie again, and seizing him in his powerful arms threw him, with great force, on the floor there. He lay senseless, his head had struck against the bar. Immediately Levi, the queer leering smile hovering around his mouth, leaped into the fray, and dealt Henry a blow that shut one eye. His dexterity was applauded by the spectators, who thought it a great pity that Levi had not opened the fight instead of Cassie, who was too light for Henry, whom Levi, fairly mated Matthai, was not faring well with Tom Myers. And the way the struggle was going, it looked as if Levi and Tom would be left as sole contestants, when into the midst of the fighters rushed Lizzie, brandishing the poker, a long iron rod which she had snatched from the stove as she entered. Hunch had seen her on the opposite side of the street, and running to her had said, "Hooray, Lizzie, the boys is gettin' in great licks for yer." Pausing, she listened to his proud story of how the fight began, and without waiting for him to conclude, crossed the street quickly and entered the tavern, the dwarf following closely. In the low-ceilinged barroom, where the smoke from strong pipes almost stifled her, she stood an Amazon, before whom the fighters fell back sullenly. There was majesty in her demeanor, and upon her face no sign of shame. Honest motherhood and sincere, sisterly gratitude, pride and affection flashed PG 134 from her eyes, deepened the modest blush on her cheek, and trembled in her tones. I am thankful to you, Levi and Matthai, and to you, dear Cassie. Kneeling, she kissed the forehead of the unconscious man. When she rose, the poker fell from her fingers and struck the floor with a dull thud. Standing firmly with one foot advanced, she continued, "Yes, dear boys, I am thankful to you, but my name needs no defense." A hush followed her words, then a cheer broke involuntarily from her hearers. The Myers brothers looked at each other furtively, and a smile appeared on Levis' face, who was uninjured. Matthai, whose mouth was bleeding, betrayed by the expression of his eyes his pride in the sister for whom he had fought. Some of the spectators stepped forward to raise Cassie, but Lizzie intercepted them. Then, pointing to her brother, she regally commanded the mayor's boys, "You killed him, now take him to his old mother." Murder! A shiver ran through the crowd. The Myers brothers looked at the men around them. A living wall encompassed them, which at a woman's bidding would topple and crush them. They could not pierce it. Lizzie stamped her foot and startled them into action. They lifted Cassie gently. Lizzie pointed to the door. The crowd fell back. Levi and Matthai led the way. Next them came Thomas and Henry with Cassie's limp form. Lizzie followed, and the crowd escorted them. At the edge of the assemblage were boys whose shrill voices broke the silence. Vengeance was held in abeyance by a woman's whim, and Thomas and Henry Myers walked unsteadily, fearful that Herodias-like she would have their heads. Before they were halfway to the block, the constable appeared, and to the stern assemblage added the subtle intangible when not provoked, but when angered, terrible presence of the law. Nearer to the block, the crowd approached. Doors and windows were thrown open hastily, and broad beams of light fell across the street, while curious persons thrust out their heads to learn the cause of the unusual procession, marching so grimly over the bands of light and darkness. Nearer still to the block, the column came soon. The heavy footsteps on the porch would strike terror to the aged mother's heart, already half broken by doubt. Soon to the feet of that doubting mother would be borne the senseless form of her youngest son, stricken down, in defense of his sister's fair name. Halt pressing crowd eager to witness a heartbreak. But the queen had commanded, and there was no alternative. There was a momentary halt at the door, as if for orders, every man acting as if under a spell which she alone could break. But she could not speak, her voice seemed dead in her throat. The door was open, and she saw her mother, who did not look up as Levi and Matthai entered. The Myers brothers with their burden crossed the doorsill, and Lizzie, a queen no more, but a remorseful, dejected woman, stood in the open door with her profile to the crowd, keeping it at bay. Mrs. McAnay was apparently asleep, and the noise of the heavy shuffling feet had not waked her. Her head rested on one hand, her elbow supported by the arm of the chair. "Mother," Levi spoke low. "Mother, wake up." PG 135. He shook her gently. Her head drooped a little lower, but her eyes remained closed. "Mother, get awake." His voice was harsh and loud, and the shake he gave her vigorous and sudden, but her head only drooped lower. The Myers brothers had laid Cassie on the floor at her feet, and were standing at a little distance from her. Matthai, stanching the flow of blood from his lips, stood near the door. It was a cruel scene, this attempt on the part of an older son to arouse his mother to the knowledge of the injury done to her best beloved, and in silence the spectators beheld it. Sharply the stillness was broken as Lizzie with a shriek threw herself across Cassie and buried her face in her mother's lap. "Dead, dead," she moaned. "Cassie and mother ran both for me." Cassie was restored to his senses by the jar of her fall upon him, and Thomas Myers saw in his opening eyes the return of life. "Cassis livin'," he cried. He's opened his eyes. But only Henry Myers heeded him. The others were engrossed by the awful scene before them. Levi and Matthai, stunned by the sudden death of their mother, were motionless. Their wits had apparently deserted them, and they were unable to comprehend the situation. Lizzie did not remain long on her knees, struggling to her feet. She tore open her dress at the neck, as if to give her greater freedom in breathing, but really to reach her marriage certificate, which she snatched from the little pocket made for it, and held it before her mother. "Are your eyes open in heaven, mother? If they are red, this you died without seeing it." Of the gaping, mystified crowd, none guessed what the crumpled paper was. Thrusting it back in its hiding place, she turned to the wide-mouthed throng and said, "Leave us alone." Slowly the burly men and curious boys went away in obedience to the pathetic command. Thomas Myers closed the door behind him, shutting Henry, in who, thoroughly repentant, remained to be of service. Cassie, who had staggered to his feet, seeing him, made an attack upon him, muttering as he swayed in uncertain advance, "Your he no business ter drag my sister's name inter this barum." He tried to shake off Lizzie's enfolding arms, but they held him firmly. "It's all right, dear Cassie, you fought hard," but Hens apologized, "and if you make a noise, you will wake mother. Now go to bed." She led him to the foot of the stairs and kissed him good night. He obeyed her, for her will was dominant in that household. Chapter Roman 12, Lizzie proves her innocence. When Cassie had entered his room, Lizzie lifted her mother and laid her on her bed. Then she sent Levi for Margaret Reed, a little winning, sympathetic woman who was summoned on all occasions in times of sorrow. She shed a soft radiance on darkened hearts, and in times of rejoicing she was PG 136, bright as the sunshine. Send for Gret. No one called her Mrs. Reed. Toddlers said Det was the suggestion of sadness, the impulse of joy, and Gret childless herself. But mother to all the babies, and sister to all the mothers of the village, answered every call. She had no rebuke for Henry Myers, whom she met as she entered the McAnay home, except such as just hearts will sometimes express by an unconscious manner of repugnance. Henry was sensitive enough to feel it, and he departed cursing himself bitterly. Gret went straight to Lizzie, and felt like a giantess as the latter knelt before her and clung to her dress. "I killed her, Gret, I killed her. I never told her, and it broke her heart. And I am a murderer worse than Henry Myers would have been if he had killed Cassie." She couldn't think it was all right. And when she heard the boys was fighting for me, she couldn't stand it any longer, and just died where I left her. And I was so crazy to have Cassie brought home, so I could say to her, "There, mother, you see how he believed in me fightin'." till he died, but the Lord shut her eyes. So she couldn't see the cruel sight. Yes, I am punished for my stubborn silence. If I had showed it to her, she wouldn't have died so sudden. Gret did not invite confidence by asking Lizzie what she should have shown her mother. And poor Father Lizzie continued away out in the cabin alone, his wife dead, and his daughter disgraced. How will I tell him that mother is dead? Ill send Seth, said Gret, and while he is gone, we must get your mother ready for the grave. Gret went out and soon came back with the news that Seth was on his way to Peter McAnay's cabin. Lizzie was more composed and assisted Gret in preparing the body for burial. It was near daybreak when Peter reached his home. Gret met him at the door. Levi Matthai and Cassie rose to receive him. They had been sitting in the room where their mother died. Blind Benner lay asleep on a bench, and Hunch was crouching in a corner. Lizzie was with the dead. She heard her father's voice in response to the greeting of her brothers, but did not move from her knees. Her father's step on the stairs told of his approach. She bowed her head lower and clasped her hands. Her posture was one of utter dejection. Her father stood over her. She did not move. He spoke to her. She did not reply. He glanced at the bed and saw how tastefully she had dressed her mother for the grave. He could see through the mist in his eyes that the dress was not stiff in its folds, but gracefully draped the rigid form. He was touched by the natural arrangement of the snow-white hair. "You have dressed your mother pretty, Lizzie. She's sleepin' natural." This broke Lizzie down completely, and she fell forward with her face between her father's boots and her arms outstretched. "Oh, father, forgive me for Bane, so bad I killed mother. I killed her by not tellin'." When Lizzie began to speak, Levi closed the stair door. The noise he made, though not loud, was sufficient to wake blind Benner. By Levis' direction, Hunch led the blind man to his home. Lizzie lay on the floor moaning and calling herself a bad, bad woman. Her father's heart almost burst. Could it be after all that she was PG 137 honest? Could it be that her mother had read her aright? Could it be that she had cruelly encouraged his faith in her, knowing the certainty of his discovery of the truth at last? No, no, could not be. In his desperation, he became calm with the forced self-control that makes many a man firm on the gallows. His tones had not a ring of hope as he said, "Don't grovel there, Lizzie, stand up. There's your old dead mother, and here's your old dyin' father. Get up and face her and me, and tell the truth, and it all to mind." His voice grew sharp and commanding. Never had he spoken so sternly to her. She slowly lifted herself and looked first at the dead, then at her father. A shudder passed over her. He mistook her manner for fear, and was convinced she had deceived him. Taking one step forward, he lifted his hand to strike her and huskily exclaimed, "You hussy!" A spasm passed over her face, then she calmly awaited the blow. The look in her eyes checked it. When his hand fell to his side, she spoke, "I forgive you, father, for the dead mother's sake." Her tones were deep and tender, and he bowed before the majesty of unsullied womanhood. He knew without further assurance that she was pure. "Call the boys," she said in quiet command. He obeyed her, and her brothers promptly responded. For a moment, she gazed upon them tenderly, as they stood mutely expectant behind their father. And then with one of her royal gestures put her hand to her neck and tore open her dress, exposing her bosom. "My heart's white as that," she said, tapping with her fingertips the fair skin, "and there's the proof of it." She handed her marriage certificate to her father with manner as stately as if it were the title to a throne. His hands trembled so he could not grasp it, and it fell to the floor. Levi picked it up. "Read it to us, Lizzie," he requested. "No, I want you to see it and read it for yourselves." Then he read it aloud. They were overjoyed at this confirmation of their faith in her. Peter fell on his daughter's neck and begged her forgiveness with a kiss. She sealed it already granted. When she could control her voice, she said, "John's mother was opposed to our marriage and threatened to cut him out of her property. John is dead, or he would have come back to me." Lizzie had schooled herself and was able to utter that sentence as she would have told a bit of ordinary news. "So I never told you and let mother die without knowin'. I was bad because I don't want John's mother to know. He left a wife for she would cut me off without anything. And after a while, I might want to claim her property for John's child." "Oh," said Cassie, a vision of wealth gleaming before him. "Oh," echoed Matthai, glad of Lizzie's prospects. "Ah," ejaculated Levi, seeing ahead a sensational lawsuit that would likely come on by the time he was admitted to practice and make him famous. But the father said, "I hope Gil's money will come to your Lizzie, but I am gladder of that written than if yer had the wealth of Nebuchadnezzar. It a great deal rather see you eatin' grass, and no, "Your was clean than have your livin' in a king's palace foul." It was a thrilling speech, dramatically delivered PG 138. "And yow'll keep my secret, boys, tell them to father." "We will," they answered without waiting for their father's command, and speaking earnestly, as if they took an oath. From downstairs came a rattling of the stove doors. Gret, unconscious of the dramatic incident upstairs, was getting breakfast. She did not wonder why Peter had called his sons. She was not inquisitive, not officious, but sympathetic and helpful. "I must tell one woman," Lizzie said, "for I can't bear to have all my sex have a bad opinion of me. So I'll tell Gret. Read, Levi, you go down and help her a minute while I tidy up a bit." Gret had breakfast on the table when Lizzie came downstairs, and the hungry brothers had taken their seats. Peter stood at the foot of the table. Gret was at Lizzie's accustomed place. The mother's chair at the head of the table was vacant. Lizzie went to Gret. "You take mother's place." "No, Lizzie, that is your seat. Now I will sit where you used to." Gret would not yield to Lizzie's urgent request. Then said Lizzie, "I can't sit there till you read that, and no, I don't shame my mother's place." "Why, Lizzie," Gret began in protest, but Lizzie interrupted. "Read it, you have trusted me, and I'll trust you." Gret took the marriage certificate, read it, and returned it without a word. A soft smile was the only indication of joy at Lizzie's vindication. "I have good reason for wantin' nobody else to know it, Gret. Now sit down to breakfast." Chapter Roman 13, an oath. "It's not worth the paper it's written on except to show us our sister is pure." Levi addressed his father and brothers in the schoolroom on the Sunday following his mother's funeral. He referred to the marriage certificate, which Lizzie guarded so carefully. Hunch Blair lay close to the floor under a desk which protected him from discovery. During the day, he had heard Levi tell Cassie to come to the schoolhouse. In the evening, suspecting something interesting, he got there before the McAnays. "It's no good, I say," Levi continued, "and there's nothing left for us to do but bring the sneak back and have Parson Lawrence marry him and Lizzie, and if he want come, why settle with him, that's all." "Yes, tar and feather, and then burn him," suggested Matthai as his idea of settlement. "No, lynch him," Cassie advised. "Well, we must lose no time," said Levi. "But Lizzie believes Gil is dead," Peter remarked. "Dead nothin'," replied the stolid Matthai. "He's most likely foolin' another girl someplace, and id like ter get a chance ter put a stop to his gallantin." Matthai made a gesture suggestive of wringing the neck of a chicken. "Come, boys," Levi said, "let's swear. Join your right hands to mine above our father's head. Now say, we are three brothers whose sister has PG 139 been deeply wronged, and we do swear in the presence of our aged father, and upon our honor as men, to seek John Gilfillan, our sister's betrayer, and compel him to return to her and make her his wife, and if he will not, to avenge our sister's honor by his blood." "We swear," they all said solemnly, after the formula had been repeated. Peter bowed his approval and encouraged them by saying, "Go tomorrow, boys, and God bless ye. I'll take care of Lizzie." Levi pulled from his pocket some money, not very much although it was the savings of 2 years, and began counting it in the moonlight, while the others watched him curiously. He fingered the bills fondly. He slowly dropped the gold coins into his hat, and listened with evident delight to the clinking of the falling pieces. He held the silver close to the window, and looked from it to the gold, from the gold to the moon. The moon is a silver dollar, and the sun is a $20 gold piece. About to make a sacrifice, he said a silly thing that his father and brothers should think he gave easily and without pain. "Their father," he said, turning first the silver, then the gold into his father's hat, and on top of the yellow and argent pile, laying the paper money. "Their father, that's for Lizzie, and we'll keep her until we come back, bringing her husband if we don't find him well work for her." Peter, seized with a fit of trembling, sat down helplessly, and picking up the hat, ran his fingers among the coins, clinking them. Cassie and Matthai looked on in quiet admiration, both wishing heartily that the balance due them on the furnace books was not so light. Although half ashamed to place his small savings beside Levis' princely gift, Matthai remarked, "Guess if we put our money together, it would look bigger, Cassie." "Kind of small potatoes beside of Levis' pile," Cassie replied. "But if Levi will write us an order, well sign it, hey Matthai." Levi had with him an inkstand, a then new invention for the pocket and pen and paper. He wrote the order in the moonlight, and the brothers signed it. "God bless ye all," exclaimed Peter as he received the order. "Ye are the best sons any man ever had. Oh, if your mother's lookin' down on us, she's not ashamed ter hold her head up among the angels. lest she feels bad bout not believin' in Lizzie. He put the money and order in his pocket when they were secure. Levi hoisted a window on the dark side of the schoolhouse and crawled through it. Then he helped his father out, and the others followed for a moment. They stood under the trees and breathed the resinous atmosphere of the woods just budding. There was a silent shake of the father's trembling hand by each son in turn, and then they parted. Lizzie got the usual early Monday breakfast, but made places for four only. Levis school was closed for the year, and she meant he should enjoy a long morning nap if he chose. Her father came down, and she inquired if he had called Matthai and Cassie. I looked in their room, but they're up, he replied. Up funny, I didn't hear them. Wonder where they could have gone this time in the morning, without any breakfast. There's no tellin', was Peter's answer. Father and daughter ate silently. When his hunger was satisfied, Peter kissed her, and taking his axe and bundle departed to the chopping. The morning slipped by. Matthai and Cassie did not return, and Levis' sleep seemed endless. Lizzie went to his door and listened, but heard no PG 140 sound. Pushing the door open a little, she looked in the room. Was empty. The bed had not been slept in that night. On the washstand lay a note addressed to her in Levis writing. Dear Lizzie, we have gone to find out for you all about John Gilfillan. Your three brothers. Father knew it, she said with a soft smile. I hope the boys will bring me good news, but I know John is dead. She had not wept for her husband, but for him. A constant stream of grief flowed through her, being a river of soul tears, no sound of its current rising to the surface. She was almost entirely alone. Now no one came to see her except Gret Reed and Mrs. Hornberger, even blind Benner. And Hunch seemed to have deserted her, for they were missing from the town. Chapter Roman 14, Hunch and blind Benner visit Bill Keller. I know something I want tell, was Hunch's greeting to his blind friend on the Monday, following the secret meeting of the McAnays in the schoolhouse. You're allers knowin' somethin', and it ain't nothin' when a feller finds it out. But it's somethin', no little niggers in a peanut shell, this here time. Hunch lowered his voice to a whisper, as he led Benner to the rear of the store. There he continued. Levi, Cassie, and Matthai's gone ter find Gil. Benner gave a start, and would have uttered an exclamation, had not Hunch prevented him by laying a hand over his mouth and saying, Hush. They'll meb kill him, he continued. What fur? Fur not Marion, Lizzie right. Lizzie don't know, Benner asserted. Yes, she does, Hunch replied. You're a liar, and blind Benner struck at Hunch. He dodged and said, Can't yer keep quiet, Lizzie? Don't want nobody ter know it. You're a bigger liar than ever, and yer ain't no friend mine. Benner spoke louder than before and sprang at Hunch, but missed him, and would have fallen against the counter had not Hunch caught him. Hello there, boys, what are you fighting about? Colonel Hornberger called from the desk. Nothin', Benner replied surlily, and Hunch said Benner's mad cause. I told him something he didn't like. Well, no fighting here. Say, Benner, what did yer call me? A liar fur, Hunch asked when the colonel's back was turned. Cause yer said Lizzie knowed she was married wrong. This was spoken in a whisper, so the colonel would not hear it. Didn't say nothin' the kind, I said she knowed the boys he gone huntin' fur. Gil PG 141. They want catch him, the blind man stated. If he's run off, hell hide from em, but he couldn't hide from me. Hunch did not laugh at this declaration. He had equal faith in the blind man's ability as a detective and expressed it. They order have took yer with em. Yes, they order. Hunch called the clerk who had succeeded Gil, he responded, and was sent to the cellar. When he returned blind, Benner had formed his plan and was ready to disclose it. Hunch, Gil must be brung back ter Lizzie, and I want your ter take me ter the McAney boys, and ill help find him. Zill do it, Benner. Hand then, Hunch. They closed the compact, which had been made in whispers, with a vigorous hand shaking. Bill Keller stood before the door of his house, shouting at the top of his voice, as if he bade the moon just rising over the top of Bald Mountain Echo, hiding in the shadow, replied to him. He would shout, then listen to his voice coming back mellowed and musical. Bill's got another crazy fit, said Hunch, pausing at the gate, while Benner leaned against the fence to rest. In one hand, the dwarf carried his cornet, in the other blind Benner's fiddle, enclosed in a green bag. You fellows are always welcome on this plantation, said Bill, coming to meet them and grasping Benner's hand affectionately, while he playfully knocked Hunch's hat over his eyes. Say Bill, inquired the dwarf, what yellin' at the sky. Well, hunch, I'll tell you, and Benner, for I know you will keep it secret. I am working on an invention that will be a blessing to the folks that live in cities. I mean a sound softener. Sound softener that runs off your tongue slick as soft soap. Blind Benner was very angry at this lack of reverence, but Bill only laughed and replied, it does slip easily, too much so, or I'd have found it out before now, and had the right thing patented. Why don't you set a trap for it, Hunch? Inquired seriously. Hunch, you're a fool, Benner exclaimed angrily. Just find it out, the dwarf asked serenely. Bill continued, I've been experimenting, but I have only one voice, and it makes the same echo now you boys shout. When I do one short loud yell, then pause, and listen now, ready, 1, 2, go. They shouted loudly as they could and became instantly still, echo sent back to them. Their voices, Hunch's shrill scream dominant over Bill's round full tone in the wave of sound. Benner's plaintive cry was almost drowned. Bill clapped his hands, he was overjoyed. It'll work, he exclaimed, and the dwellers in cities will thank me, thank Bill Keller, when he perfects his echo sound softener. I am going to rig up a combination of walls that will reverberate sounds, most of which will die before they reach the drum of the ear. It will just slip over the ear easily. And fit it comfortably. Two people wearing sound softeners can converse easily on the streets undisturbed by the noise of drays, streetcars, stages, and the shouts of the drivers. Bill broke off abruptly here. He had become excited and was nervously PG 142, afraid his hearers did not understand him, so he ceased description and remarked, you will see just how it works when I get it done. Blind Benner said he was sure it would succeed. Hunch was silent for a while. Presently he observed, last winter my erlugs shed up my hearin' purty near, and I he deter punch a hole in 'em, and then I didn't hear very loud. Bill looked at the goblin leering at him in the moonlight, and wondered how much mockery, how much earnestness there was in his words. As for blind Benner, he was so much vexed as to lose his patience, yet willing to avoid a quarrel. He asked Bill how his violin Roman 999. Well, very well, Bill replied. Last night I named her Magdalene, for in her dwell 7 devils of fascination. She went before me, and I followed. We climbed heights, we plunged into depths, until I fell prostrate, worn out in the chase, after the phantom music, who smiled on me pityingly, as she stepped into her star chariot drawn by flying meteors. Blind Benner, enraptured, cried, go on, go on. But Hunch again checked Bill's enthusiasm by pointing to the Milky Way dim through the moonlight and remarking, Jerashi, what a lot UV crazy fiddlers girls, must be outright in turnite. Benner's face at first expressed contempt, but it softened to compassion as he said, "'Tain't your fault, Hunch, you ain't got it in your head." But Bill thought Hunch had it in his head, and resolved never to mention the sound softener, nor use high-sounding phrases before him. Becoming more practical, he invited his guests indoors, curious to know the object of their visit, yet too courteous to inquire. Benner did not keep him long in ignorance. The McAnny boys is gone ter hunt Gil, but they'll never find him, and me and Hunch is goin' ter find the boys and help 'em get Gil. Then they'll bring him back and make him marry Lizzie right. How can you help find him? Bill asked gently and not incredulously. By my ears he can't fool 'em if they'd ever hear him laugh or speak, but he might fool the boys' eyes. That's so, Bill assented, but how are you and Hunch goin' to keep up with the big McAnays? They wouldn't want to be bothered with you. He was considering the plan practically. We thought meb you'd lend us your spring wagon, Benner said timidly. Of course I would, and drive it too, if I had somebody to look after the place. Jiwataker, shouted Hunch, wouldn't that be the dandy fun though? We could give concerts to pay expenses. Bill continued, only I am afraid of the devil. Thunder, I'd blow the devil up his own chimney with my horn. Hunch fairly screamed, greatly excited by the proposed tour. Benner trembled in silent joy. He was afraid to speak, lest he should suggest some objection to the plan and overthrow the whole scheme. We'd have to practice a while together, then I'd know if the devil meant to bother me. Bill spoke meditatively and continued his thought in silence. Presently, Hunch broke the quiet. PG 143. Say, Bill, listen ter me, it's my thinkin' that if there's anybody this side, UV heaven that Satan's afeard UV it's Parson Lawrence, and ef yer he d somethin' UV hissin' long with yer, I don't think the devil'd come near yer. Right, boy, right. Bill rushed at Hunch and shook him nervously. Maybe you have freed the devil-bound slave. Blind Benner expressed his gratitude by saying, "You ain't no fool, Hunch, but you're an awful tease." No king ever received homage more gracefully than Hunch. "What'll it be?" he asked, and when the others failed to suggest anything, he gave them further reason to admire his cleverness. "I don't think Satan dare put his split foot on a lock of Parson Lawrence's hair." That was decisive, but how to obtain a lock of Parson Lawrence's hair was not so easily agreed upon. Finally, Hunch asserted with something of a swagger, "'Ill get it, don't be afeard, fellers." Before him rose a vision of the good man asleep upon his bed. A malformed figure creeps silently across the floor. It is Hunch. He reaches the bed, he stretches out a hand, which holds a pair of shears. There is a snap in the stillness. Soon the dwarf departs through the window, bearing with him a lock of the snow-white hair. Blind Benner spoiled this possible adventure. "Don't steal it, Hunch," he said, "cause, if you're due, the devil will walk on it, just like he would on his own carpet fur. All stole things is his." Hunch's countenance fell, and his manner became less confident. But yet he declared he would be able to procure the lock of hair. However, he made an effort to prepare Bill for disappointment by asking, "Wouldn't cotton in your ears do, as well as the hair in the box?" Bill shook his head despondently and replied, "No, no, that makes me deaf for a while to the sweet voice of the violin, become a devil's witch. When my bow crosses the strings, when I refuse to listen, the old tempter gets into the fiber of the violin, and pleads by the touch of the vibrating, throbbing instrument, tender and thrilling, as the caress of the woman you love." Blind Benner's thoughts went to Lizzie. He knew what her touch was to him. While talking, Bill had got the violin and was tuning it. Hunch caught up his horn and blew a series of discordant notes. A frown settled on Bill's brow as he put the violin back into the box, while Hunch exclaimed, "That devil of yours couldn't stand a brass band. If one horn scares him, and I guess there's no use in gettin' a lock of hair from Parson Lawrence. Yes, there is. Get it for me when I am alone. I can't resist the temptation sometimes, and I haven't got you to drive Satan away. Yes, Hunch," he pleaded, "please get it for me." Early the next morning, Hunch started for Parson Lawrence's home near the Boomer Creek Church. On his way, he met the mail courier going to Three Sisters and sent a note to Lizzie. It read, "Lizzie, me and Benner is visitin' Bill Keller fur fun." Hunch. The dwarf never gave a thought to the store or his father, nor, for a moment, regretted the loss of a situation which he knew would be the penalty of his unceremonious departure. The note to Lizzie would inform Benner's friends of his whereabouts and quiet their uneasiness. PG 144. Parson Hunch said, meeting the reverend gentleman at the church door, "What dare yer think, crazy Bill Keller's got inter his head now? I am sure I cannot imagine a crazy man's notions are hard to guess. He still thinks the devil's got him by the ear and makes him play the fiddle in spite of himself. That is his old delusion, and I am afraid he will never be rid of it. But he thinks your kin cure him, parson." "How?" asked the kindly man, much amused, but willing to be of assistance to the violinist. "By givin' him a lock of your hair ter keep in the fiddle box, and thet'll keep the devil out so he can't coax Bill." "He wants a fetish," the clergyman replied sharply, not inclined to encourage the superstition. "Oh, he's crazy enough ter want anythin'," Hunch remarked innocently, not knowing what a fetish was, but thinking it a queer name for a lock of hair. The minister laughed. He did not think it wrong to humor the fancies of the insane, and so complied with the request. Bill received the lock of hair with demonstrative joy and effusive thanks, and Benner shook the dwarf's hand gratefully. Within a week, the trio departed on their tour. A man whom Bill could trust was left in charge of his farm, and a note was sent to Lizzie by her laconic correspondent. "Lizzie, Bill Benner and me is gone concertin." Hunch. Chapter Roman 15, the brothers learned something about Gil. The McAney brothers went direct to the town where Gil had said his mother lived there. They learned that he had not been seen in the village since his mother died. "How long ago was that?" Levi asked their informant. "About 5 year." "5 years, you must be mistaken." Levi was staggered by the realization of the cruelty of Gil's plot against his sister, while Matha and Cassie ground their teeth and clenched their hands. "If you don't believe me," said the indifferent villager, "your kin, ask his mother-in-law, she lives just over there." "His mother-in-law, has he a wife?" Levi would not believe Gil was so depraved. He one here nobody knows how many he's got scattered round the one here died 'bout a month ago. She heard he married again, and the news didn't gree with her. She was sickly anyhow, Gil's a slick un he is. Did they call him Gil here? Levi asked. Yes, nobody but his mother and his wife called him John Gilfillan's too long so folks just called him Gil, cept his mother-in-law and she didn't call him nothin'. Levi laughed in a forced way at this, but Matthai and Cassie scowled with his sinister smile, lighting up his face. Levi said lightly, as he could PG 145. We didn't know Gil was so gay, we used to work where he did. And as we were out of a job thought, we'd hunt him up and get something to do since we were passing his way. He ain't been here fur more'n 5 year, as I was tellin' your guess he's somewheres in jail, he was honest enough, but would go courtin' the girls in spite uv anything. The garrulous fellow was laughing at his own wit, when Levi said in a careless way. Since we have heard so much about Gil, I would like to know one thing more. He was always bragging about his rich mother, and the fortune he was going to get at her death. The villager exploded in a loud guffaw at this, and after a vigorous shaking of his sides, and slapping his thighs, said between the gasps and swallows which were distressing him. Why Shuel Thetsby Jiminy well hang it, she was a wash and scrub woman and the neighbors buried her. By this time, Levi had obtained the mastery of himself, and laughed heartily apparently as he said. He was a very tall liar, and he fooled us all. Lord, how we used to envy him when he told of his rich mother that she was mighty fine-looking and could write such beautiful letters. And all that guess it was all a lie, eh? Couldn't write her own name, never went to school in her life. Matthai and Cassie were becoming restless, and their black looks attracted the villagers' attention. The brothers had met him just at the beginning of a street, and were able to have this conversation with him alone, but presently 2 or 3 curious men came up to learn the reason of the visit of the stalwart strangers. These fellers knowed Gil somewheres, and they thought he was livin' here. Guess from the looks UV2, UVM, it wouldn't go easy fur him, if they was ter get their hands on him. The villager vouchsafed this explanation to his fellow townsmen. Well, we have got a crow to pick with him, if we happen to find him, said Levi, who persisted in talking for himself, and his brothers feeling he could not trust them, they were so angry. Where you're from? Asked one of the newcomers. 3 sisters. Why, that's where Gil got his last wife, exclaimed another. Levi was thankful that it was growing so dark that faces could not be clearly distinguished. He stated frankly, believing the quickest way out of the difficulty to be the truth. That wife was our sister, and we are looking for him. I hope you will catch him and bring him back here, and I'll help you settle with him. Who are you? Asked Levi, struck by the fierce earnestness of the man, who had come up just in time to learn the object of the McAney's quest. One UV his father-in-law, the man replied with brutal sarcasm. The father of the wife he had here. Who told you about that? Asked the man angrily. Bet 'twas that little gossipin' woman Pete Dunn that I seen yer talkin' ter. He made a rush at Pete Dunn, but Matthai interfered. He was only obligin' naterly wed, asked the first person we met 'bout Gil, so don't put the blame on our friend here. PG 146. Matthai's position was so reasonable that even the angry man agreed with him. The brothers went in company of the villagers to the town, and stopped all night at the inn. When they departed next morning, a crowd gathered, and wished them success in bringing to justice the man who had injured them. They went from town to town, stopping a week or more at a place, doing what work they could obtain, and keeping a sharp lookout for Gil. Their reticence and mutual understanding, coupled with their constant watchfulness, excited suspicion when they first entered a village or town, but when they departed from it, they left behind many friends. Chapter Romans 16. Bill Benner and Hunch join a circus. The musicians went first to Barberry, where they gave a concert, at which the advance agent of a circus was present on a complimentary ticket given him by Bill Keller. There was a small audience, but the performers were not discouraged. They began the program with a trio which was rather noisy. The melodious of this bill was rather glad, for, although not discordant, it was sufficiently vigorous to warn the devil that there was ample discord in reserve to overcome the wooing of the violin, should he instigate it to tempt the violinist. Next came a violin solo by Bill, which he began nervously, but played to the end without distress. The audience demanded more, and he gave an improvisation, a slow, insinuating thing that held the senses of the hearers with the winsome spell of an opiate. Hunch followed as the human bagpipes introduced by Bill, who spoke of him as the unpremeditated one of impulsive natures, whims a man full of unexpected things, and bountifully provided with breathing apparatus. The hump on his back, Bill continued, is not a deformity, but an abundance consumption would grow weary in trying to absorb his lungs, and pneumonia hesitates to attack him. He is triple lunged, and the bump on his back is the home of the third one in this curved space. The superfluous yet useful lung inflates and collapses, and from it are emitted the musical notes which you will now listen to. It is with great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, that I introduce to you Mr. Blair. Hunch got up on the platform and made a bow that caused everybody to laugh. It was so comically affected. Bill noticed with pride that the circus agent paid more attention to the bagpipe imitation than he had done to his own solo. A veritable Scotchman, Hunch seemed, as he wriggled his back and piped, "The Campbells are coming for an encore." He gave Annie Laurie. He himself could not give an explanation of the manner of producing the peculiar tones that so closely resembled the bagpipes. He knew only that his mouth was partly open while it emitted the sounds, and that instinctive rather than intended movements of his jaws, assisted by nervous contractions and expansions of his throat and chest, forced out the notes. When he finished the encore, he was loudly applauded, and a repetition was insisted upon. Hunch was obliging, and played on his larynx the ever-popular Bessie, the Maid of Dundee, PG 147. The next thing on the program was a series of magical tricks performed by Bill, who claimed to have been a pupil of Signor Blitz. These pleased the audience, and they cried for more. He executed all he knew, and then treated them to some ventriloquism, which was not good, but delighted them nevertheless. The musicians remained in Barbary another night, and the schoolhouse would not hold the crowd that came to hear the demon-driven fiddler, his blind second, and the human bagpipes. The circus agent was again in attendance, and concluded that it would be wise to compromise with the opposition show, so he made the musicians a liberal offer, which they accepted, thus becoming a part of Barcup's colossal aggregation. With it they wandered from town to town, exhibiting twice a day, but doing none of the drudgery attendant upon the pitching and striking of the tents. They gave their performances in a sideshow, and during the exhibition in the big tent, played with the band. Only here blind Benner handled the bow, playing second to Bill, who was leading violin. The season was almost over, and the circus was working towards the eastern city, whence it started one dismal night. The flickering fires of pine knots in the iron crates on the posts in front of the tents shot long quivering lances into the darkness. Without seeming to illuminate it, the glib ticket seller stood before the sideshow, active and picturesque in the ruddy gleams. 1 minute, he was half in shadow, at the next in bold relief, as the blaze of the fires bent toward him, as though giving him its undivided attention, while he cried the list of curiosities, phenomena, and attractions to be seen inside the tent for the small sum of a dime. Just as the words human bagpipes fell from his lips, 3 men emerged from the darkness and stopped a few paces from the tent. They were tall, muscular, and seemed to be listening to his fluent and wordy narrative of the annex show. He noticed them, and beginning anew, he directed his harangue to them. Amused smiles spread over their faces when they realized to whom his descriptions applied, and buying tickets they entered with the other sightseers. Hunch mounted the platform and began his bagpipe imitations. The peculiar position of his head in this vocal exercise required him to look towards the top of the centerpole of the tent, so that he could not see his audience except when making his bow. When he finished and the audience was tumultuously encoring him, a hand was laid on the arm of the tallest of the 3 men, who stood apart from the crowd. Hunch, who was bowing to the mixed assemblage, missed blind Benner from his accustomed seat just before the stage. Hunch soon caught sight of his blind friend, who was saying, "Oh, I am so glad to see your Levi." Levi started in surprise at the naturalness of the greeting. After scrutinizing the blind eyes for a moment, he waved a hand close to them, but they stared at him without blinking. Hunch jumped from the platform and elbowed a way through the astonished spectators. "Jiwataker fellers, we thought yer was dead lost back in the sisters. We've been huntin' yer." "Say, Benner, when did you leave the sisters?" Cassie asked. "'Bout a week after your fellers." "And Lizzie was well then?" "Yes, she was well." PG 148. The blind man had turned toward the stage, where Bill was standing violin in hand, and was waiting reverently to hear the music. Hunch shouted familiarly, "Say, Bill, don't yer know your old friends?" The audience laughed at this ingenuous inquiry. Signor Keller, as he was denominated on the bills, did not smile, but bowed gravely, and slipped the violin under his chin. They might Signor Hunch Blair all they'd a mind ter he'd stop, the biggest show on earth ter shake hands with Lizzie's brothers, the dwarf muttered. The liquid notes of Home Sweet Home floated to him. As he stood by the exit, the air seemed to rise and fall in long undulations, set in motion by the violin in these waves. The brothers bathed their weary souls, the melody caressed them. And thinking of their own home, they wept silently. Blind Benner crouched at Bill's feet. A silence almost of pain held the incongruous crowd. Hunch alone seemed untouched apparently. He was beyond the power of spells. He made no effort to guard Bill from the fascination of the instrument. Bill don't need no horn tur, let him loose, he growled there. Ain't no devil in that tune. He don't kick his feet tur. And I sech guess Bill's playin' fer the angels. Chapter Romans 17, Blind Benner fulfills his promise. How did you know me, Levi asked Blind Benner, as they went from the sideshow to the big tent. I don't know how yer didn't speak, and yer didn't laugh. Hunch was Bagbapin, and all at once, somethin' pulled me and I follered, and when I got closer I knowed it was you. You have a bad cough, Benner, Levi remarked sympathetically, as he listened to the blind man struggling for breath. Yes, I catched it soon, after we left the sisters. It goes hard with me sometimes, but mostly it's only a little hack. Here he caught Levis' arm and asked in a whisper. Did yer hear anything of him? Yes, we heard something of him, but we did not find him. Your otter he dee me with yer from the first id, have found him. Bill and Hunch and me's been huntin' yer all this time. That's why you left Three Sisters and joined the circus. Yes, we thought yer would come to the show when yer seen Bill's and Hunch's names on the bills. You have been on another road from us. We did not see any bills posted before tonight. We had been workin' in a chop-in over the hill yonder, and just come to the town to settle our account and go somewhere else. But didn't you hear anything of Gil? Nothin'. Hunch kept askin' 'bout him and I kept watchin' the folks goin' inter the tent. When I could I allers waited 'bout Hunch. When he was Bagbapin thinkin', Meb Gil, I'd be in the crowd and I'd hear him laugh or somethin'. But I didn't. PG 149. A tear rolled over Blind Benner's cheek, and in the red firelight resembled blood. Blood, it is typical of vengeance, emblematic of atonement. It is a scarlet thread through the history of the world. On it are strung covenants, from it dangle the names of covenant breakers, and close to these latter hang the names of avengers. Blood on Blind Benner's cheek, it sent a thrill through Levis, being the blood in his own heart warmed, and leaped to his face, as he grasped fraternally the blind man's hand. Then hope coy fickle, and false appeared like a comet in the heavens, which stretched without horizon their black expanse. Before Blind Benner's eyes behind her trailed a long train of gleaming possibilities, and he said with emotion, "Well, find him yit." Levi replied in a trembling voice, "You may, we can't." And the blind man answered, "I will." Then they were in the tent, and the evening show began. The season had been prosperous, but the fall rains had set in, and the roads were heavy. The labor attendant upon getting from town to town became arduous. Overworked men daily left the combination, and the McAney brothers were hired by the proprietor, who was glad to secure the services of 3 able-bodied utility men. One day early in November, the colossal aggregation stuck in the mud and was unable to keep its engagement at a town in the mountains. The proprietor decided not to show at the place, but push on to the Countysat, where the circus was billed to appear on the following day. The citizens of the village, however, demanded a performance for their pleasure, and as the proprietor refused to give one, there was every chance of a riot. Finally, a compromise was effected at the suggestion of a man who wore green goggles, and who seemed to be a ruling spirit among the villagers. He proposed that Barkup should give each man 2 tickets, admitting him and his wife or sweetheart free to the show at the Countysat. Barkup consented to this, and when the tickets were distributed, the circus passed on. Blind Benner lay asleep in a closed van and knew nothing of the occurrence until in the evening, when Hunch graphically told of it. I tell yer, he concluded, there was a tight fit, UV missin', a fight, and Levi grinned as unconcerned as if he had wings. A great crowd attended the circus at the Countysat. There was a rush and struggle for the pasteboard slips. When the ticket wagon was opened, at times it seemed as if the vehicle would be overturned, but the ticket seller was as imperturbable as the man with green goggles who held his ticket between his fingers, and calmly watched the embryo riot caused by those who had bought their tickets struggling to get through the crowd pressing forward to buy. A youth who had in his escort 2 buxom girls grew tired of being hustled about going to the front of the wagon, he dropped on all fours, and with heroic disregard of his Sunday suit, crawled to the rear, thrusting his head between a pair of active legs. He lifted their owner into the air. As he raised his burly form erect in a moment, he was supplied with tickets, and placed on the ground the man who had squirmed upon his neck departing. As he came, Goggles laughed heartily, much amused at the rustic's stratagem. "How funny a woman," remarked PG 150. Goggles turned to see who had spoken. She had been pretty, but now she was brazen, and her voice sounded like a cracked cymbal. "Mighty smart fellow that," he said, "but you may not have a ticket. Let me offer you one. See, I have two." He took a ticket from his pocket. "I don't need a card, thank you, I go in the back way," she replied, smiling invitingly as he thought. "I have often wanted to see in the dressing tent of a circus. Could you take me?" And he asked. "Oh yes, I am a privileged character round this show. There's only one Emil Farrow in this country. And if she don't have her way, she raises Cain. I am Emil Farrow, old Barkup. Will say walk right in, Mr. Smith. If Farrow has invited you, yes. Indeed, I am descended from the pyramids, and am cousin many times removed of Cleopatra." The equestrienne talked thus volubly, as she led the way to the anteroom. Her new acquaintance, stumbling after her passing into the tent, he was given a seat on an upturned bucket placed against a tent pole. In the anteroom, blind Benner lay on a bed of coarse blankets. He coughed frequently and painfully. The man in the goggles turned inquiringly towards the couch, but paused to admire a splendid gray horse that was waiting for Emil Farrow, who was to ride him in. The grand entree soon, she appeared in a long riding habit trimmed with gold tinsel, and with a jaunty air walked to the horse. The ringmaster gave the signal from the main tent, sounded the boom of the big drum, the clash of the cymbals, and the blast of the cornet. Emil Farrow was just settling in the saddle when she heard blind Benner cough, slipping to the ground. She ran to him, tucked the blanket around him, and gave him a pat on the cheek. In another moment, she was acknowledging the applause of the spectators as her mettlesome horse dashed into the ring. "By thunder, she can ride!" exclaimed the man in goggles as he watched the movements of the horse. She threw him a kiss as she returned to the anteroom, and he hastened to assist her dismount, promising to come back soon. She retired to the dressing room, while he resumed his seat on the inverted bucket. Before long, Emil Farrow came out in ballet costume, and leaning against a pole, began to talk in a rattling way to him. Bill Keller hurried past them and paused at the couch. "Are you awake, boy?" he asked gently. "Yes," blind Benner replied, and caught Bill's coat in his thin hand, giving it a pull. Bill understood, and bending lower, placed his ear close to Benner's lips. "Tell Levi I want him." Away went Bill like a hurricane, jostling against Farrow, who gave him a slap for his rudeness. He was scarcely out of the tent when Levi entered, and asked Benner what he wanted. Levi, a low, hoarse, eager tone, "Just knock off them green goggles that Farrow's teasin' her feller bout." Just as Levi turned as though half in doubt, the man laughed. Instantly Levis' indecision left him, and with a bound he stood before the couple. "Beg your pardon, Miss Farrow, but I've got a curiosity to see your lover's eyes." The man with the goggles did not move. "I think you're a very impudent driver, and ill have Barkup discharge you," Emil Farrow said indignantly, PG 151. A fiendishly gleeful laugh broke from Levis' lips. "I'll bet you $1 that one of his eyes is blue, and the other black. Come now, Miss Farrow." The man with the goggles moved uneasily and slipped a hand under his coat. Levi watched him warily. "I'll bet you $5 that you are wrong," said Farrow angrily. The man with the goggles rose quickly, and a knife flashed in his hand. Levi warded off the blow, and before it could be repeated, Emil Farrow held his arms by his side. "Don't stab him, dear cause, that would stop the show too long on the road. Just show him your eyes, for I want to win his money." Before he could free himself, her deft fingers had removed the goggles. "You see, I have lost, Miss Farrow," Levi said gaily, and then sternly added, "my brothers, and I have been looking for you, John Gilfillan." Hunch had come in and was sitting on the couch. Blind Benner, leaning against him, was quivering with joy and uttering low cries of satisfaction. Emil Farrow heard them and went to him. When she stood by the bed, he was saying, "Oh, Hunchy, I kin die happy, now cause I found Gil. Want Lizzie be glad ter." No, it was blind Benner what found him. "What does it all mean?" Farrow asked. He did not reply, but Hunch answered. "He didn't marry Levis' sister, right? He didn't let me kick him." She ran to thus express her contempt for Gil, but Levi restrained her and led him away. Hunch picked up the long knife which Emil Farrow had taken from Gil and thrown on the ground. Gil, you must go back to Three Sisters, and marry Lizzie, said Levi when they were out of the tent. All right, Levi, I'll go, but to tell you the truth, I am ashamed to meet Lizzie. I ain't doubtin' you, said Cassie, who noiseless as a shadow had followed to assist Levi if Gil should attempt to get away. That was all that was said. The brothers, not being talkers, one of them, constantly remained with Gil. 2 days later, the colossal aggregation went into winter quarters, and the members of it from Three Sisters, accompanied by Gil, started homewards. Chapter Roman 18: Lizzie's Vengeance. On the last night of November, a gypsy-like covered wagon stopped at the farther end of the river bridge at Three Sisters. From it, Levi and Gil alighted. Matthai and Cassie followed, and then paused to assist Parson Lawrence to the ground. Levi and Gil entered the bridge immediately at a rapid pace. The others following leisurely. Bill Keller, Blind Benner, and Hunch were left in the wagon to follow later in time to be guests at the wedding, by the church's ceremony of Gil and Lizzie. She sat near the stove, rocking the new cradle her father had brought that day. From the chopping, it was made of wild grapevines, ingeniously, PG 152, plated and rocked smoothly on oak rockers. She was very proud of it, and as she moved it with a light motion of her foot, she hummed a lullaby which had soothed both grandfather and grandchild, for they slept, he sitting in the armchair, where his wife died. His clay pipe was held lightly between his fingers. Someone entered without knocking, and Lizzie slowly turned from the fire at which she had been gazing vacantly. Her glad cry of welcome startled her father, and the pipe slipped to the floor, breaking it in pieces, but he did not heed it, so astounded was he at seeing Lizzie throw her arms around a man's neck and lay her head against his chest. The man apparently was a stranger, but Lizzie soon informed her father, who she greeted so affectionately. "Oh, John," she said, "you have come back at last, and I'll not see a finger pointing at me from everybody's eyes any more." Gil had no reply ready for such a welcome, and none suggested itself to him, so he remained silent while Lizzie, forgetful of the open door, wept on his shoulder. Levi, gazing upon the scene, was fully repaid for his long search for Gil. Presently Peter arose and walked with dignity to the door. Laying his hand on the latch, he paused and said sternly, "Ef you're come back, Mr. Gilfillan, ter cure the hurt you're give Lizzie ill, shet this door with your inside. But ef you ain't better let me shet it, as you're found it yourself with your out in the dark." Calmly he awaited the reply. "If I have come for anything but Lizzie and the baby there in the cradle, I hope she will never forgive me for being away from her so long." Gil spoke frankly. When Peter slammed the door, he was outside, peering into the darkness and hoping to discover the sons for whom his heart longed. The jar caused by the door being shut so positively awoke the baby, and it began to cry. "Come see the baby, John," said Lizzie. "There isn't a finer boy in the region." Then, running to the cradle, she patted and soothed the child, exclaiming in the glad language and fond tones of happy mothers, "Oh, oh, it was too bad for its granddaddy to scare it awake that way." She did not lift the infant from the cradle, for she wanted to keep Gil in ignorance as long as possible of the firemark that disfigured its cheek. He admired his son very much, yet in lame sentences that seemed forced. A twinge of disappointment shot through Lizzie's heart, and a shadow of vexation passed over her face. Seeing the change in her countenance, he said, "You know, Lizzie, that a man isn't much at praising a baby, no matter if he thinks it the prettiest child ever born." This in a measure satisfied her, and smiling brightly, she said, "I think he looks like you, John." He laughed and sat down in the chair she had placed for him, beside the one she had occupied. She too sat down, taking his hand in hers. They were silent, she trying to frame a question about his absence, and he seeking for a proper introduction to the story. He meant to tell. An exclamation from Peter McAney interrupted her just as she had formulated her inquiry, and was going to utter it. "It's Levi," she cried as his voice was heard, replying to his father. PG 153. Hastening to the door, she opened it and paused on the threshold. Her father was saying, "Boys, I knowed yer was here when I waked up and seen Gil. You're done well, and yer hev your father's blessin'." Gathered around him were Levi, Matthai, and Cassie, and just beyond them in the semi-darkness, she could see another person, a tall man with white hair and beard. Glancing quickly over her shoulder, she saw that Gil had risen and was standing near the table on which the lighted candles stood. Had not Cassie, who was nearest to her, thrown his arms around her, she would have shut the door and run to Gil to ask him a question, but Cassie held her and was kissing her cheek, and the other boys pressed forward for a welcome forced thus to remain. She received her brothers as joyously as her chilling heart would permit, gazing inquiringly the while at Parson Lawrence, whom she had recognized at last released from her brother's embraces. She entered the house, and went to the cradle, giving Gil an appealing look for an explanation of it all as she passed him. He stepped forward to speak to her, but Peter McAnay interrupted again. Lizzie will have a great weddin' ternight. She had dropped on her knees by the cradle to soothe the infant petulant at being neglected. Without rising, she looked over her shoulder at Gil, who went nearer to her and said, Lizzie, your father and brothers think we had better be married by a preacher, then no one would question our relations. Slowly she rose to her full height, the baby held to her bosom, and her look defiant, uncompromising. No, she said, married once to the same man is enough. If the first time isn't right, the second can't make it, so no, I won't throw doubt on my boy. Then she paused and kissed the child, and something choked her. But she gulped and continued bravely, I won't marry you again, John, for it would cast doubt on the boy. There was a pathetic tenderness in her voice. Not yet had she given up her husband. You were all right, exclaimed the impetuous Levi, but your marriage was not legal. Gil turned to him in silent appeal. Lizzie listened with her lips apart, gazing in mute inquiry from one to the other of the men. Before her, deliberately, she tore open her dress and got the marriage certificate once so precious in her eyes. Holding it before them with a shaking hand, she said, This is all I've got to keep my name clean and give my boy a right to his father's name. Why isn't it legal? There was a wail in her unsteady voice that cut her hearers to the heart. Because Squire Harker married you before he was commissioned, when he had no right to issue writs or marry people. Levi spoke in a lawyer-like way, and the terrible meaning of each word was plain to her. John, did you know it? Her effort to be calm was great. Her voice indicated the measure of her success, as in even cold tones she asked for the truth. He hesitated. The certificate fluttered to the floor. As she turned her back upon them, all blind Benner, led by Hunch PG 154, came into the room. She sank upon her knees. The blind man groped his way to her and knelt by her side. Oh, John, you wronged me, you wronged me, you wronged me, she repeated piteously as she laid her head on the blind man's shoulder and held her child close to her breast. Parson Lawrence's beard was wet with the tears that flowed unheeded down his cheeks. The brothers looked murder as their gleaming eyes saw their old father sink helpless and undone in a chair, while their sister groveled before them. In Hunch's hand, partly concealed, glittered the knife Gil had drawn on Levi in the circumstant. All waited for Gil to act, for upon him lay the burden of proof. Although he was really the defendant in the case, advancing to Lizzie, he laid his hand gently on her shoulder and said, Lizzie. His touch restored her queenliness to her, and she stood erect in the majesty of scorn. Her contempt flashed from her eyes, as with a magnificent sweep of her perfect arm she repelled him. What did you tell your mother? She demanded, while with bowed head he obeyed the command of the gesture. He did not lift his eyes. His mother had been dead for 5 years, said Levi angrily. Then who wrote this? She inquired imperiously, producing from the pocket, where it had lain beside the certificate, which she now trampled upon the letter Gil had read to her the night before his departure, on the pretended visit to his mother. All eyes were directed to him, his gaze was riveted to the floor. Oh, John, John, how could you? And in your mother's name, too. That was her only rebuke when his plan to ruin her was fully revealed. With downcast eyes and slow step, she moved towards the stove, intending to destroy the letter, but Levi snatched it from her hand and read it aloud despite her protestations. When he had finished the letter, he leaped at Gil with a shriek of rage and thrust it into his face. Gil did not attempt to run or show fight as Levi's hand closed on his throat in a grip that meant sure and speedy death. No, Levi, no, you must not punish him. Leave that to me. And Hunch Blair, how dare you? She stamped her foot at Hunch and entwined her fingers around Levis, her touch thrilling Gil, as always it had done when she caressed him. Hunch had darted forward with the knife uplifted, but Cassie had restrained him. Matthai had turned to Parson Lawrence, who had begun to remonstrate, but ceased when Lizzie went to Gil's rescue. Peter McAnay rose and looked approvingly on his son, wreaking vengeance on the betrayer of his daughter, and frowned when she interfered to prevent a murder. Levi obeyed her with savage reluctance, and Gil stood free, gasping for breath. All the while Lizzie had held the baby to her heart, which she thought would not thump so hard if the child were pressed against it. Hunch blurted as he gave up the knife. He drawed it on Levi, and I wanted ter stick it in ter him. That informed Lizzie fully Gil had been compelled to come back to her, looking around upon her brothers. She tried to smile gratefully. But it was PG 155, a dim light that flittered across her face to leave a deeper shadow. They had meant well, but far better for her had they left Gil. Where they found him, for then, had he not returned, she would not have known that she had been his victim, and would have continued to mourn for him, as dead, believing herself his widow. Holding the child before him, she said, "Take your last look at him. John, see the fire mark. I shivered when I first saw it, but didn't mind it long, for it made me think I had saved you from death once. But I do mind," and her voice rose and vibrated in scorn. "If he bears your name, that would be an awful mark on his soul for God to look at, a horrid, ugly scar that would make him hideous to the angels that rung his mother's wedding bell." Her voice faltered a little as that Pinegrove memory came over her, but it became strong again as she addressed Parson Lawrence. "Will you baptize my boy?" she asked. "Yes, yes," the saintly man replied, his voice ill-controlled. "His name will be Peter McAnay," she said simply, then facing Gil, she held the child to him. "You may kiss him, John," the boy cried when Gil pressed his lips to the purple mark. At that moment, a sharp crash of glass was heard. The elbow of a man, pushed by the crowd behind him on the porch, had gone through a pane in the sash. "Let down the blind, Hunch," Lizzie commanded. Hunch pulled the string tied in a bow, and the green shade shut off the crowd. "Now, John Goodby." She held out her hand to him, but withdrew it quickly. Her momentary tenderness vanished when she saw the eagerness in his eyes. She dared not shake hands, remembering how he had clung to her in Sugarcamp Hollow. Another opportunity she dared not give him now, for he must know she was implacable. With the boy held to her bosom, as if to shield him from Gil, she stood erect and pointed to the door. "To go?" It was a stern command. She met his appealing look with unyielding gaze. Slowly he walked to the door. "Wait," she called. He paused but did not turn. "Have you any money?" "Yes," he replied eagerly, and came back to her, a roll of bills in his extended hand. "Give it to Levi." "So much is mine, Levi," and she named an amount, remembering to a cent how much of his money she had spent. Levi counted the sum, making change from his pocket. Matthai and Cassie stood near the door looking on in amazement. Parson Lawrence leaned against a table. Peter McAnay sat with his face buried in his hands. Hunch walked nervously around the room, while blind Benner waited near Lizzie, hoping she would speak to him. Levi returned the balance of the money to Gil. He proffered it to Lizzie. "Not a cent," she said proudly. "The money you gave Levi is what I spent of his savins when I thought I was your wife. But not a cent of PG 156 your money will I take from this on ill scrub, and wash for a livin', if I must, and Benner here will help take care of little Peter. Now go." Compelled to give vent to her feelings, she impulsively kissed blind Benner. His hand was across her eyes as he lovingly felt her face, and she did not see Gil pass through the door. Chapter Roman 19, Blind Benner sees Lizzie. When Gil left Lizzie, he was her subject, and no exile, however long, could diminish his loyalty to her. All his mature years, he had been a libertine, cold, clever, selfish. No thrill, except that of passion, had stirred his blood, quickened his pulses, yet they beat quickly now as he stood outside of the home whose threshold he dared not cross in his despair. He loved the woman whom he had wronged. A hard gripe was fastened on his collar. He closed his eyes and hoped he had been seized by one of her brothers who meant to kill him. "Stop with me tonight, Gil." It was Henry Myers who spoke. Gil was bewildered, the hubbub about him increasing his confusion. "I will sleep in the bed of the river," he replied with a laugh. Then, seeing Bill Keller, he continued, "Take me home with you, Bill. Fiddle up the devil and get him to grab me." His humiliation was complete. Henry gave him a push, and he walked along meekly, Hunch following close to his heels, and the crowd straggling after. Without a word to anyone, Lizzie went to her room, which with the door closed became a holy place, where grief was high priest. Peter McAnay climbed the stairs softly and listened outside the door. The only sound he heard was the light tapping of her heel on the floor as she danced the baby on her knee. Levi escorted Parson Lawrence to Seth Reed's house, and blind Benner sought his home. Matthai and Cassie went aimlessly out into the streets. Their oath had not been kept. Gil had escaped without punishment from them. They had not settled with him, because the queen had forbidden them to harm him. Had they met him on the street, they would have stood aside accepting the situation while they thirsted for his blood. On his way home from Seth Reed's Levi, stopped at Squire Harker's from that official, he learned of the bargain made by him and Gill in the shoe shop. With this information to impart, Levi called on Squire Parsons and advised him to ride immediately to Squire Barton and procure a warrant for the arrest of both Squire Harker and Gill. Squire Parsons acted on the suggestion, and by midnight was far up the Boomer Creek road. The night was far spent when, warrant in hand, he set out to return to Three Sisters. He rode hard, hoping to reach the village by daybreak. About a mile from the town, his horse stumbled over a loose plank on a Boomer Creek bridge and lamed himself so badly that the squire was compelled to walk. Lizzie rose early after a sleepless night, and taking the boy downstairs, placed him in the cradle. He was sound asleep, and the noise she made in building a fire in the stove did not disturb him. PG 157. While the fire was catching, she sat with her elbows resting on her knees and her hands clasped before her. Presently the sound of many feet marching in measured tread reached her. It grew more distinct, then ceased for a moment, was heard again, growing gradually fainter. She listened to it as if in a stupor, while the bacon sizzled meaningly in the skillet, and the tea kettle hummed a busy tune. A surly, resolute crowd was leading John Gilfillan to the bridge. To hang him, at first the intention was to lynch him before the block. But some of the men urged in opposition to this plan that it would be too hard on Lizzie when she should learn that he had been killed in front of her door, and she unable to prevent it because she was ignorant of it. Their counsel prevailed, and the bridge was decided upon as the place of execution. Bill Keller, assisted by Hunch, had told Henry Myers, who had recently been elected constable, and the constantly increasing crowd the history of the search for Gill, and how at last blind Benner had discovered him. For a conclusion to the narration, the dwarf gave a graphic description of as much as he had witnessed of the scene when Lizzie learned of Gill's perfidy, and refused to be party to a second marriage ceremony with him. "Your order be hung, damn your," Henry Myers fairly yelled as he shook his fist in Gill's face. "There's no telling, but he fired the store fur ter kill hisself, forgettin' us poor folks that might have starved." This suggestion of a burly teamster became, as it passed from lip to lip, an assertion, and violently excited men surrounded Gill, charging him with incendiarism and daring him to deny the accusation. He was very white but cool and quiet, neither defying them nor asking mercy at their hands. A grim sort of submission was expressed by his face as he stood against the wall of the little room and waited for a decision of the mob as to his punishment. When at last it was resolved to lynch him, he betrayed no fear, and the crowd, awed by his calmness, became sullen. Loud tones gave place to surly growls that indicated inflexible determination to perform an act of justice that should both be a vengeance on the culprit. For not a man was present who had not fully convinced himself that Gill had set fire to the story, and a warning to all incendiaries of the fate that would be theirs if they should be so unfortunate as to be captured. A rope was procured, and a noose made in it, which was thrown over Gill's neck. Then he was led away to the execution. Blind Benner had coughed almost incessantly from the time he went to bed, and at last in desperation rose, dressing himself. He sat down in a chair near the kitchen stove, in which the fire still smoldered. The change of posture gave him relief, and he fell asleep. The tread of the men passing the block with Gill aroused him, listening to the heavy regular footfalls, and not hearing a voice he feared he was dreaming creeping to the door. He opened it. The cold air rushing in started his cough, and convinced him that he was awake. Struggling for a moment with the cough, he overcame it, and impelled by a vague alarm went down the porch steps. Pausing a moment, he listened again. The footsteps seemed far away, groping his way to the end of the block. He went into Big Bug Avenue, where he could hear them more plainly, yet they were going away from him towards the bridge. His determination was taken at once, and rapidly he followed the crowd, running recklessly, and keeping as near the middle of the street as he could. He stumbled often, and at last fell. He rose quickly, not minding. PG 158. The pain took one step and stopped, brought to a halt by an obstacle on which he placed his hands. "It's the horse block," he exclaimed, joyfully patting it affectionately, as he would a friend. It was a friend, indeed a guide. Leaving it, he went ahead, slowly swinging his arms and reaching as far as he could, pausing at every step. Presently, the tips of his fingers touched something. Going nearer, he found he was beside a post, which he felt eagerly, as if searching for some mark by which to know it. He found two rings hanging one above the other from staples driven into the wood. Leaning against the post, he listened. A cold breeze blew over him, and he shivered, coughing in spite of the hand that covered his mouth. He hoped to hear someone speak. But nothing reached his ears from the bridge. But the trampling of heavy boots on the floor again, the wind blew harder this time, and he coughed louder. But if he was heard, no one heeded him. A creaking sound came from above him, but he did not need the rasping screech of the sign on its rusty hinges to inform him that he was in front of the tavern listening a moment longer. He patted the post as he had done the horse block, and stole towards the bridge soon. From the remark of a man on the outskirts of the crowd, he learned what was to be done. Hang Gil, he repeated in a whisper, half joyfully, wholly willing that it should be done. Then came the thought. But Lizzie would rather they wouldn't. With eager, impatient search, he tried to find the signpost to guide him towards the block where he had decided to go, and tell her what was happening. Reach out as he would, he could not touch the post, and he began running in circles, striking out with his hands like a madman. Hunchy, Hunchy, he called, but his voice was weak, and he was not heard. When he was almost exhausted, he struck a tree with his arm, pausing a second to feel the bark. He went quickly around it, and stumbled over the boardwalk in front of Colonel Hornberger's house. Then he knew the way, the boardwalk past the block. He ran on it fast as he could, and burst in upon Lizzie, as she sat before the fire with her face buried in her hands. Between gasps for breath, he began to tell his story, while his head resounded with whirring noises, and his temples throbbed as if they would burst. Mind the baby, Benner, she called to him from the porch before he had finished. A wail from the infant directed him to the cradle. Kneeling beside it, he struggled with his cough and rocked the crying child. When the lynchers entered the bridge, Henry Myers climbed up to one of the crosspieces. The end of the rope was thrown to him, and he made it fast. Then Gil was placed on a chair. "Your hev got ter die, John Gilfillan, and your may as well make a clean breast, UV," it said Henry, his feet dangling not far from Gil's head. The sullen faces of the angry men did not seem to frighten Gil, who could see them plainly in the light of several stable lanterns distributed through the crowd. The rope pressed against his neck, but his hands were unbound. "Well, give your 3 minutes, ter, make up your mind, not as we've got any doubts about your guilt. But we think you might die easier. Heaven told the truth, onked in your life. PG 159. Henry took a bullseye watch from his vest pocket and asked for a lantern. By its light, he grimly watched the hands. The silence in the bridge was so intense that Gil could hear the watch tick, and the sounds of blind Benner's feet striking the boardwalk as he ran to Lizzie were borne to the ears of the crowd. At last Henry said, "Your hev just got a quarter UV a minute, Gil." Clearing his throat, Gil made a sign with his hand that he was going to speak. The men came closer to him, and Henry put his watch away. "I guess I ought to tell I did set fire to the store, because I wanted to get rid of the books. I meant to get out in time. Through the window, was just going to open it and jump, when I heard Lizzie." His voice faltered a little, call for help, and her axe strike the door downstairs. "Then I thought I'd let her save me. You know how she pulled me out, but you didn't know that I was pretending I was overcome with the smoke." "Why did you want her burn the books?" asked Thomas Myers. "Because I had been stealing from Colonel Hornberger, and couldn't have hid it much longer." He was very calm, but his face was blanched. "Your kin say your prayers, ef you want ter," said Henry. "Guess they wouldn't be much good," Gil remarked with a wan smile. "Then tie his arms, Tom." Near the bridge, Lizzie stopped suddenly, her impetuous rush to save Gil's life checked by the thought to which she gave utterance in a whisper. "I know my shame." She had not known it when she ran to rescue him from death in the store fire. She had not learned it when she faced unflinchingly the scorn of the women. And she was ignorant of it when she dashed into the barroom to stop the fight her brothers made in defense of her good name. But now it was upon her with crushing weight, and she stood helpless in sight of the rope that was to strangle Gil. If she would save him, it behooved her to act quickly, for she could see a man pinioning his arms, moved with great pity for her betrayer, whose white face she could see plainly. She summoned strength to enter the bridge. As she stepped on the planks, she was conscious of a change in the manner of the crowd, and seeing Squire Parsons force his way to Gil's side, paused. "Henry Myers," called the squire. "Here," answered Henry from the crosspiece. "I have a warrant for the arrest of John Gilfillan issued to you as constable, and you must take him in charge." Law had entered the crowd, and its presence was immediately recognized by submission. Henry dropped to the bridge floor and muttered a curse as he addressed the squire. "Your hev spoiled a good job, Yeard Ben." A minute later, the deviled he d Gil sure. Lizzie, seeing Gil would not be injured, turned and fled through the darkness to the refuge of her home. She entered it with bowed head, her queenliness having gone from her forever. The child was crying petulantly. Blind Benner, lying on the floor sup PG 160, ported his head with one hand and feebly rocked the cradle with the other. A pool of blood lay on the white quilt that covered the infant, and another was forming on the floor under the cradle. The child wailed as the cradle rocked slowly and unevenly. The blood flowed noiselessly from Blind Benner's lips. He knew Lizzie had come back, but he would not speak until she Roman 999. He was afraid to know what had happened in the bridge, and would die in ignorance, obeying her last command to him. With eyes cast down, she moved slowly towards the cradle. The blood on the quilt was lighted by the unsteady flame of the candle. Suddenly, she saw the scarlet pool. Her head swam, and she sank on her knees, taking the blind man's head impulsively, yet tenderly in her hands. She laid it against her heart, bursting with this new grief. Soothed by the mother's presence or frightened by the nearness of death, the infant ceased its wail. The cradle stood still, but the red stream flowed rapidly, while Blind Benner nervously and weakly took from his vest pocket a piece of crumpled paper and handed it to Lizzie. She smoothed it and read while Blind Benner clung to her neck. To whom it may concern. I leave all my circus money to Lizzie and my fiddle to her boy. Blind Benner. His ex-mark. Witness. Hunch. She kissed him on the lips wet with blood. His head fell. The hemorrhage had been very profuse, and she saw the death pallor on his cheek. Soon, he raised his head, and with his lips close to her ear whispered, I can soon see your Lizzie. Ever after that he was silent. The end.